Now we're going back to your regular old cosine streams. So we're gonna go ahead and make a task. I'm not even gonna pretend to like do speed runs for the first 2 hours of the stream and get salty. Why don't we just skip that part and go right to the thing I'm good at, which is not playing the game and just cheating instead. That's right, we're gonna cheat. So let's jump right in. And my first order of business is to forget that Steam is not running because I just restarted my computer. So hold on. Just hold on a moment. So this wasn't supposed to happen. Come on. Steam, there you go. Alright, good. And to make the stakes even higher, we're using a special build of Spelunky that has some new features that I'm testing in the task tool. And you know what better way to make things go wrong than to do it live on stream? So we have a slightly newer version of Task Wizard that has like better pause functionality in tandem with some Spelunky changes that Gregor has been making that makes the pause API actually usable. And if anything goes wrong, it's a good thing. It's a good thing, chat. Did I not have my fucking intro screen up that whole time? Was that a black screen, chat? Did I even... No, it wasn't a black screen, but it didn't have stream starting soon, so... Nobody knew that my stream was starting that whole time. I'm sorry, I deceived you all. Hello, Medio. So, skin redeems are off intentionally right now because I can't really change them during the task. It's a pain and it'll mess with RNG. So we're not going to do that. It caught you off guard. I'm sorry. It won't happen again. It probably will happen again, but I apologize. I didn't mean to do you dirty like that, chat, and just jump scare you by immediately starting the video game without a proper stream introduction. Let's go. Let's see if everything here works correctly. So we need a Task Wizard. And make sure it's the second one. And the second one's my local build, so we got that. And we need... I'm gonna need this one, but I think the input display might be nice just when I'm showing what buttons I've been pressing. And that's in this one here, I'm pretty sure. Let's see, we don't need that one. That one was for the event. The glitch showcase. We might do science later, so maybe I don't know if I'll do it or not, but I might show you all some of the ones that I didn't show during the showcase. Except they're not even... I didn't load the group. But there were a few things I did not get to when I was doing that, like Waddler, Dice Aggro, and stuff. It's things we know about already, but I might show this later.
King type Carlos, cosine 2 soap king type Carlos.
P-type, what the when did he even add that? When did Poison add that? Hello, Axa. That's a new one, I didn't even see that one. Alright, but anyways, we're just using this for the input display right now, so let's do it. So the first order of business is to actually go to the tutorial, because I think there's a variable we're missing in the game that doesn't actually allow this to load correctly the first time. So now that we're in the camp, we can actually do this. I'm gonna close this crap. So let's see. We're gonna start off with this as the basis for it. So we're gonna load that. Tutorial, I'm just gonna, whatever, underscores. No skips. There we go, that's what we're doing. Tutorial, no skips, 1, whatever, something like that. It don't matter, none of this matters. Save. Alright, so we are going to use the tutorial with skips as the baseline for this, because the first, like, portion of the run is going to be identical. And then from there, we're going to figure out how to make this fast and get ourselves the world record by cheating. Let's see, yesterday or the... Okay, so that was fairly recent. Like, I don't lurk there as much since I don't care that much about Isaac, but it's still interesting to see the poison-type lore develop. What wacky, bizarre emotes he gets. Time is weird. You don't even know anymore. Time is strange. If you're living your life anything like I have been for the last, like, 10 years, where you just don't know what day of the week it is, then I understand. And did that hype pain finally go away? Alright, get rid of that damn thing. We don't need that here. I missed the lore of you showing up on stream. Was that a while ago? I know you were on a poison type stream. I think I actually saw that. Didn't I shitpost in chat during that, like near the end? I'm pretty sure I saw some of that. I think I said something in chat while that was going on. If that was like a few months ago. If it was recent, then no, I missed it. Alright. Yeah, I was there. I don't remember what I said. I'm pretty sure I saw that. That was interesting. That got me to watch. So first of all, let's start by showing you the tasks with skips, just to get everybody on the same baseline here. In case you don't know what this is, let me options for this. I need to make a UI update. That's very much on the to-do list. Let's get the presentation mode turned on. I'm just going to show everybody the tutorial with skips, and then we're going to work on the one without skips and show what the differences are going to be. So activate on playback. I do want that on. There we go. I need to turn off the debug text. But yeah, this is what it looks like with skips. You RNG manipulate the bombs. You do some like really sick bomb cooks. And then that activates the trigger. And I explained this before, but for anyone who doesn't understand what's going on here, the only criteria for finishing the tutorial are to be to the right and above this character right here, whoever your referee is. That is why I just finished the tutorial by standing right here. So that's the criteria. However, there is a category that doesn't allow you to do this on Moss ranking, and we need to fix that. Choo-choo, the hell is this? What the fuck is that? I hate that. Oh god, I'm sorry. Is that what you guys got for the hype train? Ew. What's wrong with its face? I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Hello, Blue Red. You don't know which category is worse to play. Well, we're gonna find out which one is worse to task at the very least. Oh, did I just press? There we go. Alright, so that's what it looks like without skips. Or with skips. The first thing that we're gonna do here is we're gonna see how other people have done it, because I am standing on the shoulders of giants here. Other people have routed this before me. So the baseline that I'm going to use here is what do the actual runners do? And then let's see if we can do any task optimizations to it. Can we play it better? And then is there any tech that isn't like human viable that we could also add to this? Like I have not rooted this out at all. We're doing that all on stream. So let's go see what this looks like. Oh good, it captured the right window. So our world record holder is in chat right now. And what did Blue Red do for this run? I'm just going to mute it. We don't need audio for this. So listen to this Subnautica music. This is looking pretty typical. Good RNG on the bomb drop. It didn't look quite perfect though. I think that was only the 0.8. And just a bit of rope tack. Looks like we bombed through the push block. All right, so all the resources did get used there, so we're gonna have to be a little bit creative with it. We don't have like extras that we could throw away. Oh, look at those lovely suggestions. So that's the baseline for what we're gonna do here. There's the intro screen for anybody who was missing that earlier. Let's see if we can figure out how to do that. And Blue Red, hold on, let me read you chat here. What do you got? You have some strats, but it's going to be difficult to communicate because you don't have great internet. Look, as long as you could submit text through Twitch, I'm sure we can work this out. And I might like stumble upon some of the strats anyways, but I'm streaming this for a reason, chat. If you have suggestions, ideas for these tasks, just shoot. Like throw them out. Even the stupidest ideas have been known to work before. Like we saved a considerable amount of time on the regular tutorial tasks by throwing a rock from a position that it seemed impossible to throw it from. So like there's a lot of things that are possible here. Seen that Emperor vid? Yeah, I've seen that too. It's a funny video. YouTube sometimes gets it right with the suggestions. See anything? I got everything else. Some of those are actual animals. Why don't they just make more animal emotes for the hype trains, honestly? Like, how can you even be mad about getting just an emote that's a picture of a dog? Like, who can be upset with this? Just more animal. Can we get one of a rat? Twitch, listen, if you want to, like, I know you're losing money because you guys make nothing but bad decisions. If you want people to do hype trains, just make like a rat jam, like hype emote or something. Like I guarantee people will fund hype trains so they can get that emote. Like, come on, it's that simple. But just more animal emotes. Everybody loves animal emotes. Don't make weird, creepy. I mean, I guess technically Yummy is an animal emote, but don't do that. Just take pictures of real animals. There you go, like rat jam. Fucking love that. It's not even a Twitch emote. All right. Anyways, let's do it. So I'm gonna have this up in the other window for a bit. I will show I'll show the real world record tutorial thing if I need to show it, but otherwise I'm just gonna have it muted on my other monitor so I can look at it occasionally. Let's do it. So let me get out of this mode. Just hide the disabled ones. We're not gonna load any more stuff right now. And of course, this stream is going to be disheveled and improvised in case that wasn't already obvious. So you can see that I'm floundering around forgetting what I'm doing right now. I'll get it together. It takes me like an hour to warm up on this and stop just looking for buttons. Oh, somebody found wide Boris. I don't think I've seen anyone use that yet. I enabled that one a while ago and just nobody found it. I think you can... Actually, I don't know how you're finding those. There might be a link or something you can click on if you have the plugins installed to find the 7 TV modes for each stream. I don't know where those are, but it looks like you all are having fun with them. What's this box? Is that a hitbox? What is that? Well, I'm getting distracted here. What the hell is that? What is that box? Oh, it's the finish text box. Like that tiny little rectangle there that I was looking at in the wall. I didn't understand what that was. Yeah, there's a hydrate. I think I missed a couple. Or did I miss any hydrates? Yeah, sneaky. Thank you for the hydrate. Okay, nobody else told me to hydrate. Can't do wide Boris. I'm kind of glad that you can't, but it would also look sick if you were allowed to just make it even wider. All right, so TASing, frames, current screen. We need to figure out where to cut this off to convert this into the no skips version. I'm gonna interchangeably say skips and no skips because I'm a dumbass. So just bear with me while I'm getting myself confused here. Pretty much, I think that the way this is gonna change. Why is my music stopped? What the hell? I fucking swear to God, I hate YouTube so much. There we go, okay. Anyways, the thing that we're gonna do here is figure out the cutoff point from which I could split off to a new task. And that's gonna probably be like right around here where I pick up the bombs. That happens around frame like 540 or so. So let's go ahead and play to 540 and see what we get out of that. It's about 540. We can, I think, pull that over a little bit more. No, it's like right here. So we've already opened it. We got that. Did they add a... Oh, you can just do that now. You just pet the emotes. Oh my God. Twitch, like literally the solution to your platform is just right in front of you. Just add more fun, dumb shit for people to do in chat. Like, these are like so many low-hanging fruit that you can implement to make your platform better. Oh well, maybe they'll learn someday. So let's go here. We got fast playback turned on. I need to turn off the damn debug messages. Those are for me. Hopefully nobody has to turn those on unless things are broken. So we're just about to pick up this bomb bag. Now let's figure out what the actual run does in this situation. So I am going to actually go ahead and turn this back on. Let's kind of bit by bit put this together. I'm going to more or less redo this run in a task, and then from there we're going to look for optimizations if nothing obvious pops up from it. So let's go ahead and have a look at this again. All right, so we just do that. We huck a bomb forward pretty much as fast as you can. All right, so this is the first bit. You could use a second bomb to get underneath. That was actually one of the task strats I used to use before we found the better route on the top right. But it would cost 2 bombs to do that. 1 bomb down at the floor and then another one over by the ropes, so you don't have to do this drop right here. But instead, it looks like we're using the second bomb to blow out that wall on the left side. I have to wonder if you need the ropes to do this. Hold on, what are the rules for this category? Complete the in-game tutorial by passing the upper left push block. You don't even have to push it, apparently. You can just blow it up with a bomb. Yeah, it's fairly clear. You need to come... I would say just come in from the left of the tutorial referee is probably what they intended by this. So that's the only rule that we have to abide by here. So the first thing I'm wondering is, do you even need the ropes in order to do this? If you don't go down in that pit, just to be clear. I mean, you save a little bit of time with ropes here. Not much, since you go up the ladder anyways. You don't need a rope for this. You can use this chain with the bat on it. This rope here also looks like a really minor time save if you have frame perfect ledge climbing. And then this bomb is probably a good time save because it would take a really long time for this push block to get out of your way. So I was saying I was going to probably follow the world record route, but I wonder if it's actually faster without ropes, if you can clear that 6 tile gap with a low ceiling. I wonder if it's possible to do that with like frame perfect coyote jumps and like velocity changes with your whips. So I think that's the first thing that I'm going to pursue here. So maybe we'll just take a different route and see how that plays out. Soviet, thank you for the oh my god, 30 months. Thank you for that. I always appreciate it. I understand anybody who doesn't resub to me because I only stream like once or twice a goddamn month, but I do appreciate the ones that I get. I just implement better Twitch TV and 7 TV. I mean, honestly, yeah. There's a lot of good ideas from those platforms. There's a reason so many people like those damn emotes. It's because they're good. Come on, Twitch. We don't need more elevated chat messages. Just fucking put moments back and then take ideas from people who actually know what they want on this platform. Then maybe people will stay here and give you more money. I say this every time because I feel bad. Axo, I only stream like once a month or maybe twice if you get lucky, and I feel legitimately bad, especially if I get subs from people that I don't really recognize who may or may not understand that they're getting scammed by a streamer that just is not consistent here. Just stream more. Dude, it is difficult for me to do that for a variety of reasons. It's hard to press the go live button sometimes when I feel like I have no idea what I'm going to do for a stream on that particular day. I should stream more often. Maybe that'll change in the future, but I cannot promise anything in good faith. So let's see how this goes. So we were planning to turn around at this particular frame. We were going to keep holding left, and then it looks like I placed the bomb on the frame after that. So we pick it up on the next frame, and then after that is the first frame. We could throw it, and from there we need to try the new route. I'm going to attempt to do this without ropes. I might actually do like a sort of low optimized version of both. See, I'm trying to think if I want to even make a rope like path. It's kind of a good idea to check both of them, but I would have to determine how much time I save from the ropes. Let's see if it's even possible. Look, we're gonna rule this out first. So let's see if it's even possible to do a 6 tile low ceiling jump without ropes. So let me go change my settings now. Playback targets, switch to recording. We're gonna clear remaining screen tasks, the same thing because there's only one level in this. So, and let's go. All right, so from here we want to hold left. And then it looks like what I did was I turned around and I hucked the bomb downward. I don't think I can actually throw the bomb on this frame if I recall correctly. Yeah, it just clicks. So I have to pick it up and then on the next frame I have to throw it. All right, so we throw the bomb on this frame. And then it's just kind of get through the wall as optimally as possible. So I think that's just going to consist of, I mean, really at this point, I don't even have to do anything in particular or hold left. So just kind of wing it and we'll clean this up a little bit later. So we're going to throw the bomb. And we chucked it on frame 517. So this bomb, you can see the fuse timer there. It's 141 right now, but it's 150 frames from when I throw this bomb that it's going to blow up. We want it to, I think, blow up in such a way that I don't have to ledge hang while I'm ascending these tiles. So let's go back to this. What we're going to do here is we're going to cheat a little bit with the placement of the bombs to see, like, where could this bomb be to get us an optimal explosion. If I destroy these 2 tiles here, in addition to the push block, what that allows me to do is just jump and then jump again. And I don't have to get stopped by the ledge, which means I can just do a running jump. And that means we want the bomb to be as high up as possible so that I can get my character as close as absolutely possible in the middle of the jump without getting destroyed by the bomb. That's just going to be like a really well-timed bomb throw into this corner, followed by me just like running into it. So let's go ahead and see how we would play that out. I'm just gonna see where the bomb settles. Okay, right about there. So we would pick that up. Where do I need to be standing in order to chuck this bomb? I know I'm recording this, but I'm gonna use like Spelunky to cheat a little bit. Where would I need to be when I chuck this bomb? We're just gonna kind of improvise that. So let's see here. I just like threw it like that and then jumped after it. That's gonna kill me if I didn't have God mode on. But that looks like a pretty good trajectory, like throwing the bomb from over here-ish. We just needed to tuck into this corner and then also be jumping like as it goes off in front of us. So let's go ahead and see if we can get that to happen. So I think the bomb is going to land kind of at my feet. Actually, can I pick it up faster? It always looks sick if you can grab these like immediately. Can I grab it when it hits the ground? That was a whip input. Now, I don't know if that's because I wasn't on the bomb or not. Doesn't matter too much. It just kind of looks sick if you can do that. I'm gonna try to pick it up one frame later. Nah, it doesn't look like you can pick it up. Whatever, that doesn't actually matter. So let's go ahead and wait where it's going to land. Alright, so we grab our bomb. Let me actually turn off the camera updates because we shouldn't need that for what we're doing here. I'll just zoom it out a little bit. Alright, and then we probably want to throw it from like over here-ish. Alright, I'm gonna make a tag for this particular frame. This is just kind of like, I don't know, I'm just gonna leave it as new. Let's make a second one. There we go. Good name for that tag. Excellent. All right, so that's going to be kind of like where I'm positioning myself for the bomb throw. All right, so how long until this thing blows up? I just kind of want to figure out when to start running. All right, so if I were to start, let's just say I started running, jumped, and threw it all the same frame, like when it hits, I don't know, maybe 20. Actually, 15. Yeah, let's just try 15. I would rather have it tucked up into the wall a little bit more, so I think I need to be further back. And of course it's going to kill me, so that means I need to throw it a little bit later as well, so it doesn't bounce like that. Or maybe I need to be a bit further away. Yeah, let's try that. So let's move for a couple more frames here. And then we're going to turn around. Wait for frame like, let's try like 12 this time. This is unfortunately, you just kind of have to brute force these sometimes to get it right. Alright, so now we're going to go ahead and just jump and throw it all in the same frame. And again, you can look at the input display down here. I can close this. This is kind of blocking chat if anybody says anything. But you can look at the input display down there to see what I just did on this particular frame. So we just chucked the bomb. Looks like I'm going to be too close to it again, but let's see. Ooh, that actually is pretty good. That's actually really good. That doesn't kill us if I do it on that particular frame. But it looks like I might not get enough jump height to be able to clear that, because it took out this tile. We need it a little bit higher up. So I think I need to be a little further back and throw it a little bit sooner. That's what it's looking like. I'm going to operate off of this particular one. Let's just say this is bomb weight. That's what we'll call this one. Alright, so I'm going to move just a little bit further back. Every one of these frame steps at full movement speed is about 1/7 of a tile, so I need to operate in reasonably small increments. Alright, so then we turn around and we wait. And then when it gets to, I think, 13, I'm going to do an up throw while I jump, and we're going to see where that puts it. I want it right in this corner when it blows up, and I want to be as close to it as possible myself. Well, I guess, okay, that was a little bit late, but let's see how it plays out. it's going to take out this tile. We really needed to not blow up this tile. So yeah, I need to throw it from a little further back and a little earlier. So one more frame. Turn around. Wait for it to get to 13 this time. And then throw it. We're getting pretty close. That, I think, is not going to blow up the lower tile, which is exactly what we wanted. Now let's see. So on the next frame, if my player was in the explosion, that would kill me. So we actually have a little bit of leeway here. If I can get myself a little bit closer and still get away with that bomb throw. And we are close enough to land on this. And what that allows me to do is this here, where I don't have to do any ledge hangs. So we absolutely want that. Ledge hangs are so goddamn slow. Alright, so that was pretty good. I'm actually going to go back one frame and try to do the same thing, but throw the bomb on the 13th frame. Sleep early for raid tomorrow. That is quite alright. Understandable. You have a nice... what time is it? It's close enough. You have a nice night. That sounded really aggressive. I didn't mean for that to sound aggressive, but it really did. You better have a nice night, or else. There we go. I think I delivered that one a little bit better. All right, so let's go to frame 13. All right, and now let's go ahead and do it. Yeah, I think the or else like really seals it. That looks pretty good. Let's see. But we can get closer. I think we could actually get a little bit closer to the wall here and still have this work out, and it won't kill me. So let's try this frame. Basically back to a frame that I had already like written off as not viable. The same thing as before. Get to fuse 13. And chuck the bomb. I'm not holding up. Does that not matter? No, I've been holding up this whole time. Hold on. I think that's important. Make sure I'm holding up while I do this. There we go. Alright. So there we go. That's the info we want. It turns the reply button like red. What the hell? What's that italics? Wait, is that the me command, except it still has a colon for some reason? What the hell is going on with that? No, I don't even know what you did there to get your chat italicized. You added the colon manually. Okay. I see what you're doing there. Why did that eat my jump input? Game, come on. Let me just use this. I'm supposed to be holding jump on that frame. There we go. Alright, what do we get from this? Oh, that might kill me. You're back still with bad internet. Well, I'm sorry to hear that the internet's bad, but welcome back. Yeah, it kills me. So what we can do for that is air stall just a tiny bit to make sure that we don't get hit by that after I throw the bomb. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to stall for a bit. I think I like the frame where I'm throwing the bomb, but we need to just stall a little bit in the air to get that explosion to work, but it takes out the tiles that we want. So let's see here. Let me pull this back just a little bit. Alright, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to not hold left for like one frame, and then I'm going to keep holding left, and we're going to see what that gets us. Yeah, it looks like just one frame of stalling during the air worked, because let's see, let me just double check. If I hold left this whole time... Yeah, that kills me. Now I can also put the stall frame a little bit later and lose a little bit less speed. Let's zoom back in so we can get a closer look at what's going on here. Like, every frame can matter in these runs. Let me also get my player velocity on screen because this could be important. All right, so what we're interested in here is the velocity. Velocity X, 0.145. That is the maximum, like, fast movement speed in this game as far as player movement is concerned. So once we're at that speed, we're basically at full running speed. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to just not hold left for a frame, lose a little bit of velocity, and let's see if that gets us past the bomb. We still die, just barely. So let's do that, but for like a couple frames instead. So get up to max speed, wait a couple frames, and then go. Oh my god, that is just a tiny little bit of the character gets hit by that. One, two, three. There are of course other like sub values that you could use for this. And that's something that I could potentially like go back and optimize later. I think we'll take this particular one for now. I like how that one played out. So let's see here. And that should get us to land pretty cleanly. And you might not have been able to hear it if your volume's low, but I just got to jump off of the ground there. You could jump on the frame that you touch the ground, but there are other interactions that don't work like that. This one just happens to. So we get another jump for like 8 frames or something, just to make it look clean. It's not super precise. Jumping, thankfully, doesn't affect anything once you're at maximum movement speed, so it really doesn't matter if we're in the air or not. You do accelerate faster while you're in the air, so there is a reason to be in the air doing certain maneuvers, but this is not one of them. So here's the thing that we're interested in. Let me zoom out a bit. Can I clear this 6-tile gap with a low ceiling without grabbing the ropes? We're not going to worry about like throwing a bomb or anything right now. I just want to know, do we need the ropes in order to do this? Because if you zoom out and look at the entire level, the rope usages are 1 rope to get out of this pit, bomb through the wall here. That I can't really see how there would be a better bomb unless maybe you bombed through like this here. But you wouldn't be able to get this tile right here, I'm pretty sure. Maybe you can actually. That's something to think about, I suppose. I wonder if a bomb tucked into this corner could get that tile right there and allow like an upper route to be faster, but you would have to go around all of this crap to do that. And then you would use the last bomb on the push block. Otherwise, you go through here, you go across the water, one of the ropes gets used here, it saves very little time by the look of things. And then another rope gets used here, which I think saves even less time. And not having to go into this pit and rope back out might just save us all of that time if we could jump across it. So let's do a frame perfect, like coyote frame jump with like slightly better falling velocity by whip canceling. I'll explain this kind of as I do it, and let's see if this is even possible to do. It'd be really sick if it was. So if I just run off this edge, I think, let's see what happens here. Now let's just leave all this over here on this side of the screen. All right, so what do we land on? Yeah, we land on the ground, so we're perfectly fine. Let's see, there's no coyote frame display here. I can show the coyote frames later if we need to see that. So let me try to remember off the top of my head how this works. What I'm getting at here is that the way this game works with coyote frames is if you're falling off a ledge, I'll just, you know, I'll show not tell. I'll tell and show it at the same time. Let me make a new one of these. New frame tag. All right, we'll operate off of that one. So if I just walked off of this ledge and did a perfect coyote jump, you don't think it allows for a funnier and earlier third bomb? Well, we'll see about that. Again, this is a task. I can weasel a bomb throw in almost anywhere. I just have to be able to pick it up. All right, so what's gonna happen? Watch what happens here with the game's like velocity and falling timer. On I think the next frame, the game is going to swap us over to the falling state. We are currently in the standing state. We're in the falling state now. And what the game is going to be doing is using coyote frames. Hello, visual. Our velocity went down a tiny bit. This is basically just gravitational acceleration is 0.01 per frame. But what's going to happen now is the falling timer is going to get set back to 0, and the game is going to start using coyote frames. And coyote frames basically means I can jump in mid-air. And that's where the term coyote jump comes from, is I have a few frames where I can press my jump button and the game will just let me jump, even though I'm not standing on the ground anymore. It is a very good mechanic to have in a platformer like this. And that's coyote timer. So it's at 4 frames right now. So we're going to go a couple here. Bloodstained Samil, thank you for the follow. We're at coyote timer 2 right now. What we need to do is on the next frame, I need to perform my jump because the game will let me jump until coyote timer. Never mind, fuck off. I had a feeling that's what that was going to be, but I give them the benefit of the doubt, okay? Severin, go have fun. There you go. I give them the benefit of the doubt. They don't have like very obvious bot names, so it's sometimes hard to tell. Thank you for the follow, bot. You broke up the monotony a little bit here. Let's go back to talking about coyote frames now. Anyways, I need to jump on coyote frame 1, which is the next frame, because on the frame after that, the game is going to set the coyote timer to 0 before it checks if I try to jump. So this means that the next frame, not the one after, is the last one that I could perform an air jump on. So let's just go ahead and do that. I just inputted jump. I now have jump velocity. And let's show the problem with this jump right now. This is not a terribly complicated jump if there isn't a ceiling in the way. But I'm going to bonk the ceiling right now. And I'm just going to fall. We don't even make it. We don't even make it to a ledge hang is the problem here with this. So the question is there a way that we can actually do this without even ledge hanging? We don't even want to get a ledge hang if we could do this correctly. So let me go back to about I think this frame here. Let me show you what this looks like if there's no ceiling in the way, just for a little bit of context on that. Put this back over here. So we're still holding jump. Should miss that. And you can actually land on the other side. That is a 6-tile jump right there. We want to be able to do that with a low ceiling. The ceiling is the reason why we can't do that jump easily, but we have task precision, which means we can get a literally perfect coyote jump. And there's another bit of whip tech that we can use to fall a little bit lower during the initial coyote frames, which means we will bonk the ceiling later and might be able to clear the gap by doing that. So the question is, can a TAS even get this ledge hang? Which I'm almost certain the TAS can get this ledge hang, but can the TAS actually clear the entire jump without grabbing this rope crate? That's really what I want to know right now. So let's go back and see if we can figure out how to do that. So the first obvious thing to do would be to stop holding jump so we don't bonk the ceiling and we can coast for a little bit longer before we lose all our vertical speed. I don't know if that's going to be enough, but that might get us a ledge hang if I had to guess. So let's go. I'm going to let go of jump now and let's see what happens. Yeah, if I can clear the jump. This is going to be a nightmare if people have to do this in real life, but that's what the TAS is for. It's not to compete with human runners, it's to see what is like theoretically possible. Yeah, so we actually barely clear the ceiling by not holding jump anymore. We do get a ledge hang. Alright, so getting the ledge hang is fairly trivial, but based on how close I was to not getting that ledge hang, I wonder if this is even possible. I was 99% certain that what I just did right here, I was 99% certain this was possible with the low ceiling, but the thing I don't know is whether you can go any further than that. But we do get the ledge hang, as you can see here. What if I hold jump for like one more frame? I think this is going to either not get the ledge hang or it's going to be basically the same outcome. But right there, we just bonked the ceiling. Yeah, we actually missed the ledge hang. That's the difference that one frame of jumping made, was that we missed the ledge hang because of that. So that's no good. We do not want that. And if I don't jump during that particular frame, there's our ledge hang. So already we have something that could save time. Let me go back to the video and try to just estimate how much time we would lose if we had to go get that rope pile, assuming that we got like good RNG from it. So back to this. Yeah, so you jump here, bonk the ceiling in order to intentionally drop yourself faster around this corner. And again, we're not worrying about the bomb throw right now. That's something we'll have to like weed into the route afterward. We'll see if we can get that to work. So you whip the ropes. I could RNG manipulate those to come a little further to the right. Don't know if that would help a lot. It might, but there's such a long delay on picking up this rope pile after it spawns in that it might not even matter. So let's see, you go down here, you grab the ropes. Then you actually... Why? I guess, okay, I suppose you can't really easily make this jump. The TAS would probably throw the rope from, I think, over here to get it out sooner. Because then you... Well, actually... there's an optimization problem here for when you throw the rope pile, because the TAS could definitely make the jump from over here pretty reliably. But then you have to travel horizontally a larger distance. You could run all the way over here and then throw the rope. But the thing is, you're waiting for an eternity for that rope pile to get thrown. The other thing you might want to do is jump and then throw the rope. But I have to actually see if the player's jump velocity is faster than the rope moving upward. I'm not sure. Yeah, right there. So you just kind of have to stand here and wait. Then you jump up, you grab the rope, and then you're pretty much where the TAS wants to be at that exact time. So how long did it take to do all that? And every frame matters when you do this. So right here, it's about, we're just estimating like about how many seconds this takes. So you're at 16, 17. Yeah, you waste about 2 seconds, I think, jumping into this pit and throwing the rope and then climbing back out. The TAS might be able to shave some time off of that. So I think this, even with the ledge hang, I can get out of this ledge hang, I think, in about 10 frames and have roughly the same speed that you have right here. Jumping might be fast, but you couldn't get it faster, RTA. There's so much finesse to rope mechanics. I'm not trying to avoid the ropes just because I hate rope climbing and TASes. I actually think it might be faster. But it would definitely save me a lot of trouble if I don't have to deal with the damn rope mechanics. So really, it's 2 birds, 1 stone if we don't have to grab that rope pile, because that means I don't have to learn how to do optimal rope mechanics. Wouldn't that be nice? So the question then is, can I do this without a ledge hang? Let's see, that's 759. We could find this frame again if we need to. So let's go back. Let's roll the clocks back a little bit and see if we can do the tech that I was talking about earlier. So all the way back to about here. Yeah, this is always going to be in the way. Again, I have a UI update that I'm going to make after I fix the pausing. And hopefully this UI won't suck ass after that. But unfortunately, Overlunky doesn't have like the features that we need for that, and I'm working on a PR that's going to add them myself. But I'm slow as fuck, and I've been doing other things, and it's just not ready yet. So that'll be a thing that eventually happens. Eventually. Alright, so the thing I was talking about here. You might remember that I mentioned earlier, the player's velocity. I'll just show it again. It gets set to -0.01. Then your coyote frames execute, and then if you don't press jump, then you start falling again. We want to fall that entire time. Like, we want to be a little bit closer to the ground, and the way you do that is you be in a state other than the falling state. And luckily we have one of those, it's the attacking state. So I think this one is lenient. I believe you just whip literally whenever you want to, and you'll get that effect. So let's just whip now and see what we get. Yeah, and there you go. You see, we are in coyote frames. I still have 3 coyote frames left, but I'm falling faster, which will get me further from the ceiling. And even though I'm going to be a little lower, and in theory would have trouble getting to this block, I think the much more important factor is that we don't bonk the ceiling. That's the thing that is like cutting off our 6-tile jump right now. We do not want to bonk the ceiling. So this would be the frame that we want to jump on. Let's see if this is even close. If this is not even close, then there's no chance that we could do this unless we find some like new tech that I'm not aware of. And we'll probably just want to take it for what it is and do the ledge hang and see if that's still faster than not grabbing the ropes. So let's see, we're in frame 2, so we need to jump now. The game processes it on coyote frame 1. How close to the ceiling can we get? Alright, so I'm going to let go of jump here, and let's see how we do. It looks like I could probably hold jump for one additional frame. I think we won't make the ledge hang anymore. Oh, we actually do make the ledge hang. That's interesting. This is not looking good. This is really not looking like I'm going to be able to clear this jump, but I'm going to push it to basically the limits of what the TAS is capable of and prove that it's not possible to do it. Alright, so we're holding jump for one more frame. We still don't bonk. Yeah, we still did not bonk the ceiling, so we could do that maybe for one more frame. But we're so far off. Like, you can see I'm a little bit higher on the block, but I think we're just too far off of the jump to be able to do it. Let's try it for a little bit longer. So I'm going to hold jump for that many frames. We haven't bonked yet. There we go, we just bonked. No re-grabbing? What do you mean by re-grabbing? I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Yeah, and then that's pretty much the same. We bonk there. We would need a considerable amount of horizontal distance to be able to actually make this work. I'm gonna say, based on what we know about how like movement and jump mechanics work in this game, that this is not possible to make this jump without a ledge hang. I'm assuming, since you're saying Spelunky 2, re-grabbing is like HD tech, and it's always good to think about HD tech, because I think a lot of the same devs might have had at least some involvement in this game. I'm not sure, but I feel like there's a lot of similarities. Oh, you're talking about, okay, Super Mario World. What is this then? Let's see. You can jump, release, then hold it again to increase horizontal speed again. In this game, jumping does not change your horizontal speed other than accelerating to running speed. So I don't think that would help us at all. Like, in this game, your horizontal speed is just 0.145. Always. Like, that's just what it's set to. Like, you cannot move horizontally any faster than that unless you get knocked back or you use whip ejection. We can't use whip ejection because we need to be in a ledge hanging state to do that. And we would lose time getting into the ledge hanging state here, and then we wouldn't be able to clear the jump anyways, I'm pretty sure. But for the most part, you don't get any horizontal speed by just doing things in the air in this game. You can just hold left and right and your speed is capped. So I think, I'm not familiar with Super Mario World physics, but it sounds like that's, yeah, it's not a thing. I'm pretty sure is what this is. What you're talking about is probably not possible in this game engine. But it's always good to ask. But yeah, it's not looking good for this. And if we were to, say, not have the ceiling here, and I held jump for like 1, 2, 3 frames instead, just a little bit more height, like, that's still not enough. This is how close we get to being able to do this. This is looking like beyond absurd that we'd be able to actually do that. I want to see how many frames I actually need to make this jump. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is 2 extra frames. That's still not enough. I think we need 3 extra frames in order to be able to do this, it looks like. Oh, even that wasn't enough. Now that one might be possible to optimize if I was a little bit further off of this ledge, but this is absolutely not looking possible. So let's go back to this frame. And the only thing I'm going to check now is how optimal was my coyote jump. Was it like really shitty? I don't think it was. I think it was pretty clean. Yeah, this is like kind of a mid-tier coyote jump. So I don't think it would help to do the jump any differently. What I mean by mid-tier coyote jump is you want to be on this platform by as little as possible, and then on the next frame you get as far out as possible during your first coyote frame. That's an optimal coyote jump. My alignment here is I'm about like 2/3 off the edge of the platform. Ideally I would be an entire like movement unit off the edge, but that doesn't look like it's going to matter because, again, we just saw that there's absolutely no way that an alignment is going to help me, and that's what you're saying there. So yeah, we're not going to be doing that. We're going to settle for the ledge hang, and let's see how much time we could save. Now the next thing that we have to worry about is the bomb throw. So first I'm going to perform the run with the ledge hang strat, and then we need to see if we can get a bomb throw in here, because we do have to weasel a bomb into all this to blow up the wall on the left, or this is definitely not going to save any time. There'd be a better way to affect the alignment in general. I could change my timing all the way back here, like when I jump through this gap, I could change my position over here, like as I throw the bomb a little bit to get a better alignment. But as it looks like that's not going to help. So there's not really any reason to optimize for that at the moment. That would be something to come back for if I want to shave frames off of this. If it turns out that a better alignment lets me like get through this wall more efficiently and get to something over here on the left one frame earlier, that's when I would go back and try to get a better alignment. But since we're going to get the ledge hang anyways, that means we're normalized. Our position is going to be exact when we get that ledge hang, and that more or less resets any like sub-tile alignments that we do on the right, because that ledge hang is going to set us back to this position every single time. And then from there, we have a clean slate for our horizontal position. It's always going to be the ledge hang. So most likely this alignment isn't going to matter unless I can get to this ledge hang one frame sooner. And that's what we're about to test right now. How early can I get into this ledge hanging state, and can we shave a frame on that? That's the only situation I could think of that would be useful. So let's just go ahead and try it and see what happens. All right, so we determined that we just need a normal coyote jump to be able to do this. Yeah, I don't mind explaining any of this. Always good to see if an idea actually works out. We're in coyote frame 2, we need to jump here. I believe I held jump until this frame, if I recall correctly. I can find the frame again that I was using, but let's let go and see what happens here. Yeah, we do not bonk in that situation, so let's see what our ledge hang alignment is like. Ooh, this is going to be close. I might actually want to realign. No, never mind, we don't want to realign. That was actually clean. I just barely get the ledge hang on that frame. If I was like just a tiny pixel away from this wall and didn't get the ledge hang, I would try to improve my alignment. But we pretty much were spot on with that ledge hang. I can actually show how close this was. So if we go back to this frame, let's see how far away the player was. Hit hitbox. So the edge of this tile right here is 34.5. The player is at 0.63. I mean, I already know this number. It's 0.13. This right here. I think you can read this. The resolution should be good enough. That is how far away we are from this wall right now. And again, the player moves at 145. So there's no way that we could be this much further off of that ledge to get here one frame sooner, is what I'm getting at, because we're almost at the perfect distance as it is. We would have to be this much further to the left to get here one frame earlier. So I'm going to say this is not a frame that we can optimize unless we do something drastically different with like the bomb throw. And again, that's shaving frames, and I don't want to do that right now. I would like to just get a baseline for this and then decide how much I feel like optimizing it. There's our ledge grab. So we're now normalized. And that means that anything I do after this, I could base off of the state I'm in for this ledge hang. However, we have to weasel a bomb throw into this. So hypothetically, how long would it take me to get to this wall if the bomb had blown up already? Because I need to know when I need to throw the bomb. Like right around when I get here, that bomb had better have blown up already, because it's going to kill me otherwise. So we're just going to go up to the wall and then go back in time and figure out when I needed to throw it and try to route that in. Because I just feel like that's generally the easiest way to do this. So I'm checking my notes real quick, because there's a quick sequence of inputs I can use to get up this ledge a little faster, except I closed my notes when I restarted my computer, so hold on a moment. This is not going to be on stream. I'll just like explain what I'm doing as it's happening. Oh my god, Windows, get out of the way. All right, where is it? Fast ledge hang with quick left movements. I'll look at what that is in a moment. It's usually a raid, but I don't have the thing up, so bear with me for a second, whoever that is. Jump up from ledge hang, quick horizontal. Jump away, up, towards, free fall, towards. Okay, so it's like alternating frames. What do we got? Unknown, thank you for the follow. Please don't be a bot. You don't have to say anything, but just don't be a bot, please. This is what the last one was. If you're a real person or a sentient bot, then thank you for the follow. Like, sentient bots are welcome in my chat. I just don't think they exist yet. So we need to jump away, jump towards, free fall. Okay, got it. Oh, let's go. It's a sentient bot. It's just what I've always wanted in my chat. Hello and welcome. And Blue Red, thank you for the follow. Alright, so this is the frame I just got the ledge hanging on. Yeah, it is. Okay. So we are going to jump. And you can see the inputs here and down here if you want to like understand exactly what I'm doing. Jump away. Hold neutral. Left. Free fall. And then hold left. And what that's going to do, this is just a sequence I more or less brute forced that I figured out just worked. Like, I tried a ton of sequences, and this one, for whatever reason, just like kind of lets you go up through that corner and step onto this. Yeah, I don't mind if people do late follows either. Like, I know Blue Red, you've been here, but I've had people that I just like didn't click the follow button for like months after I was like, yeah, this is probably worth watching. So I'm never upset to see that. Discover me during 15 years and look for streams. Oh, let's go. I got exposure. Everything is coming together now. Yeah, well, what you saw on that stream is more or less what I do here, except the one on that 15-year stream was way more structured. Despite the fact that I improvised it, I did like have a list of things that I was intending to do during that stream, so it was way more structured than it might have been otherwise. But welcome to the stream. We're making a TAS. So let's see what we've got here. So what I'm doing, by the way, is I want to see where this bomb would kill me. You understand it all as well? What, from like other games, or you mean like Spelunky specifically? I'm curious what your background here is, because like there's a lot of overlap in different games, but Spelunky is the only one I would say I'm quote-unquote a professional at TASing. Like, I know enough about this game engine. Oh, both of those things, that's even better. Well, enjoy the ride. So what we need to do here is set this off. I think it's idle counter. We're going to set this to 150. It's going to blow up on the next frame. Alright, so what I was trying to get out of this information is I would have died if I was any closer to this bomb. So we needed that bomb to blow up on frame 812. And then on 813, this is where I would have been. So keep that in mind, chat. 812 is the frame that we needed this bomb to blow up on, and that means frame 662 is when we need to spawn it, because it will blow up 150 frames later if I'm not a dumbass, which I might be, so let me check my math. Yeah, so 662 is when we need to throw that bomb at the latest. Any later than that and our bomb is suboptimal and it might kill us. There's maybe like 1 or 2 frames of leeway if I move a little bit differently, but we need to throw it around then. So the question is, what was I doing on frame 662? Or earlier? When can I weasel this bomb in? Because if I could get the bomb over there earlier, then that just reduces the amount of trouble it'll cause. So let's see here. I'm gonna make a backup of this. I haven't done this in a while, and if this crashes for any reason, I'm gonna change this to NS because I'm lazy. So tutorial NS, no skips, yada, whatever, nobody cares. So we're gonna save that, make some backups of it. I've never had my task wizard corrupt one of these like save files, but I don't want to risk that. This is a beta build with a couple of different changes that aren't in the live build yet. They involve pausing, but you never know when you're accidentally going to break something else, and I don't want to risk that. So be smart, folks. Back up your stuff. You could jump early so you can go further and survive. Oh yeah, I guess you're, well, not with this explosion. If I were in the air here, maybe, you know what? No, you might be right, actually. If I weaseled through this gap, I could probably clear this, but what I don't want to do is bonk into this minewood tile right here. That would be the problem. I could probably weasel up through here, and that would give me, I think, 1 or 2 frames. You are right, so that's something to keep in mind, but let's see if we even need to worry about that. We might have some leniency on when we could throw this bomb. Alright, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to change the frame rate behavior, or this behavior here, to not clear frames. And we're just going to kind of overwrite the task, like starting at an earlier point in time, and see if we could do all of this with a bomb throw without losing any time. So I need to zoom out a bit more. Put all this crap back over here. Let's just zoom out more. There we go. It's a little bit better. And we are going to go all the way back to, let's see, is this frame important? No, this is our ledge hang frame. Let's just repurpose this one. We want to go all the way back to what I say was 662. Oh man, that's pretty far back. What was I doing on that frame? Oh boy. Oh, that's going to be a mess. Okay, let's see. I can't even see what I was doing on that frame. Let me actually stay in playback mode. Let's just analyze what we're doing here before we make any bad decisions. Oh boy, this is what we were doing on frame 662. That's actually really bad. Alright folks, so we got some problems to solve here. Yeah, because we're not dealing with any of this bullshit, like the routing for this for normal people is to throw the bomb here and then waste 2 seconds going down to get the rope pile. Since we're not doing that, we're all the way back here. And the problem with this situation is that we have to throw this bomb. I think I need to redo this segment then, like just a little bit. I need to tweak this segment because what I'm going to have to do is throw this bomb, grab a bomb off of the ground, or maybe like throw another bomb like right after it. It's really weird to throw objects and then grab them under your feet because I think you have to wait for the throwing animation to end before you could do that. I could test that. Let me switch to free play, which just means the task isn't going to do anything anymore. So let's see here. If we were in this situation... Oh my god, I just fucking... I complained... This happens once a stream, chat. I accidentally closed a Chrome window because Windows has this shitty corner snapping feature, and now I need to reopen all of this stuff again. We're just listening to a different song, new song. There we go. Alright, chat's back up. I'm just complaining about Windows things. Hello, Captain. Yeah, throwing another there might not work. We might be able to weasel in a throw and like a bomb grab, but I need to see how that's going to work out. So let's see, how could we do that? I feel like I did something like this in the old route that I had for the tutorial with skips, where I bounced the bomb. There might be a way to salvage this. There usually is. Let's go back into free play mode and see what we can work with here. Alright, so what I was trying to do is if I had a bomb here, and I wait a few frames, and then I spawn a second one, and I were to like throw it in this kind of situation here. Alright, so if I throw this bomb like this, what state is my player in? Alright, so we're in the throwing state. I actually can grab it, I'm surprised. I thought you couldn't re-grab things during the throwing state. That's actually really good then. We might be able to get this to work. Let's see, how would this work? So I would chuck the bomb. At that point, I want it to bounce a little bit, like on against the wall, so that it stays put. Let me see how many frames I have to wait to do a re-grab. I think I can do it just 1 frame later. Alright, so in this situation, I'm going to throw the bomb, wait a frame. Yeah, you can do it after a frame here. There has to be a gap since I'm pressing the attack button like twice in a row, or else obviously the game wouldn't see it. It would just think I'm holding it down. But we can actually immediately grab another bomb in that situation. So this might not be as bad as I thought it was. What I have to do here then is I need to get the bomb into position in this corner. Let me just replay it back to this point. I need to get the bomb into this corner and have another one in my hands as it's going off. So frame by frame, what was going on while I was doing that? Optimizing the first throw is going to be a pain. Yeah, well, that's why we're cheating. That's why we got the task tool for that. So hypothetically, what would I need to do here? Because what I'm doing in this situation is I throw the bomb and then I immediately start running. And then it goes off at like just the right time for me to like slip past it. So let's see, if I was further back, or do I need to be closer? I'm trying to think, what do I need to do here to be able to have 2 frames? I need to throw this bomb, and then I need time to grab the one that's on the ground and then jump. That could just be jumping later, honestly. Like, I could start running and pick up the second bomb while I'm running and then jump. It means I'm going to be a little bit lower when I get to this point, which honestly could actually get me over there. I hadn't even thought about that, actually. If I can just barely skim this jump, maybe I might be able to save frames. Yeah, this is actually, if my character was right here instead, but was still able to get onto this ledge, that means I could be further to the left when this explosion happens. So I just need to make sure that I can get up onto this ledge. This is good. I'm stupid. I could have probably shaved a few frames off of this by doing that earlier. Can I cook it from earlier? Yeah, that's what we're gonna try to do, I think. You're still on the ground when you throw it. No, I think we're going to do that. I'm not sure if that's for the same reason you thought it, but we are going to drop the bomb a little bit earlier than the mid-air frame here, because we have some leeway. It just has to get to the wall on the left side before we do. But we have a little bit of leeway on that. The frame 662 is pretty much the absolute latest that I can spawn the bomb and not lose time. So what we're going to do in this situation is place the bomb in front of our feet right as we're going to like throw the other one. Let's see, is there going to be any jank associated with that? You know, there's only one way to find out if there's going to be jank, and that's just to try it. So I have a backup of the task before I started messing with it here. Let's start messing with it. So I'm going to go to this frame. I still have it set to not overwrite frames, so I can just kind of follow along with it. Alright, so what did we do? We did a jump and a throw. I need to find a setup that doesn't require me to jump. Let me switch to free play, actually, and just try something here. If I just started running and did not jump, I think I get the same trajectory because I think my character actually doesn't inherit the jumping speed until the next frame. Yeah, it blows up in the same spot. So jumping on that first frame didn't actually do anything as far as the bomb trajectory is concerned, so we do not have to jump on that frame. That's good. So if we go to this frame now we're actually recording. Can I, like, place the bomb on this frame? First of all, what happens if I just hold... Let's go back to free play. What happens if I just hold down and place the bomb? I forgot. I think this is a first frame down throw. Yeah, I hold down and... Wait, where's my... Switch to recording. Am I not in recording? Can I hold my, Oh, I'm in free play. I'm a dumbass. Yeah, that's a first frame down throw. You can see that I chucked the bomb downward. You just can't see the inputs here because I'm not recording. Hello, Mr. Pot. So I need to hold down, then place the bomb. So we hold down. I think I can actually let go of down and place the bomb, and it'll still do placement mechanics. And then we want to throw upward. And then I can... Oh, I can actually grab it there. I didn't think that would work. Let's just see how this goes. Let's see. I like my playback so far. Let's see how this plays out. That's really clean. I think I just first tried that. So now the question is, when do I jump? Let's see. It's gonna blow up there. I think I want to be a little further to the left before I do all of this now, because what's going to happen here is I could be right about there instead of up here. I think there's frames to be saved in this situation, so let's go back a little bit and see if we could do better. Let's see, what was I doing? So I placed the bomb there. And me holding down is what causes me to get like really slow during that whole procedure. So I wonder if I could get away with placing this earlier so that I don't have crawling speed when I actually perform the maneuver. So let's try that. Let's place the bomb a little bit earlier and see how that plays out. Alright, so I'm gonna hold down. I'm gonna place the bomb. I'm gonna wait. Let's see, that's the frame where I start running and I throw the one in my hands. Let me just watch my character's velocity to see if I'm actually at crawling speed right now. It looks like I'm not. I'm at running speed by the look of things. Just pick that up real quick. That's such a waste. We could be all the way over here when this goes off. Yeah, we could be all the way over into this area when that bomb goes off and still be able to clear this jump. There are several frames that we could save doing this, and I want to save them now because I think these are very obvious in retrospect. Just be lower when we do this, because it turns out you don't have to jump to get the correct height on this bomb. So if that's the case, how do I optimize this to be further to the left with this bomb throw? Let's see, we use our running speed for that. We throw it from about here. So how can I get it in this spot from further to the left? And I think deflecting it off the wall might be an answer. I'm gonna have to probably redo a bunch of the spacing for this in order to get that to work. Let's see. Okay, I like what I have now a little bit more. The TAS is a little bit scuffed right now because the path isn't going to be accurate. But let me do this. Let's play up to this frame because we like this so far. Actually, one frame earlier. Alright, go to free play mode. So this bomb could be as far back as like over here. But that doesn't give us a whole lot to work with. We need this tile to explode to be able to clear that jump. Go earlier and further right with it being fine. We want this tile to explode, I think. You know, that's actually a good point. I've been assuming we need that. What if we had it blow up here? Nah, I want to be jumping at that point. Okay, let me delete all these and test something here. Just get rid of this. We don't need that. Is this jump possible? Let's see. If I'm at like running speed and I land on this, I can actually just test it like this. So if we were like right here and I press jump, how far over can I get without bonking that corner? Is it possible to just do a running jump up a staircase like this is what I'm trying to test here. It's a little bit hard to test just on the fly. You're gonna graze that corner pretty hard. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna actually test this by setting my velocity. Come on, game. I'll be on that corner. I'm trying to set up like kind of an approximate like best case scenario here. And that would be if my velocity was this right here. And I press jump on like this, actually maybe the next frame, hold on. My X position was like over Be over here. Okay, I think this is kind of like a best case scenario. That is possible, so yeah, we could do it if the bomb only took out one tile. We could still clear that corner. It's just very, very precise. But you can do like a running jump up a staircase like this if you need to, it looks like. I don't think you could do it for more than like one step like this, but we could make do if we needed to. Okay. I don't think I need that tile. When you say that tile, are you talking about the one here? Yeah, you were right. Yeah, it looks like that's the case. Is that in the run that you have here? Hold on. Let me go back and look at your exact setup for this. Now, what do you do here? Yeah, you chuck it in like the same exact spot. It bounces a little bit. Yeah, but you do get this corner for this particular run, so it must have been another run that you did. That YouTube, you don't have to fucking buffer every single frame. Like, come on, guys. YouTube, you literally have all of this stored for me ahead of time, and you're telling me you need to buffer. I have 14 seconds of buffer stored, and YouTube is lagging when I try to advance one frame. Marvelous technology we have in current year. Yeah, and then obviously you did a lazy jump here because you didn't have like a corner. Happened during a failed attempt. Well, what you did was apparently really, really fucking precise because it looked... I wouldn't say it's frame perfect, but for sure, but it probably is, if I had to guess. Or maybe like 2 frames if you get lucky with that. And it probably, that would depend on like what your lineup was. You need to just barely land on this corner and jump like immediately, or maybe 1 frame later if you're moving a tad slower. But anyways, we know that we have a little bit more flexibility here. I would prefer to do this, if at all possible, but we don't have to. So anyways, the whole premise of what I'm trying to accomplish here is I want this bomb to let me as far to the left as possible before it blows up without killing me. And that's, let's go all the way back to, actually we're at the right frame, I think. Yeah, so it's gonna blow up here. I want to not switch to recording. Alright, so it blows up right there. I want to be over here, but I still want the bomb to be in that spot. I think the way you do that is you, like, chuck the bomb upward like this. Like, up against the wall, and then it'll get kind of like a shallow bounce. And we could have it bounce, like, all the way over to here. And still get away with this. Interesting. I deleted the bomb, and it still spawned the explosion. We'll just get rid of this bomb and see, like, what this would feel like instead. So if I were, like, all the way over here... Oops. Oh god, I hope I didn't fuck up the stream. I accidentally pressed something on Windows. Alright, so if I were like all the way over here, and I just throw the bomb up, what do we get? You can see how it's a shallow bounce, but that was definitely too steep. Or that was like still too far over to the right. What if I did it from like over here or something? This is just an up throw. I could jump if I needed it to be steeper. We get something like this. And the problem here is I can't be jumping yet until that bomb explodes, which we would want to have happen like right around there. There's not really a good way to get it to have less speed to the left unless I do a weird turnaround throw. Let's see, when does this blow up? We have a little bit of time to play with this bomb. It's got 1 whole second on it. That's like an eternity for a TAS. So the way that you can also get a weird slow throw is I can be moving to the right like this at full speed. I could turn around for 1 frame and throw the bomb. And I can get a really shallow like bounce from it by doing that. And that would be decent. I could pick up the other bomb here, have this go off like right in this spot. I think that might be what we have to do here. TV Robot throws the bomb further to the left, but you're not sure if it matters or is helpful. What do you mean further to the left? I mean, yours was like perfectly tucked into the corner. Or do you mean TV robot is further to the left when throwing the bomb? Because you can probably get away with a few different things here to get a bounce like this. The problem is I need to have time to grab the other bomb and then optimize my jump for like perfect height here. Because I think what's happening is with both of you, you're not going to be nearly as close to that bomb when it goes off as I'm going to be, so it doesn't matter quite as much like how precise this is, as long as you take out this corner right here. I'm going to go with my gut instinct here, and I think I know what I need to do to get this to work, so let's go back in time a little bit more. We have a backup of this task if we need to get it. So I'm going to not throw the second bomb right now. We're going to once again forget about the second bomb, and we're going to try to route this in to work a little bit better. So switch to recording. I'm still going to overwrite frames for now. I don't think that'll end up mattering, but we'll see. I already placed the bomb. Well, let's see, what do we have here? So this bomb is going to go off in 19 frames. Yeah, we were waiting before this is what we were doing. I guess I have a thing for that, don't I? So let's just start from here and see what we can do with this. So I'm going to be overwriting the rest of the task. We can get that all back if we need it. Yeah, I needed to cook for longer, or rather for less time. Okay, so let's go back like just 8 frames or something. And let's just see what we can do with this. So if I were to get to like the middle of the tile and just up throw it, I just want to get a feel for how this is going to play out. This is going to bounce pretty hard. We don't really want it to be doing that. I want to probably have lower speed, or no speed at all, or even be turning around when I throw this bomb. Because I guess I can actually look at the hard numbers for this. So this bomb right here, it's entity. Can I pick this up without? Okay, there we go. Let's look at this bomb for a moment. So this bomb is velocity X is what we're interested in. If I throw this bomb from a standstill, it gets 0.23 X and Y. It gets just thrown diagonally. Let me make it last longer. Put that back to 0. Alright, it's not going to blow up anymore. So if I was at running speed and I threw this bomb, it should inherit my velocity. And you can see that there, it inherited it. It added the velocity of the player, 0.145, to the velocity of the bomb. For some reason, this doesn't happen when you throw bombs that out of your inventory, but if you're holding a bomb and you throw it, it does inherit the velocity. There's no consistency in this game, but we know that we cooked this bomb, so we can throw it faster. That's just basic physics. We don't want that, is the problem here. So the other thing that we can do with this bomb is we want to slow throw. We want it to, like, just glance off the backboard here and be in roughly this spot when it blows up, while I'm, like, standing under it, picking up the second bomb that I spawned in, so that I can jump up underneath it right after it blows up, and that should give me a pretty optimal distance. I want to be as far to the left as possible when I do that. So in order to do that, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to run to the left. Actually, I think, let's see, we're going to go up to the wall, run to the right. Player's velocity is down here. They're kind of overlapping. If I turn left and throw this bomb, it should inherit the rightward velocity that I have right now. And that would be this right here. And you can see now it actually has less velocity because I was moving to the right and I whipped around and threw the bomb, but my character is still sliding to the right. So it ended up subtracting speed from this bomb throw. 0.098 specifically got subtracted from the default velocity of the bomb. And that means when it hits the wall, it's going to lose even more speed. And it's going to go up really sharply and be able to take out this tile if it blows up on the correct frame. Probably this frame as well. This one would not be able to do it anymore. And if I waited longer, it would fall back down and maybe set this off again if I had it a little closer. But that's the gist of what I want to do with this bomb throw. So let's see, how can we How can we do that efficiently is the question here. So let's just start with what we've got and see how close I can get to doing that. I want to run all the way up to the wall. Looks like I don't have time. Yeah, it's going to blow up in 5 frames, so let's give ourselves a little bit more time. I'll tidy up the inputs later, like where we wait and how long we do it. But for now, let's just get the proof of concept figured out. Alright, so my character is going to bonk the wall here. Let's turn around. Get up to maximum running speed. And it's just going to blow up 3 frames. Still not enough time. Let's give ourselves a little bit more. Run up to the wall. Turn around. So let's see what's going to happen here. I need to be holding right. Now we're at max speed. Now we hold left and throw the bomb. And let's see, 656, just in case I need that particular frame. That's a coincidence, that's that frame right there. Let's just see what happens. That's going to take out this tile here. We don't want that. I think we want it to go off 1 frame later. So we probably want to do this whole setup a little bit earlier. That could be it, though. I think 1 frame later would get it for us. Isn't this fine? Well, is it fine? You might... Hold on. Is this fine? Let's see. Before we mess this up, let me not go off assumptions. Again, I don't like having the 1 step here. But if we can clear this... Because let's see, I threw the bomb, I ran to the right... I had time to pick up the bomb that would hypothetically be on the ground right here, and I could start holding left at this point. And I could be jumping. This might actually be better. Let's see, yeah, I need to question myself here. This might be better. Because we can be further to the left when we start this jump, because we cleared a little bit more distance under the bomb explosion where we have a safe spot. And then we can do this corner jump. I can align this if I need to. And if alignment is bad, I can very easily just shimmy like a little bit to get the alignment to be better for this corner jump. But we already established that this corner jump is possible with a single tile here. So this might actually be good. Let's see, what was I doing back at frame 581? And why do I have... I'm messing with the wrong frame tag. Yeah, right here. Okay, this is where we started moving away from the wall. So this could be a good input sequence. So we would tuck ourselves against the wall. On frame 647, we start moving away from the wall. On frame 662, I think it was. Yeah, 662 is the latest that we can deploy the other bomb. I might have time to actually drop it after I throw this bomb here. I'd kind of like to do it earlier. It'll make it a little bit easier. Because if I spawn it in while I'm standing here, it'll settle roughly in that spot, and that's right where I'm standing in this position here. And then I can grab it, run left, jump up under this explosion, do a really precise corner jump here, and get through this gap without losing any horizontal velocity. And that would be perfect. Drop the second bomb as you're running to the left wall. I could do that. What I worry about is that might be too early, because I don't know when I need to throw it while I'm over here on the left. I might have to throw it really late, is my concern, because I don't know if I can get it across that gap easily with the like weird coyote jumping I'm doing here. Like if there's any like state canceling that happens. I don't know when I'm going to be in the ledge hang. That doesn't seem like it'll be very hard to optimize. So what I'm going to do, once again, I'm not going to spawn the second bomb. I'm going to do the route without the second bomb and then try to edit it back in now that we know that we have a faster path, and we should be able to spawn the bomb in while we're standing down here. I want to hold right on frame 647. So we're going to go all the way back to this frame here. Alright, so what are we doing on this frame? 647. Don't let me forget. Alright, so this is us. Hold on a second. What did we just do here? I broke my bomb weight, I think. Yeah, so I spawn the bomb in here. Oh, I throw the bomb. I wait for it to land. I pick it up right there. And then let's tuck ourselves into the wall after that. I'm trying to clean up my input sequence here. 647. Yeah, just remember that. It's very important. Alright, so we grab our bomb. We tuck ourselves up against the wall. And then we wait until frame 647, and then we do things. Alright, and then on frame 647, I'm going to make that the bomb wait frame. I'll just say like, start the bomb throw. It's kind of like when we start the sequence. We start moving because we're done waiting for it. Which is just wait done. Alright, we're done waiting on this particular frame right here. 646, and then on 47 we go for it. And I could be off by a bit. I just want to have like some labels on what I'm doing here. There is text here, but it's very hard to read because it's red on red, and it's just the dwelling being the dwelling. But I know what I'm doing here, I think. We need to get up to full speed. Turn around and up throw the bomb. And then at this point, I'm just gonna stop moving for a second. Actually, I think I did that one frame too early, but let's just see where it winds up. I believe I'm one frame early. I mean, this is what I wanted originally. I could pick up the bomb, start a jump. I mean, honestly, if I can just get this to work. But then, no, then I can't be further. No, we actually do want this tile to get destroyed. So yeah, I need to do that one frame later. 647 was the last wait frame, is what it was. We should be in recording mode now. Right, now we start going for it. Throw it. And then I'm just going to go idle and see what plays out. Those are the tiles that we wanted to break. Now I want to figure out when I should be starting to run. So let's get a new frame. Alright, so let's just start immediately. Just hold left. See what happens. Not even close, like we bonk into the wall. So we don't want that. So how long do we wait? Let's just stall for 1-2 frames. And then start holding left to see what happens. Pretty good. I think I could be a little bit further to the left and still get away with this. The tiles have collision on this frame, but on this frame they no longer have collision, so we could be a whole, like, running unit further over, I think, and still get away with this. Let's go back to this frame here and start holding left. I'm not even going to bother jumping right now, because I know I'll die if I jump right now. That's pretty good. That's about half a player, like, width across it. Computer science. I mean, yeah, kind of. It's programming, it's software development, but yeah, it's computer science. That's kind of what we've got going on here. Mostly, though, we're just TASing a dumb video game, but there's software involved. How can I get myself a little bit further over? I could cancel my speed and then just accelerate on a different frame. I mean, I kind of know how to do this alignment. How much time do I have? Let's see here. I have very, very little that I can work with here to adjust my position. What I want to do is be a little bit further to the left while I do this. Because let's see, I turn around, I throw the bomb, I slide, and then I immediately start resisting that. But we need to have this speed during our bomb throw to get this really precise throw. Now it is possible to cut your speed even harder than this, so I wonder if I should do that. Let's go back to this frame. So if I hold left on this frame, I could cut my speed even more sharply. And then let's just hold left for like a frame, wait, and then go for it and see what we get. That's actually really good. That's very close. I'm going to only go back and optimize this if the ledge hang is one frame off. I think we're going to play with this one and see where this gets us, because this one's actually really good. So we're going to take this alignment for now, and let's just jump now and see what happens. That kills us, so we cannot jump that early. Wait a couple frames. That will kill us on the next frame if we jump any earlier, so I think this is the earliest we can jump. Does this get us clear of the corner? Oh god, that is so precise. Oh, we're still in the jumping state. You know, that's actually going to be an issue I hadn't thought of here. We're still in the jumping state. I'm wondering if maybe this is not actually the way to do this. Because we're going... Yeah, we're moving upward. We have not stepped on this tile yet. And that's not going to work for us, because I can't jump off of this till I actually land on it. Like you can see here. There we go, we just landed on it. And we're way too far to the left. I need like a better jump arc. I think you need to jump for, let me check my notes. I think it's 6 frames to jump up a ledge. Up one tile ledge. No, 5 frames of jumping to get up on a ledge. There's a way to do this with whip heavy state, but that's not going to help much. It would take 8 frames to land on that if we can't use whip heavy state. God, that takes so many frames. It takes 13 frames to jump up a 1-tile ledge if you can't use heavy state. Otherwise, I could do this in, I think like 8 or 9 frames. So let's see, how would that play out? But I can't jump any earlier than I just did. This is going to be a really tight window. I kind of not sure how well I can optimize this. Let's see, how many frames do we have to play with here? I need about, what did I say? I need about like 12 or 13 frames to be able to jump off this ledge again. So let's see here. If I jump now... Why is it not jumping? Come on. There we go. Yeah, 5 frames of jumping. It's just, I'm too close to the ledge at that point. So I mean, yeah, I guess at that point we just have to cut our losses on that and start from further to the right, I think. Like, clearly I'm not going to be able to do this from under the explosion and get this jump and then get this precise corner jump if I'm this far to the left when the bomb goes off. So I think we just have to be further to the right when the bomb goes off to get that to work. As sick as this alignment was, I can't think of any other way to do this, because I'm not going to be able to get on this ledge until I'm falling. And I'm holding something in my hands, hypothetically, so I can't use whip heavy state to land sooner. Isn't the momentum worth it when you are this far left? Now you're saying like stall a little bit and like take the L? You might be right. Well, let's think about what's the alternative to doing this. Yeah, what is the alternative? The alternative to this is that I need to start my jump from over here, which is difficult to do because of where I have to throw the bomb from. I guess that's not that difficult. The alternative is that I wait for the full like 12 frames to land on this, and I stall out while I'm over this corner so that I can immediately perform the corner jump. So I would perform this jump, I would wait here for a bit, and then fall diagonally into this corner, and then immediately jump again. And I could do that from this position, and it sounds like, honestly, I think the outcome is pretty much the same, because the thing I'm constrained by is when I'm allowed to start my jump. The thing is, though, this is an optimization problem. If I'm under the bomb like this, I can't jump until too late. If I'm over here, I'm too far to the right. There's a sweet spot right around here where I need to get my player character, and I think it's like right here. Something like this, I think, is where I want my player when the bomb goes off. But I don't know how exactly to optimize this other than brute forcing it. And the outcome is going to be kind of... Let's see, is it going to be the same? I mean, this gives us more height, and I think the limiting factor, when we're all the way over here, we're constrained by the jump. When we're over here, we're constrained by lateral movement. We want to minimize both of those factors. This is one of those frame shaving things where maybe it's not worth hyper optimizing this right now until I see how the rest of the run is going to play out. So I'm going to go with my gut instinct, and my gut instinct is telling me to move a little further to the right as the bomb is blowing up and then try to jump into it. But the thing is, can I get one additional frame of jump height, like in the first place, while doing this? And for that matter, if I'm over here, I don't care if this tile gets destroyed or not. Like, I don't even need this tile to be gone if I perform my jump from over here, and that means the explosion can be higher, and that means I can jump from higher. Because we don't save any time by not having this tile here, is what we've established, because I have to be too low to get an optimal jump anyways. I hope that makes sense. It makes sense to me a little bit. It's so hard to say for sure what I need to do. Let's go back to this frame and think about this. So this is the frame where I would start moving. Might be worth saving. Yeah, let's see. I haven't... Well, what really have we optimized in that? I'm trying to think, what do I want to call that? This is something I also want to put in Task Wizard at some point, is branching paths. Like the ability to have all of these under one single like task file, and you can like switch between branches, but that is very, very fucking complicated on the UI, and it's not that I couldn't do it programmatically, it's that I didn't have a good way to like do that in the UI without it being just an utter nightmare. But that would be nice for situations like this where you want to like peruse several different routes at once. You would have like branches here, and you could just toggle between like which path you want it to take from there. Maybe even merging later, but that would be a programming nightmare, but that's a future me problem. Yeah, it would be cool. There's a lot of things that would be cool in this, but I gotta fix the UI before I can do anything like that. So let's see, what do we have? So this is the path where we... I'm just gonna name this. I'm just gonna name this like corner. Like this is the corner jump setup. I'm gonna save it. And now I'm gonna go ahead and ruin it. I feel like I don't like that setup. I don't like the setup that ends up like this. I feel like I want to use this one. Just instinctively, it seems like this would work better. Let's do this one first. So in order to get that particular setup to work, we need to go... What frame are we at? Let's see, we're just waiting here. Right here. Alright, so let's see. I don't remember which frame was which. I think this is the one that's going to get me the corner jump, but let's run it back and see what we got. Yeah, that gets us the corner, but I want to do that with the bomb exploding 1 frame later, which means I need to throw it 1 frame earlier. Right here. Okay, that should be getting me the one that I wanted. That gets me the setup that I wanted. Though potentially, well, no, if that bomb goes off any later, it's not going to blow up this tile. So this is I'm kind of locked into this particular bomb explosion. So after I threw the bomb, I have about 10 frames to grab the second one and then perform my jump. Let's do it without the second bomb and see how that goes. Alright, so right after we perform the throw, this is where I need to figure out what to do next. So we just threw the bomb. Let's just do the stupid scenario. I'm gonna hold left immediately. I'm gonna hold left and jump immediately. Right now. Let's just see what happens. And we obviously die, but I want to see like by how many frames do we die in that situation. We also bonk the wall, so it's bad for multiple reasons to do it like that. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to hold right for like a couple frames. And let's just see when we get to the wall this time. Actually, jumping does have different velocities, so I'm going to jump for a frame just so I'm not on the ground, and I get the acceleration from the air. It's the same velocity in the air, it's just different acceleration, I should say. That would get us to the wall later than we want to be, but we're not going to be able to really get there quickly anyways. So I need to jump a bit later than that. So I hold right, I'm going to wait a couple frames, and then jump. That's going to kill us. Yeah, what we want to... You know what we want to do? We want our jump to look like this, I think. I don't even have to be at max running speed necessarily. I just need to... Well... No, we want to be at max running speed in this position. Right here. That's what we're aiming for. So I need to find a start that gets me to max running speed and just barely clears this corner. Because then we know that we have enough time to land and jump again and go over to the left side. That is what we're trying to do here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually get rid of the bomb, go to free play mode, and just find out like roughly what position will get us that. So let's see, if I just, we'll do a standing jump. So if I just jump like this, that's pretty much it actually. Let's see, when do we land? And that's plenty to clear that corner. Alright, so I was like right about here, right? I think this is where I did it from. So from a standstill, like 5 frames of jumping. That was 6 frames. From a standstill. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's very good. So that's about where I want to be at standing speed. If I were running, well, first of all, let's find out if we have to be running or not to do it, because there could be multiple setups that have the exact same outcome, and there's no reason to check them all if we don't need to. Oh, lily pad. Send good vibes. Oh, I appreciate that. I didn't do speed runs today either, so there's plenty of good vibes going on right now because I'm not salty from like bad low percent runs. Thank you for stopping by and sharing even more good vibes. I just have to figure out how to optimize this frame perfect jump. But you know what? That's fine, because when we screw it up, we can just try it again. So let's see here. So I want to be in about that position. I'm sliding really far back because I'm holding right for too long. All right, let's optimize this in such a way that I stand right at about here. That's what we want. So if I just don't move, I slide a little bit too far back, so I'm going to resist that for 1 frame. That's probably too close. I'm gonna stall and then resist for 1 frame. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna stall for 2 frames, hold back. That right there, that's pretty good. That's where we want to be standing when we start our run here, because we will be at max velocity when we get to the wall. When can I jump is the next question. So we're at about, we're exactly right there. All right, so let's be stupid. Let's jump immediately. All right, so that'll kill us. Let's wait like 5 frames. And then jump. Okay, we would have died on the next frame here. This is where this, like, corner cutting comes in. I could be over here, or I could be 1 frame higher in my jump over here. But I think what we want to do is barely clear this corner. That's what we're trying to optimize for. I don't think I hit that, right? No, I still have full velocity. So the only question would be, can I be further to the left and still perform this jump? And based on like my height here, I think maybe not. That is a frame I think we'll try to shave off later. Let's see how this one plays out. Alright, so I don't know what frame I'm going to land on this surface, so I'm going to just start holding jump for specific frames until I find the one that allows me to actually leave the ground. So let's see, what frame are we on? We are on 78. So I'm going to just hold jump. And, okay, that was actually it. We got the correct frame, I'm pretty sure. Let me go back 1 more. Alright, so if I hold jump on this frame, I don't get a jump. But if I wait 1 frame and then hold jump, we do get a jump. Perfect. Alright, so that we're kind of back where we were earlier. And you can see the like weird zigzagging path on the TAS. Oh, this is actually really nice to see. Look how much faster I got over here with this route. Let's see if I'm not mistaken. Wait, how did I get here this fucking fast? Close this. It's very hard to see what's going on, but it looks like I would have been... Or maybe we only have to pull another frame. I can't tell what's going on here, but let's just see how much faster we got to this point. 720. It's going to start pulling these inputs over. 20, it's like 30. I think we saved about 10 frames doing all this, which is a 1/6 of a second. That's not very exciting, but for a tool-assisted speedrun, that is still a very good time save. I think we saved 10 frames by just being closer to the wall while doing all that hot garbage. So let's once again do our perfect coyote jump. Is this good or bad? Hold on, this might be a bad coyote jump. That's a really, really fucking bad coyote jump, but it might not matter. As long as we get to the wall pretty optimally, I don't think this even matters. Let's see when we get to the wall with this coyote jump. This is very bad alignment though. 10 frames as tutorial. That is true for tutorial. I mean, this run is only like, what, like fucking 20 seconds or something? I don't remember. It's not very long. It's like 20-something seconds, I think, or maybe even shorter. I could be stopping a dumbass and check. Yeah, the world record is about 22 seconds. Well, it's 21. You're not selling yourself properly. It's 21. Yeah, 21.816. About 22 seconds. I'm reasonably confident the task can do it in sub 20. So it is a decent amount of time save. I'm going to say that I'm almost certain the task can get sub 20 on that. I don't know if we can get sub 19, but I was impressed by how much faster the task was able to do this with skips. let's go ahead and try out our coyote jump and see how bad this is. Because if we get to the ledge on a good, like, alignment, then it doesn't really matter. I don't think I had to do any whip tech last time, if I recall correctly. I think I just performed the coyote jump because whip tech didn't save us any time. So what's our coyote frames? Alright, we need to jump on this frame. Yeah, whip tech didn't end up helping. I don't remember how many frames I jumped for here. So I'm going to have to just do trial and error for this. Not end frame, we want 751. I'm just gonna let go jump here. Okay, that's too shallow. We can definitely hold jump for at least one more frame. I should probably measure this out at some point, like figure out the actual numbers for very consistent jump setups like this, so I don't have to just like brute force it every single time I need to perform a 6-tile jump with a low ceiling. I'm pretty sure this is the alignment I had earlier. Let's just see where this lands us. No, actually, my arc sucks here. You can see my arc is really shitty compared to the other one. I think we might need a better alignment. Let me try to hold jump for one more frame in case I'm mistaken now. Alright, we hold jump for one more frame and then go. I think we just bonked. Yeah, we just bonked. Yeah, it's even worse now. And we did not bonk, I think, on this frame, did we? So if I stop holding jump here, we're very low. We absolutely do not make it. Hold it for one more frame. I mean, I could use whip tech if I need to, but I think I need to just improve my alignment over with the bomb. So yeah, this one's fine. We definitely didn't bonk. It gets further over, but it's still not good enough. Hold it for 2 frames. We do not bonk. I think the next one is the one that bonks. And I think what we're seeing here is just the consequence of bad alignment. I wonder if we were far off enough that edge to actually... Well, no, never mind. We probably didn't get the like, down step. That's another bug I don't want to explain right now. It'll justice. And then one more frame. We bonk right there. And that's that one. It becomes shitty again. Alright, we need better alignment, or... we need to use whip tech and see if that'll get us to the ledge sooner. So hypothetically, if our alignment didn't suck ass, yeah, we also are going to get a bad ledge hang. We need a better coyote jump, like just in general. So this is, now we have a justification to go back here and do better. So let's go all the way back to like this frame and see if we can do better here. So this jump that I performed to get around this corner, can I be any further to the left and still get away with that? And otherwise, I need to adjust I need to lose a little bit of speed around here so that I can get a better coyote jump. One of those two things has to happen. I would, of course, like to do the version that doesn't lose time. So, let's see here. I don't really care about breaking the input sequence because this whole sequence right here is really easy to do. So let's bump it all the way back to around here. 666, a blessed number. Right there, that is the frame where we started our jump. So let's go back and analyze this a little bit. It was just hold left and jump. What was our alignment? So we just hold left and jump, let go of it. I could definitely clear this with a higher jump. If I was a little bit further to the right, I could jump sooner and start moving sooner. I could also start this jump like a tiny bit further to the left. I'm trying to think what would save me time here. What we want in this situation is to be just a little bit further over to the right, or we need to be a lot further to the left on this particular frame. Corner clips can sometimes be generous, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to actually adjust my position on this frame, and I'm just going to see, like, how would this play out if I was a little bit further to the left. So let's move ourselves over to, like, 50.8 is 7. Something like that. Adjust both of these. Alright, so let's pretend that I was there instead, and I started doing the exact same thing. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm fucking dead. So that's not gonna work. Why did that kill me? I actually wasn't paying attention. So let's see, from here. It's because I was just barely in the explosion. So let's try a little bit further over to the right. Let's try like 72 or something. Alright, so 0.72, just a little bit further over. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we don't die to that. 5. We don't bonk either. So we actually do get snapped up on the ledge. Nice, we make it up that ledge too. Let's just see what our coyote frame alignment looks like for this one. That's about half. You know what? I'm just gonna play this one through all the way. I fucking missed it though. Let's use a different frame. No, I know. Actually, no. I fucking cheated this one. Let's see. How can I? No, this might actually be fine. Yeah, I think I have the information I need, which is that I just need to inch over a little bit closer to the left to make this work. We could stand to be a little further to the left. Yeah, let's do that. Let's find out just what I need to set this position to get this to work. So let's go back to this frame. So that was 72. Can I do 71? Let's try that. That could be good. That kills me. But 72 didn't, so 72 might actually be pretty much optimal for this. I don't want to like do like a binary search for this unless I absolutely have to get this to work. I went to the wrong frame. So 72, I think, is our gold standard for where to position ourselves for this jump. So yeah, we jump for 5 frames. Jump again. And that gives us like a half quality coyote jump. And this time I'm not gonna fuck it up. We jump now. Build this frame right here. Will we get a ledge hang? We need to get a ledge hang. Got it. You might have heard the sound there. Okay, so that is the alignment that we need. We need to be at about 0.72. So I need to go back and fiddle with my position a little bit and then jump on 666. So that means we're going to go all the way back to this frame right here. And this is where we need to mess with it a little bit. At 0.72, that is where we want to be standing. So I was too far to the right. So what we're going to do here is we're going to slide for 1 frame, resist for a frame, and then stop. Where does that put us? Better, but not good enough. So slide for 1 frame, resist for 2 frames. I'm going to try this one, because it's not quite 0.71. Let's see if this one works. Still kills us, so we do need to be a little bit further over. So slide for 1 frame. Let's see here. How do I want to do this? Resist, slide, maybe then resist? No, that's actually worse. It's very hard to do these kinds of alignments, unfortunately, and I don't have a lot of time to do it, but we can definitely figure something out. So let's try to slide for 2 frames, and then we can just run back into position if we overshoot it. I'm gonna run for 2. That's not good enough. We could try to run for 3. So slide for 2 frames, run for 3 frames. Yeah, but that overshoots. It's very finicky. Slide, resist. I'm just kind of brute forcing this. It's not like the most elegant thing you could do for this, but it quite often ends up working out. That might be good enough, but you know what? No, that's not good enough. We need to be a little further over. Holding left for one frame moves us a substantial distance, 0.03. We're trying to make a much, much smaller adjustment than that. It's generally quite hard to get your player into a good position to do this kind of thing. I think what I'm going to have to do is actually just hold right for an extra frame and then try to adjust from there. Like, this is the position that we want, but not the speed that we want. So if I hold right and then maybe left for a couple frames. Not quite. Yeah, but then the next one overshoots. So right, 1, 2, 3, slide, another one. There we go. Okay, I think we got it. So let's see. I jump on... Wait, am I jumping too late? 666 was when I jumped, right? I think it was. Yep, perfect. Okay, that is what we wanted. Yeah, see, I just basically got the 0.72 kind of by luck. This is not exactly 0.72 either, I'm pretty sure. It's almost 0.72. It's got some floating point crust, but we didn't measure this down to floating point precision anyways, so this is good enough. Alright, so the next frame of interest is this one. Is when can I jump again here? I want to make this clean. Normal amount of decimals. I mean, really, nobody needs more than 3 decimal points. It don't matter. Can I jump on this frame? Yes, I can. And pull this over now. We don't care about anything that's going on the right. How good is our coyote jump? It should be about half quality, is what I'm going to refer to that. This is a half-grade coyote jump, because our character is about half of a movement's worth of distance off of the edge for this jump. And I believe that's all we need for this. This is as opposed to like the stupid jump, where I think you need a 40% quality coyote jump to do the stupid jump. This is such a stupid way to say this, but I think you understand the point I'm getting at here. We should have enough. That's a beautiful sound. All right, we're normalized again. We got our ledge hang. How much earlier did we manage to do all this? Because it's worth noting that since we got here earlier, I actually need to drop the bomb a little bit earlier as well. What did I say it was? Frame 812 is no longer the frame the bomb would be blowing up at the latest. It's gonna have to be a little bit earlier because I'm gonna get to this wall faster. But that's okay. Let's see if we can work around that. So, jump, right, jump, left, stall, hold left. And that is when we get to that position. We got there a whole 5 frames earlier. Or a whole 6 frames earlier or something. So we didn't save quite as much time as I thought we had. We saved fucking 6 frames. That's a 1/10 of a second. Let's go. So let's see. I want to delete the rest of these frames. Yeah, I can leave these frames. They don't matter right now. I'm just gonna keep holding left to like fill out these frames. And there we go. All right, we have erased the old routes and we saved 6 frames. Every little bit helps. This strikes me as a part of the run where we could also probably save more frames if we really knew what we were doing. Let's go ahead and save this one now. I'm gonna save it. I'm also going to save a backup. All right, so we need to go back and insert our bomb throw. So since we saved 6 frames, that means I need to make sure that this bomb is dropped no later than frame 656. So 656 is when this bomb has to get thrown, like at the latest. So we're going to continue playback, and let's go back to somewhere in that ballpark. And what were we doing on this frame? So let's see, we just threw the bomb. So we're gonna have to drop it before we throw the bomb here by the look of things. And again, I think we can definitely drop it while we're against the wall, because we had... Let's try to spawn it in around here. Yeah, let's try to do it around like 6:45. That's when I want to drop this bomb. Or maybe 44. Play back to here. Alright, so I'm gonna do editing. I'm gonna do a different version of recording where instead of actually performing the inputs in the game, I just tell it what I want it to do. So let's actually go to this frame. So I want to press down on that frame. I want to drop the bomb. And let's see if that causes any problems. We should still be in playback mode. So we just dropped the bomb. Then we start moving to the right. So the task has not diverged yet. There's no desync. I'm just playing through the rest of it to make sure that it still works. Alright, so now we need to pick up that bomb. So let's go back to this frame. Advance through it a little bit. I need to grab it on, like, maybe this frame right here? Or no, I can't grab it yet. I need to throw this bomb. So this frame right here would be the earliest that I could grab the one that's under my feet. So let's give it that instruction, see what it does. And anybody who's used this tool and didn't know you could do this, if you turn on edit mode, you can just type in these boxes. Just put in the shorthand character for whatever the input is, and it'll just add it into the box. Grab the bomb. I don't think that's going to do anything weird with my positioning. Yeah, this is looking pretty clean so far. I'm very carefully watching this to make sure that it doesn't desync at some point. Since editing these inputs clears your path, I can't be sure if it's going to desync or not. But it looks like this is exactly the sequence we had earlier. God, coyote jumps look so fucking weird in a task. I'm jumping from all the way over here. Thank you, Spelunky. It's one of the nice things they did. But it still doesn't make up for all the other horrible things that are in this game. Alright, so right around now is where we need to start thinking about getting rid of this bomb. It is going to blow up in 9 frames. I wonder if I need to throw it from over here, because this is looking a little bit gross. I'm not sure if I have time. So let's see, let's go all the way over to frame... Let's try to throw it like right after 782 and see where that gets us. We do not have very much time, but we do have a decent amount of speed. Let's see, I'm just holding right at this point, so I'm gonna switch to recording when I get to this frame. Is there a tutorial % score? Yeah, this game it actually does track the score, but I think it might be seed based, so I'm not even sure. I mean, I guess technically you could do it, even if the category doesn't exist. I think the crust, like, gems and stuff do depend on your seed. So yeah, I guess you could make a meaningful run out of that if you, like, find a seed that's good, but it would be kind of task only because it requires adventure seeds to do that. You may be able to make the bomb throw from all the way on the right. I'll try that if this doesn't work. No. Wait, are you saying no to can you do the category, or should I do it? Like, should I do it? Maybe, but not right now. I don't know. It would be kind of stupid, too, because I think it would just boil down to finding an adventure seed that has a lot of crust gems in it. Because I'm assuming that crust gems can still spawn. Like, you can see there's one there, even though you would never have specs to be able to see it. tutorial score would be kind of stupid. Now, if you're asking Blue Red to do it, that would be even worse. You would literally just be hoping you find crust gems, I'm pretty sure, for that category. So maybe it belongs in HD. Maybe that's where it should stay. Alright, so let's try my idea, and if my bad idea doesn't work, we'll try yours. Oh, watch out for that. Oh, that's gonna be good. That's gonna be in the TAS, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, the bomb doesn't make it. Now the thing is, I don't have full speed at this point in the run. So I might actually be able to throw this a little bit later. Oh, it just barely makes it. I think we could actually get away with this. This is stupid, but it looks way funnier. And it just barely makes it and takes out the tiles that we need to get rid of. Yeah, we're absolutely taking this one. Just fucking NECA gets decked in the back of the head by the bomb. Thank you, Spelunky. Very cool. No hard feelings to NECA mains out there. It's just funny that there's an NPC in the way because I didn't like manipulate for that or anything. That just happens. They randomly spawn in while you're doing this. We're definitely saving that. So this is looking pretty promising for our no rope strat. Valfus and Shambles. Yeah, Velo SG as well. I don't know why I said the SG. There's no other Velos in the community. I don't think there are. Alright, so let's see. How many frames? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know. Let's just try 6 frames. I just like the jumps to look clean. I like the arc to be kind of in the middle. Did I just open the... I fucking... Just open the fucking rope crate with the body. That'd be hilarious. The rope crate doesn't matter for finishing the run. I'm almost certain you could finish. Yeah, in fact, yeah, you can finish it without opening the rope crate. But if you needed to do that for some reason, if that was like a requirement for this rule set was you have to open the rope crate, I just met that criteria with a random NPC that happened to be in the level. I wish that was a requirement for no skips, because it would be hilarious. Like, I think just nobody assumed that it was worth skipping the rope crate, but this would just be fucking hilarious if you could actually use this to meet the criteria. If you didn't have to pick up the ropes, and on Moss ranking, they just said you have to open the rope crate. We just opened the rope crate. Oh, Spelunky. You silly. Alright, so what we've got going on here, chat, is something really scary. Water. Why is water scary, you ask? Because I have never tasked water movement before. I think I avoided water in my low percent tasks and just haven't had to deal with it before. My assumption for the water physics is that you want to spend as little time in this goddamn water as possible. So we're going to try to do like frame perfect jumps and just hope that the water physics cooperate with us, because the liquids in this game there's something. They are absolutely something. So let's see if we can figure out what's going on here. I don't believe I'm going to want to or have to manipulate any of these, but we'll see if it comes to that. So what are we doing in the actual human run now? Alright, so back to this. So you do some like baby rope strats or whatever. We don't need the ropes. You just have to do a frame perfect jump forehead, and followed by a second frame perfect input to not bonk the ceiling, by the way. So this is gonna suck if anybody tries to do ropeless. I'm sorry in advance if this turns out to be an optimal route for anybody who was doing the rope strat. So what do you do here? It looks like you just do a single water jump. Then you roped in that situation, but the thing is you lose time because the rope takes so goddamn long to deploy. Yeah, and then you end up doing this, and you save like almost no time over just grabbing onto this thing, but it looks like it's what I thought it was going to be. You just do one water hop. And let's see how long. Don't think it would be humanly viable. I mean, that's what they all say. And then somebody does it and sets the standard. Who knows? I'm not pressuring anybody to do this, but let's just see. Let's see how this turns out. Get this out of the way of the chat again. Oh boy. Hello, Neosa. Hello, Raiders. We're making a task. What were you up to? Was Spelunky nice, or did you like get scared away from it and play another game? Or did you even play Spelunky today? I hope you didn't, honestly. It's a bad game. What are you doing? I could fell. I have not actually seen that game. What is that game? Explain it to me. Like, just a little bit. I know you've been playing it a little bit, but I've never stopped by. I'm kind of curious. I mean, if you want to describe it. If you just need to, like, just dump your, like, raiders and leave because you got something to do, that's all good. That is completely understandable. Okay, you played Keep Talking. I know what that one is, even though I've never played it. I just don't know anything about I Could Fell. I'm a little bit curious, because I keep seeing you playing it. I've never bothered to look into it, because I'm a bad viewer. Let's go back to this frame. But hello, everyone. I'm Cosine. I do science and make TASes and act like I'm really bad at this game, even though I'm not, but I'm just too impatient to speedrun it anymore. Welcome to my stream. We are making a TAS of tutorial without skips. I have made a tutorial TAS and it was very fast, and I need to take the world record away from more people by doing it like this as well. Tactical turn-based combat. Okay, I've never been too interested in turn-based combat. But that's nice at least. I'll still have to watch it at some point, just see if it looks interesting, even if I don't want to play it. I was just kind of curious and lazy because I haven't bothered to look it up myself, and I hope it was fun, and I'm glad that you didn't play Spelunky today, because that means you might have actually had a good day. And to be clear, I don't categorize what I'm doing as, like, playing Spelunky. Like, really, what we're doing is, we're playing Spelunky on a whole nother level right now. Like, we are abusing the ever-living shit out of this game. This is the perfect way to get back at this video game, is to just do stuff like this. The poor thing can't help it. There's nothing it could do now. I'm just gonna tear this record apart, and I'm just gonna try over and over again until it works, because it can't kill me. Sorry, Spelunky, sucks to suck. Yeah, we're absolutely breaking this game. It also doubles as science, because we constantly discover, like, new movement tech that nobody knew was possible before. Or discover that things aren't possible, which is just as useful sometimes, because it means you never try to do something that is just never going to actually work out. It's all good stuff. So what I'm trying to do right now is jump out of this water with frame precision. So if I press jump on... You know what, it's always good to test the earlier frame. So let's press jump on this frame right here. Let me also clear frames. Actually, no, I'm going to leave that off. Alright, so if I press jump once on this frame, we got sorry, nothing. So let's wait a frame and then jump. And we still get sorry, nothing. Let's wait 2 frames and jump on this one. I don't think anybody knows what the criteria actually are for being in a liquid in this game. I've no idea. No one has figured it out. It's just an enigma. It is a mystery. It is just shrouded in, like, spaghetti code. And we had to do the 3-tile wide ceiling jump without the ledge grab. Right, yeah, that's the other thing that I do, don't I? I mean, you could take, like, individual optimizations to make this work, but you don't have to do that one necessarily. Alright, so let's try jumping on this frame. We did get the vertical velocity from that, so let me double check that I can't do this any earlier. I really want to get this as early as I can, because every frame I spend in this water is going to be speed loss. So I hold jump, and we got nothing. Yeah, alright, so 1 frame later. So this, and hold jump on this frame. So that is the earliest that we can jump. Now, if I just don't do anything, what happens? I get a decent amount of height, but I'm gonna have to hold it down, I think, to get out of the water. Alright, so... Did I lose any horizontal speed? I wasn't paying attention. Not on this frame. Yeah, we did on this frame. I don't think there's much to be done about that. We touched the water, and we got the drag effect from it. But it looks like we only got that for 1 frame before getting back out of the water. So there may not really be anything we could do about that. Yeah, I can't think of anything I could do about that. I'm pretty sure I just lose that frame because I touched the water. So we're gonna write that one off as a loss. And let's jump out of the water. I don't know how many frames of jumping I need for this. I'm gonna stop it here, I think. And let's just see if we get an elegant landing, because I want to re-jump as soon as possible. Okay, not quite. So we need to hold jump for like one more frame. Let's try that. Anybody from the raid, by the way, if you have questions, go for it. I'm more than happy to answer them. That's part of why I do these streams. Otherwise, I could just do this all by myself. I mean, admittedly, people also have good ideas for the task itself, but I'm happy to answer questions and teach other people how to do this stuff. So that's a pretty good landing frame. Try this. Alright, so I should be able to jump on this frame right here. I would love to just whip the dog right now, but I'm not going to do that because I don't want to use up my whipping state. I might need it for fast ladder climbing. So you get off easy this time, dog, because I don't have any extra bombs for you either. So let's go ahead and jump. Alright, so I believe I can grab this ladder when my origin crosses into the tile with the ladder on it. Now, what frame are we on? If I hold up on this frame, this is just me like edge testing here. So if I just hold up, I do not get a ladder grab. But what if I do that one frame later? So let's hold up on this frame. I'm gonna set this back to clear remaining screen. Just make this easier for me, because then I can just set this to the end frame. Desync. Oh boy, why are we desyncing? I swear to God, if something about the water is not initialized consistently, I'm gonna be really upset. Why are we desyncing? Or is that... Oh, you know, that might be fine. That's actually because I had extra frames in the TAS, I think. Let me go back to, like, this frame here. Okay, yeah, no desync. That's not the water. That was just me because I had leftover frames. We should be gone with that issue now. Alright. Perfect. Alright, so if I hold up on this frame, we do not get anything. So I believe the next one is when I'm going to grab that. There we go, and that'll zoom me over to the ladder. Now I'm trying to remember how the physics for this works, so let's go back to this frame. What's going to happen here is the game is going to, in the next frame, it's going to apply acceleration to my velocity, in other words gravity, so my velocity is going to go down to 0.02. Then that is going to get applied to my Y position. So what I'm expecting here is 0.535 on the next frame if I don't grab this ladder. Or no, I'm an idiot. Other way around. I'm not negative yet. So yeah, it was going to be 0.575. It added the 0.02 to my velocity after gravity was applied to it. My question is, if I grab the ladder on that same frame, does it matter if I'm holding jump or not? Does anything work differently? So 0.575 is what we get if we don't grab the ladder. Now if I just hold up, I don't even need to hold left, I'm pretty sure, but I'll just do it anyways. It's hard to tell what this is because it's relative to the ladder, but if you look at the absolute Y, we still have 575. Now, if I was holding up during that frame, how would this differ? Because I have 0.016 velocity. I wonder if holding jump is going to help me at all. So 0.016. Now, if I grab the ladder and I'm holding jump, we have slightly higher velocity, so I do want to hold jump. That actually gives you a little bit of speed on the ladder. This is ladder tech. This is something I didn't look into a whole lot, but it appears that grabbing a ladder actually preserves your velocity. And grabbing the ladder without holding jump resulted in me having the same Y position, but not quite the same velocity, because this is what it looks like if I don't hold jump. It's slightly lower, so let's optimize this. We're going to hold jump while grabbing ladders, and just keep in mind that that's apparently the optimal way to do that. So now that we're on the ladder, that's interesting actually. I thought you Wait, I thought you need negative velocity to grab ladders. That must have something to do with your climbing state, then. God, there's so much state jank associated with these abominable ladders. I thought you needed negative Y velocity to grab ladders. But I think that's only for regrabs. Okay, let me show something here. Let's I like this frame. So here we have a good frame here. Switch to free play. I'm gonna show something here. Let's try to understand a little bit of this. So we're in free play mode now. We're not doing any tech. If I just let go of my inputs, this is what happens. So if I hold jump for a little while and then just start holding up, I'm not grabbing it. I'm not grabbing it. Look at my velocity. I'm not grabbing it. I'm not grabbing it. I'm not grabbing it. Now I'm grabbing it because I'm in the falling state. The game is not allowing me to re-grab that ladder yet, and this, I think, is where the state canceling comes in. I believe what it's checking is the game is checking if your last state was climbing and your current state is jumping, and it will not let me grab the ladder under those circumstances. But once I switch to falling and I push jumping down to be my last state, I can re-grab. This is tech that people kind of know about already, and I know about it a little bit too, but I want to understand it for the purposes of what we're doing here. Why was I able to grab this ladder? And I think it's because my last state was not climbing. Because my last state in this situation... Actually, what was my last state in this situation? My last state was falling. And now I'm in the jumping state. I'm almost willing to bet here that... P dot... I think it's the last... Let me type that. Last state, I think is what it's called. Is it state last? Maybe it is last state and it's just not auto-completing it. Okay, last state is falling. I bet if I set this to climbing, I won't be able to grab that ladder anymore. Alright, I'm holding up and jump. Exact same inputs. No, I'm not grabbing the ladder. 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 Now I grab the ladder. That is what the game is checking. Is your last state climbing and your current state jumping? It's either of those two or both. Well, I mean, we know for sure last state is part of the check, and I think your current state has to also be jumping, if I recall correctly. We can test that. So let's try that again. So let's try this here. Let's grab the ladder. I'm gonna jump, but then I'm gonna just straight up... can I do that though? No, that's gonna set my last state. There's not really a good way to get your last state to be climbing and your current state to be attacking while not attached to a ladder, so there's no point in really checking that. That's invalid. You can't really do that. I think I know what I want to do with this. Now let's go back to here. Let's switch to recording, because I understand the first part of the puzzle. So we have just grabbed this ladder. We need to be able to re-grab it as fast as possible, or else we have to do a really slow jump arc at the top here. I have to start thinking about when I'm going to throw this bomb as well. That could be gross, depending on when I have to throw this bomb, because there's a very, very good chance I'm going to be in the air when I need to throw it. But that's a future me problem. So future me is going to hate me in like an hour. But for now, let's just go through the motions. So the first thing that we would want to do here is get off the ladder. I can't do that because I'm holding jump right now. I think third bomb will be fine, and we'll see. Usually we can weasel the bomb into the root, but at some point here I'm going to get unlucky and something's not going to be possible because of that. Oh my god, these fish have tiny hitboxes. Huh. Oh, actually, you know, this might be the flat version when the fish is out of the water. It probably just fell back in the water. Whatever, I'm getting distracted. So the thing is, I would like to get off of this ladder as fast as possible because ladder climbing is really fucking slow. But the thing is, I need to hold up for a frame, or the alternative is that I don't hold jump when I grab the ladder, and then I should be able to dismount one frame later. There's a trade-off that I can make here. Let's go with the current version. So I'm gonna hold up for a frame, and then I'm going to jump. Now the thing is, I think holding up and jumping actually gives you more height. So this is what a naked jump looks like. That puts me at 634 if I just hold jump to get off the ladder. 634 and 0.18 for velocity. But if I hold up and jump, I am actually higher up, and it's 666 instead of 34. So I gained velocity from climbing the ladder on the same frame that I dismounted from it. So you want to be holding up and jump in order to optimize your ladder dismounts. That's very important for a task. For real people, I mean, you're probably going to be holding up anyways, honestly. But I just want to make sure that it's good to do that. And then from this point on, it doesn't matter if I hold up because I cannot re-grab that ladder. How much height am I going to get from doing this? No, we're not going to get very high up. Be really annoying to jump off ladders if they let you re-grab with positive Y. Well, you see, they do. They do let you do that, but you have to go out of your way to do it. In the context of speedrunning, I think it's annoying to not be able to do that. But you're probably right that I think the reason they did that is because to normal players, that would be irritating. To re-grab ladders when you don't want to. Though this game almost, at like a high level, this game almost has a problem with not re-grabbing ladders when you want to. Because if you have two ladders next to each other, let me make sure I'm not recording here. It doesn't matter, I'm going to overwrite these frames. There's actually a problem that you'll run into with adjacent ladders here, where if you hold jump and right and jump off of this ladder, and I'm holding up, I want to grab the ladder next to me. I will shoot over past it before I re-grab it sometimes, and if I'm holding jump the whole time like this, so I'm not going to let go of jump this time. Let me put another one there. You can see here, I actually miss the ladder entirely. This fucking kills people all the time because I can't re-grab until right now. That's the first frame that I would be able to re-grab this ladder because I started falling. So like the worst case scenario is you cannot re-grab a ladder that's right next to you if you don't let go of jump because you don't fall fast enough. What I wish they had done to fix this was like a kind of a middle ground where you can't re-grab for like, I don't know, like 10 frames or something. And the thing is, there's actually a second re-grab timer. I don't think it's exposed. I'm not sure if anybody has like exposed it yet, but there is a second 6-frame timer on re-grabbing climbables where no matter what you do, if you were on a climbable, you have to wait 6 frames before you can grab another one. In addition to the jump falling last state check that I've been talking about here. And unfortunately, they have both mechanics, and neither of them solve the problem of not being able to grab adjacent ladders or ropes consistently. You will just overshoot them if you hold jump. The way to fix that, if you're like in a real-time run, the way to fix that is to like just short hop. And even then, it's hard to do the short hop input. But there we go, I just got it. You have to short hop for like just a couple frames of pressing the button. If you hold it, you'll miss. Like that. But if you short hop, even I didn't get it there. God, it's hard to do it. There we go, like that. It's difficult. Don't move past the ladder tile. Well, here's the thing. Imagine you're like running from the ghosts, or there's a shopkeeper, or there's a mosquito coming for you in the horrible jungle vine subroom. Like in an ideal circumstances, yeah, you'd have plenty of time to just do this. But like it's not easy to do this on the fly and tap your jump button like really shortly when you need to book it to the right and you need like one more like rope grab or something to be able to make a jump. I've been very frustrated by this problem. The other thing that you'll run into occasionally is if you had 2 burned ropes against the ceiling. I can't really show that. I don't think I need to show that, but burned ropes would look like this. This is a common situation to get yourself killed as well if you're not careful with it. If you're too low on this and you hold jump through the whole thing, you can miss the ladder to the right. I think this is kind of the situation you'd run into. And you hold jump through that, you can miss the little stump here. And incidentally, this is a setup that you encounter if you're doing aux save to get to Abzu. You might have a setup like this where you have a deployed rope that's getting burned by the lava. You have a burnt rope to your right, and you need to be on the right rope for some reason. And your instinct is to go down a little bit and then hold jump. And you just miss the grab and fall in the lava and fucking die. What a response. I'm happy to answer questions here. But I'm just saying I don't like how they designed this game mechanic. I've been recording 8,000 frames. Let me undo all that. There we go. It's gone. That's my demonstration of why jump mechanics on ropes are bad in this game, or ladders. Literally all the climbables in this game are identical, even the ropes. Ropes, despite looking narrower, have the same grab range as ladders, just one tile around them. So they're functionally identical. They can just get burned, and they can give you a weird visual, like, skew glitch if you get yourself stunned on the right frame, but that doesn't actually affect anything. Alright, so back to what we were doing here. I want to re-grab this thing sooner. Ropes are more narrow in Classic. I would not know. I would have absolutely no idea how they work in Classic. Even in Spelunky HD, I don't know if the ropes are narrow or not. I don't think they are, but I'm not sure. So I'm not going to be the authority on this. A Classic professional could probably tell you what the hitboxes are. Anyways, what we need to do is get onto this platform right here, or maybe, well, alright, here's what we're aiming for. We need to grab onto this. This chain tile here, I think, extends all the way down behind this bat. I can actually get rid of that. Yeah, you can see here, this chain tile extends here. I need to get my player's origin point right there. That is the earliest I believe that I will be able to re-grab. Well, I just grabbed something, so it's not going to let me until I start falling. But from right there, I should be able to grab this. There we go. That is what we're aiming for right now. We need to be able to get to here as fast as possible. I think the fastest way to do that is going to be to climb this ladder, jump, grab it again, jump to this floor platform, and then grab onto this thing. So let's try to optimize that. Because we know that we cannot make this jump from here. It's not even close to being able to get to the platform, so we have to grab the damn ladder again. And we can use state canceling to grab it sooner. I'm trying to think how to optimize this, and I believe what I want to do here is state cancel, grab it, and jump off immediately. Let's see if that gets us enough height. So again, there's a 6-frame window before I can re-grab this thing. So I just jumped off, and on this frame, I'm going to keep holding jump, but I'm going to whip instead. William, thank you for the follow. William Tass even. Do you make Tasses, or does that stand for something else? I'm legitimately curious. But either way, welcome. Thank you for the follow. So I'm going to whip, and what whipping has done here is my current state is attacking, my last state is jumping. The game still has a timer counting down for me to re-grab this ladder, but I am no longer in the condition where I can't grab it until I'm falling. So what's going to happen here is I think in 6 frames, like rounded off up or down, I don't remember the exact number, we're going to be able to re-grab this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hold up and see the frame where that happens. That frame right there, that was the one. I like to have clean inputs, so I'm going to get rid of the up inputs on the frames that didn't need it. That grabs it. You made TASing Super Mario World. Awesome. Happy to have you here. We are TASing a different platformer. There are probably some parallels between the two games, but I have never, I've never played that's a lie. I have played Super Mario World, but never to the extent that I've played Spelunky. So I'm not familiar with how TASing worked in that game. But I'm sure there's a lot of interesting parallels between these things. TAS Editor was nowhere near this good when you tried it last year. You mean for this game or Super Mario World? For this game, it was because it was more or less a proof of concept. Like, somebody else made the TAS tool for Overlunky, and it was just kind of like a proof of concept for how you can do, like, input capturing. And I took it upon myself to rewrite that script and, like, make a full functioning TAS tool for the game. And that's what you see here. And the UI is still terrible, but it has come a long way from that TAS tool. And I do not look down upon that TAS tool because it was made much faster. Its intent wasn't really to be like the official TAS tool for the game. It was just the only one that existed at the time. And I'm grateful that it was there because it really inspired me to rewrite the whole thing, because there were things it couldn't do, and it gave me the baseline to start off of to write this one. Ultimately, what I have here, literally, thank you for linking that. That is the tool that I'm using. I'm the person that made it. But yeah, the tool that was existing back then is not the basis for this anymore. I completely rewrote the code base for it, but it still got me started on this. And I'm very grateful that it was created. And the Spelunky devs, especially Dregu, have been very helpful in adding features that I needed to make this work as well as it does. So if you ever were interested in TASing this game, that's it. It's complicated. There's still a lot of stuff going on. There's a lot of menus. I have a UI update that I need to make, but it might be months before I actually get that finished. But it's come a long way from the original task tool. And there's even a note in the task tool, I think, that says don't use the task tool, just use Task Wizard. So it's kind of like the unofficial official TASing tool for Spelunky now. And I'm very happy that people have been making tasks with this already, and I'd be more than happy to answer questions about it if anybody else wants to pick it up and just doesn't understand how it works. Because it is complicated. There's only so much I could do without giving up like actual usability. And I know the UI sucks. It's on the to-do list, trust me. There's just features that Spelunky doesn't have that I need to add to it first. And that's going to take a while because I'm slow at doing these things. So, back to TASing. What did we just do? We just re-grabbed. So what we want to do here is we want to hold up for a frame because I need to let go of jump for just a little bit. And then we want to jump off again, which, as we confirmed, holding up while we do that is useful. So we're going to... Actually, let me verify something, which is I think holding right as I jump off of this ladder should not matter. So I'm going to hold up, right, and jump. And just a reminder for anybody who didn't hear the first time. Can I get rid of this grid? There we go. These are the inputs that I pressed on the last frame that executed. So I'm running, you can either look at this, or you can look down here at the input display to see like what I last pressed on the last executed frame of gameplay. So if you're ever curious, and I'm not like iterating it clearly enough because I sometimes mumble, hopefully I got you covered. And maybe someday Twitch will add like a rewind feature so you can go back and check yourself if you didn't understand what I was doing in a particular frame, but so far YouTube streaming is the only one that has that, and Twitch hasn't quite killed itself badly enough for me to want to do that. So if we jump from this particular spot, we did not get any horizontal velocity and our position didn't change, so that means we don't need that input, and I'm just going to delete that because it's a dirty input. I don't like to have inputs that don't do anything in the task, because if I go back and look at this months from now, I won't understand why I was holding that button when it didn't serve any purpose. The only button I'm holding for pretty much every frame is the run button, and that's just because that happens by default with my controls. There's no reason to really turn it off. I could clean those out as well, but at that point it's just meaningless to do it. Usually I consider the run input not existing as like an indicator that I was doing something special. But there are a lot of frames where it doesn't actually matter. Alright, enough rambling. On this next frame here, we should be able to hold jump and right. And let's see if we get enough height to land on this semi-solid. It looks like we're good to go on that. Yeah, I'm pretty certain we're landing on this semi-solid. So I'm just gonna let go of my buttons and see what happens. And yeah, we actually overshoot it. We might need to do a shorter jump though. Let me play with what I've got right now. I'm gonna just keep holding right. We just landed on it. I could have jumped one frame sooner, but oh, let's go. We got the parallel universes music. Again, we're aiming for, let me turn the grid back on. We're aiming for this tile right here. We actually miss it entirely, so I need to land on this platform way sooner. So let's pull it back a few frames. We need to land on this platform sooner if we're going to do it like this. The limiting factor in this situation seems to be my vertical speed, so I want to get on this platform and re-jump as soon as I can. So let's just see what happens if I hold right. What frame are we going to land on it? we land on it right there. That's the frame that gets it, so... I want to jump one frame earlier because I want to jump on the frame that I touch the semi-solid because that'll immediately give me a jump. Where does this get us? Alright, vertical speed is still the limiting factor here. But we got to grab right there. So before I continue with the task, what I'm asking myself here is, can I do this any faster? We grab this ladder, we immediately jump off it, we re-grab it as soon as we can, we immediately jump off it again, and then we just kind of have to wait here. If we were going to save frames doing this, I believe this is where it would happen, is we are just waiting to land on the semi-solid. I can't use whip state canceling to fall faster because I'm already whipping from my original state cancel on the ladder. So I'm thinking if any frames can be saved here, it's not much. And I'm pretty sure at no point during this climb do we drop below ladder climbing speed, so holding up on the ladder should never be any faster than what I'm doing here. And we get our chain grab on frame, let's see, 965. Let me make sure that that's optimal as well. So I just want to see when I grab it. So if I hold up on, just say this frame. So I actually can grab it one frame earlier. My god, that is so far down though. How close am I? How the hell did I grab this? Am I gonna slip off of this? How in the world did my character grab this? My origin point's not even on it. It would have been on it if I had a higher velocity. Am I gonna slip off this on the next frame? Hold on. No, I'm not. Huh. Maybe I don't understand exactly how this works. I know horizontally your origin point has to be on the tile. How far down can I grab this from then? All right, hold on, let's do a little bit of testing here. So I'm in the falling state. I'm gonna put just the top of my head on this. Hello, Vithan. Focus-san, hello. I don't think anyone's ever called me that yet. It's a new one, thank you for that. Yeah, I can't seem to grab it. Oh, there we go. I don't actually know what the game is checking then. I'm not sure what the threshold is to grab these. I always thought it was your origin point had to be on the chain or ladder or whatever. Apparently, you can hang on these from lower. Assuming that it's the same as this tolerance, we can actually test this here. Hold on. I can inch myself down just a little, just bit by bit, and see when I let go. So I'm testing like kind of rounded off boundaries here. So 0.6, I'm pretty sure I'm going to disconnect from this. Yeah, 0.6 drops me off. Let's try like 0.58 or something. That also drops me off. There's a pretty good chance that these two are the same number. So let's try 0.56. Okay, we were able to hold it there. 0.57. 7.75. Let's add just a little bit. Even though these don't show up, this actually does get added to the number, or subtracted. That's it right there. I didn't know that. I didn't know that that was how they did that. So you have an additional tolerance of 0.075 units where you can actually grab onto these. I think I can delete the sign. Yeah, I don't think the sign has any effect on this. That's weird. I never knew that because I've never had this situation of wanting to grab one of these from this low, I think. That is so bizarre. Does that happen for ladders as well? At least I'm assuming that's also the re-grab. I can test that in a moment. Let's do the same exact thing here. Oh my god. Yeah, you could just grab it from there. I don't know why they did it like that. I mean, presumably that's either hard-coded or that's derived from, like, something to do with the player's hitbox. Doesn't really matter. You can't change your hitbox in this situation. But yeah, that is incredibly peculiar that they would allow you to do that. Because, yeah, my character is below this file by 0.75. Yeah, and it just lets you do it. Where's the top of my hitbox? I want to see if that's the halfway point. It might be. Yeah, it looks like it's the halfway point. So between my character's origin and the top of the hitbox, that's like the threshold. If you're lower than that, you appear to let go. I wonder then. So, you know, that might explain why you don't detach when you climb up to the top, because you can... Oh, actually, no, you can't climb any higher than that. It's just fucking offset by like a small amount. But this one's 0.025. Any higher than that, and I think you just cannot re-grab it. I have no idea why they did that. I mean, this is just kind of information to tuck away, I think. It's also worth noting that the game is actually, like, not consistent about this either. It's my position here, which is relative to the origin of the ladder, is different every time I bump my head against the top of it. Like, it allows me to overshoot for one frame, and then it, like, stops me from moving. The hell? Who made this game? It's just a slightly different Y position every time I go to the top. Oh my god, that means climbing up to the top of the ladder isn't a normalized setup. Oh god. This video game is stupid. Different setup. Literally, this is not normalized. I look at my position Y. I get a different number depending on like how I grab the ladder. Oh, no, this is dumb. Why is this game like this? Who made this game? Why isn't that normalized? So this is a bad video game. Why am I TASing this game? I'm not gonna go into this right now because that's not the point, but there's probably like an algorithm they're using to decide that you can't climb up anymore. I don't know what it is. I could figure out what it is, but let's work on the task for now. That's what we came here to do originally. But this is good information for anybody who was like doing setups like this. It's not normalized. Like, it'll be normalized if I run into the ladder holding up like this. Like, this is obviously going to be normalized. But if I like jump and grab it, you can see my position Y is not always going to be the same. Yeah, 71, 78, 87, 87, 85. Related to your frame and the climbing. I doubt it. I'm assuming that it is related to just your velocity when you reach whatever the upper limit is for the ladder. I think what the game is doing is I can test this. Hold on. Whatever. Let's figure this out now. So if I set my position to that and hold up, nothing happens. Let me figure out what the threshold is beyond which you're not allowed to climb anymore. Okay, you can climb there. You can climb there. Cannot climb anymore. I can climb there. Cannot climb anymore. What in the world did they set this to? I can climb there as well. I think I know what it... Oh, my fucking god. I think I know what it is. Alright, hold on. Let's see what your climbing velocity is from frame 1. 0.032. Here's what I think is going on here. I think what happens is the game adds 0.032 to your current position on the ladder. If that position is above the top of the ladder, you just don't move. Instead of getting clamped, I think you just don't move, is what happens. So if that theory is correct, then we should be able to set this to 68, and that's going to put us at exactly 0.5 when I hold up, which it does. But if I set it to 68 plus a little bit, I can't move anymore. That's what they're doing. That fucking, they don't clamp it. They could clamp it. They just don't for some reason. You just don't move instead. The game actually looks ahead to see if the velocity is going to put you over the top of the ladder, and then it just says, nah, you don't move. That's all it's doing. So if I were to, like, do this, so the max velocity on the ladder is 0.072. Let's predict what's going to happen here. This, I think, is the last frame on which I would be able to move. I bet I can't move anymore. Yep, my velocity just gets cut. Oh, it gets cut to 0. And then on the next frame, my velocity starts up again and is low enough to shift an additional, like, unit of ladder climbing because I start over at the lower velocity. So I stutter a little bit at the top of the ladder. Like 0.072 was too high, so the game set it to 0 and didn't move me. Then on the next frame, I got set to 0.032, which was low enough to actually be able to climb the ladder. So the game allowed me to move up a little bit more, and then it clamped it again, and now I can't move anymore. Who the fuck programmed this? Why would this not just clamp you to the top of the ladder? And then the bottom thing, I don't even know. The bottom thing, I think they just extend the ladder a little bit lower. There may also be some jank associated with that, but I mean, it doesn't clamp your movement because you could obviously just climb off the bottom of the ladder. Right there, we just disconnected from the ladder. Like, you can climb down the ladder and you keep the velocity you had while you were climbing it. And again, I'm calling all these ladders, chain, ladder, rope, whatever those fucking dragon pillars are in tide pool, they're all the same entity. Like, under the hood, they're all treated as climbables. So there's not really any fundamental difference here. Yeah, and then you start falling after that frame. Game is dumb. Let's go back to making the task now. Alright, so what we were trying to optimize for is when can I actually grab onto this? So I'm holding right and up and jump. No grab, no grab, no grab. Or never mind, we did grab. So that is the earliest that we can grab onto this thing after jumping off of this semi-solid. I don't know if there's a way to make this any better than what we have here. Yeah, that's kind of going to be as good as it can get. There is, however, one thing I want to test. And that's optimizing the position of our whip jump here. So let's see, there's nothing super precise going on. I could save a backup, I suppose. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's make a backup of this. Let me clean up the inputs. We don't need these two. I want to optimize the position of my whip jump to see if maybe there's a better spot to do it. I'll explain that when I get to it. Let me save the task real quick. All right, we're going to save that. How many backups do I have? Let's make backup 3. Alright, so we have our third backup now. Don't want to lose these because there's no undo button in Task Wizard because that's actually really, really fucking hard to program based on just how people use it. Maybe for the future, not right now. So save often. Let's see here. I don't have a path for this segment. Yeah, whatever. I edited the inputs, that's why I don't have a path. Whatever. Anyways, so let me go back into playback mode and I'll explain what's going on here. Like, why I care about this. Because we gotta shave the frames off of this. You've gotta make this as fast as possible. So here's the deal. I'm in playback mode right now. I'm gonna jump off the ladder. What we want to do, if you understand anything about, like, integrals, I'm sorry, it's math warning. Math alert, math incoming. If you understand anything about like derivatives and integrals and what all that stuff means, you understand the relationship between acceleration, velocity, and position. And the gist of it is, when you have a fixed velocity and you have acceleration acting on it, you need to figure out like the sum of all of the frames of velocity that are going to execute. I'm explaining this really fucking poorly, and I don't feel like drawing a diagram of it, but the gist of it is, the higher your velocity for each successive frame, the more overall change to your position that you can get. And when you have a factor of acceleration playing into this, it makes it even more complicated. And what it boils down to is that we want this velocity number to be as high as possible all the time, because every frame that gets added to your position. And since we have acceleration in play, that means that we want to perform our whip jump in the middle of our like ladder ascent. So let's look at what we're doing here. We get all the way down to 12, and then we grab the ladder. So we were down to 12.12, and then we grab the ladder, then we jump off it again. And then we have a really slow arc. What I want to do is consider moving that grab up a couple frames, because it will reduce the amount of time we spend in this really slow arc where we're not gaining much velocity, or rather we're not gaining much position because our velocity is low and we can't do anything else. And we're essentially just wasting time because we're adding small velocity increments to our position instead of giving up a little bit of the high velocity we had here to keep the average velocity of this jump a little higher for longer, or to reduce the amount of like small ones we have at the end. I don't know if that made sense, but I'm just going to do it, and we're going to see if it works out. So let's go back to this frame. Let's see, how do I want to do this? And now, by the way, now that we have this frame right here as an indicator, we can actually use this as a baseline to see if we're doing well. We want to get to this point earlier. That's what we're trying to do. We need to get there earlier. And actually, what I'm going to do is play through all the way to the end of the task so that I can generate the inputs for it. There we go. All right, so I'm going to use this feature that I rarely ever use. We have a ghost now that'll, spooky. We have a ghost that'll show us where we were on frame 963. And I want to move this point around and see if we can get a better jump arc that results in more time spent with high velocity. I wish I had a better way to like draw a diagram of it, but I'm not going to open paint right now. I just don't feel like it, and I don't think it'll be that helpful. Let me go ahead and save the task again as well. Those all the I don't know why I have the options open right now. All right, so let's go ruin all our inputs because I can get them back. So when did we grab? We performed our regrab on frame right there. We performed it on 933. So we're going to not regrab on 933. We're going to grab like one frame later and see if that gets us a faster task. Because I don't know how to do the math accounting for this weird arc, but we don't want this arc here. So let's, should be in recording mode now. Yeah, we are. I need to turn up the velocity, the transparency on that. It's hard to read that. Did I add that? Oh my god, I didn't add... Who wrote this script? So I didn't even add the watermark transparency. I need to add that in at some point. Because now I want that feature. It's a little bit too dim to see it easily. The grid tiles aren't helping. We don't even need the grid tiles. They don't even align with the grab for the bottom of the chain anyways. Dumb video game. I wonder if that's... I wonder if they lowered the grab range actually so that you can get it with your character's origin point. Okay, sorry, I'm getting distracted here. Did they lower this for a reason? Was this actually good game design? So if I hold jump... No, it's not good game design. Even if I hold jump, my origin point touches. I thought maybe they lowered it so that you could grab it from a two-tile jump, but no, your origin point definitely touches the chain anyways. So I don't know why they did that. Maybe during development, the jump height was a little shorter and they changed it, and they forgot to change the grab range on the ladders. I don't know. I'm almost willing to give them the benefit of the doubt in this situation because I don't know what their motives were. Let's go back to what we were doing here. So we grabbed the thing. All right, this is the last frame. To think they made this... Oh no, do you know whose stream you're watching? I don't think they made this game at all. But here's how I work as a person. I do not immediately assume that everything in a game like this is terrible because I know the developers are incompetent. Each individual mechanic of this game could have been made by a different person at a different time with like different reasons behind why they made a particular change, and it's always good to think about like, why did they actually do this? Could there have been a reason for it? Was it just somebody being stupid and not paying attention, or maybe it actually mattered during development and somebody else changed the jump height later on and nobody went back and changed the grab range for the chain? Good decisions were made in this game. This game has coyote frames, for instance. Like, they've thought about some of this stuff. And as much as I love to do analytical complaining on my stream, I hate blaming people for things that they didn't do wrong, because I myself hate getting blamed for things that I didn't do wrong. So I always try not to be a hypocrite. I don't like to be that kind of person. I will only blame you for something if it's like very clear that you did something stupid. So without knowing the reasoning for why they designed this game the way they did, I'm not going to just immediately assume like malice or incompetence. No, it's good to clarify this, even if your message wasn't serious. I don't like to assume like malice or incompetence because there may have been a legitimate reason why they did something wrong. I mean, it's probably never malice, but even with incompetence, there may have been a reason why they did it. And just something happened over the course of development and they just never, it never mattered. Like, I might be the first person in the history of this game to discover that you can grab chains from, or ladders or ropes from 0.075 tiles lower than the hitbox of the climbable object. Nobody noticed this, so I mean, maybe they didn't notice it in development either, because just whoever wrote it didn't change it later, and then somebody different changed the jump arc. So I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt here, and they did this just to make it feel a little bit better, and then something changed down the road and they never fixed it. And that's the end of my TED Talk. Back to TASing. So I want to jump for one additional frame. I think I'm on recording. And then I want to grab the ladder while still holding jump, because again, we found out that that helps just a tiny bit. All right, so we have performed our grab. Now we need to climb for one frame, dismount, and let's see when we get to the semi-solid. So we're gonna hold up, or not up, we're gonna hold jump. So you can see I'm already a bit higher up, that was to be expected. Let's try to optimize landing on these semi-solids. What is the earliest frame that I can be standing on these? So I'm gonna let go now. I wonder if I could do that one sooner. We are able to do it on, okay, 950 is the frame that we landed on the platform and could have re-jumped. So let's let go one frame sooner and see if that does anything. No, oh, barely. But it was still 950, interestingly enough. You know what? That makes sense. Yeah, you know what's happening here? I think it just so happens that we decelerated about the same speed and we get this really gross snap. Well, no, hold on, that doesn't make sense. No, it does make sense. Yeah, I'm wishy-washy. Let me explain. So this is the other case. So we're gonna let go. We're going to start falling faster. For anyone who doesn't understand how this game makes jump heights differ, you fall at 0.01 like units per second, or per frame or whatever. That's your acceleration is what I'm getting at here. Your acceleration downward by gravity is 0.01 for each frame that gets subtracted from your velocity before that gets applied to your position. However, if you are ascending from a jump and not holding your jump button, you go into something that's called, I would call heavy state. Not to be confused with the permanent heavy state when like bouncing off of enemies, but it's another concept of heavy state. And essentially what the game does is it increases the pull of gravity to shorten your jump arc when you're not holding jump while you're ascending in the jumping state, or I think the attacking state also does it. And what we want to do here is we want to let go of jump as soon as possible, so we start decelerating harder, just barely skimming this platform. So if I let go now, I'm not going to go down by 0.01. I'm going to go down by, I think, 0.01, and then it's going to multiply my velocity by 0.8. I believe is what it does, if I recall correctly. So that would be 0.11. I mean, let me just show all the math. So that would be, it would do this, and then it would multiply all of this by 0.8. And that's going to give me 0.088. And sure enough, I advance one frame, 0.088 is my velocity now. That is the algorithm that the game is going to apply to like drag me down harder. It just applies like a drag effect in addition to the pull of gravity. So the pull of gravity doesn't change, but you do get a drag effect. And depending on how this lines up, it will cut off when you reach the peak of your jump. And in this case, it took 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 frames to be falling. And then on the 8th frame, we snap up onto the semi-solid. But if I hold jump for 1 frame, so 1 additional frame of jump, like this, and then I let go, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that gives us 1 frame. Let's see, is that 1 frame sooner? Let's see, so that's 950 that we just snapped up onto it. That's not what I thought was going to happen here. Let me run this back. Yeah, from this frame here, I'm going to. Oh no, I'm testing the wrong case. I think this was the one that we were testing. All right, so if I let go here, let's just see what happens. You know, I might be making a fool of myself. That's okay. That was it. That was the ridiculous snap that I wasn't expecting. So let's actually just test a few of these. But I explained how the falling works, and I think I got lost in what I was doing. So look, here's what we're going to do. We want the earliest frame that we're standing on this. So let's start with this. We don't get it at all. Next frame. Hold jump for 1 additional frame. I need to be holding right as well. Hold jump for 1 additional frame. So we know that that doesn't work. Let's do this one. And we get it on 949. So that's the best one we have so far, was 949. See, that was, I forget if I moved this up. Yeah, 949 is the best one that we have now. So I'm going to hold jump for 1 extra frame. $950. We do not like that. I think then 949 is going to be our best one with this particular setup, because if I hold it for 2 frames, it's going to either be the same or worse. So I hold it for 2 frames. 950 again. If we hold it for 3 frames, we'll probably overshoot that. So 3 frames. Yeah, we overshoot by a long shot. Definitely bad. All right, so 949 was the best that we were able to get, and it incorporated this horrible looking snapping mechanic that this game just has, but it's convenient for us now. Right there, that frame. All right, so with the slight change I made to when I did my regrab here, I was able to get onto this semi-solid on frame 949 at the earliest. Yeah, we're keeping the nasty snap. I would have removed this snap if I could do it without losing time, but this snap is honestly more ridiculous than I thought it would be. The height that you could snap onto these is very, very ambitious, to say the least. They're very optimistic that you would want to stand on this, and I think there's actually state canceling things you could do where if you drop through one of these semi-solids and then whip really early, you'll just land on the semi-solid again, because it allows you to snap back onto it. It has something to do with like being in the falling state that prevents you from snapping onto them like that immediately. If you were like last standing on a semi-solid, you do funny down throws. I'm sure there's a lot of jank associated with this, but in this case it works in our favor because we want to go up. So now the next thing that we're going to do is see if I can immediately jump on that snap frame, which I think I can. Yeah, you can immediately jump on the frame that you get the snap. So this is ridiculous looking how fast you climb while you're doing this. Oh my god. It looks so silly. Like you don't even stand on it. You're just off immediately. Like this is actually the frame right here where you're standing on it, but you're just gone immediately. Like you just pass through it practically is what it looks like from the purposes of the viewer, just due to how ridiculous that snap is. So this is way better by the look of things. Because it was on frame 963 is when we grabbed this in the other version of this task, and I think we're going to get the grab on the next frame if I'm holding up. Why did that lower my velocity? No, it actually didn't lower my velocity. I'm just very close to it. So we grabbed it a frame earlier and higher up. Watch tutorial players, don't worry, everybody's welcome here. You were better at the tutorial than I fucking ever was, like under any circumstances, and I respect that. So I wouldn't call yourself washed. My actual PB for the tutorial is just like 23 seconds or something. I don't even know what it is. It's not very good. I've never submitted it. It's like just a scrub tutorial time. I make tasks because I can't actually fucking play this game that optimally. I want to solve this game like a puzzle at this point. So you had a very important role in these tutorial runs, and I respect that. Welcome to the stream. We're doing no skips in case it wasn't obvious. I mean, it's in the title, but admittedly not everybody reads the title of the stream, including myself. And then TV Robot just like shit all over the task route, and there's been a lot of evolution for this. And again, I am not even salty that the task route originally didn't end up being the optimal one, because my goal here is to see the tutorial done as fast as possible, not to see my route be the optimal route. So anytime somebody discovers something new, it's exciting, it's not disappointing. And that's always a good attitude to have while you're doing this. Sometimes you find a really sick strat and it lasts for literally like one day, and then somebody finds a better one. That's just how it is sometimes. Anyways, can we make this better? Would be the next question. So we have a route here that gets us up, like we grab one frame sooner and a little bit higher up. I would guess this is like maybe a couple frames faster. Can we do better in this situation? So let's see, we do our grab there. We also, it's worth noting in the previous strat, I didn't even use the snapping mechanic. So I have to wonder. I kind of want to go back. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna save this one. I'm just gonna make this one, what do I want to call these? I really need to add branching paths to these tasks. I want to actually go back to the other one, optimize the platform snap, and see if we can get a similar time. So 962 is what we've got going for us right now. I'm just going to call this one, I'm just going to call this one like chain 2 or something, because this is our second pass at the chain. All right, so let's go back to the other one. Actually, let me reload chain 2 and load it as a ghost. There we go. All right, so we have our ghost set up. What are we going to use for these last bomb throws? No fucking idea. We don't know. If you're coming in late here, you might notice that I have no ropes. We didn't pick up the ropes at all because it seems to be faster, and there's a way to do that 6-tile low jump with a coyote jump. We don't have ropes. And I'm gonna have to figure out how to mix a bomb throw into this sequence as I'm climbing up this and throw it at that push block and see if that saves time. Which I think it's probably going to. I am almost certain that we have a sub 20 on our hands here. But yeah, we don't get the ropes. You know what? I can play back the whole task. Hold on. What's this gonna do? It's going to record at the end. That's fine. Hold on. Just get this shit out of the way. Scripts, task wizard, presentation mode. There we go. This is the task so far. I didn't manipulate Neko to be in that position. It just fucking worked out. It's hilarious. You don't even need to open that crate, but I just love the way that happened. It's so beautiful. Let's go back to doing this now. But that's where we are with this so far. For anyone who hasn't seen this, it's kind of amazing. Not helpful though, but it's really funny, so I don't want to have to change this seed. And luckily there's no more RNG in the root, so yeah, you gotta love it. Bomb cook is very sick. I could have thrown the bomb all from further to the right, and I'm pretty sure it would have worked, but this was way funnier. So I'm happy that I was able to do like a last second bomb throw just directly into one of the NPCs in the camp. Where was I? Alright, so we're trying to optimize this because I think this might be suboptimal and I was being a dummy. And let's go back and see how fast this is. I have too many of these. I'm just going to get rid of this one. We don't need these anymore. We're not going back to change that anytime soon. Alright, so what frame are we looking at? Alright, so this is our regrab. After we do the whip cancel, we regrab on this particular frame. So something around here is what we want to play back to, I believe. Oh, God damn it. Even funnier bomb. I mean, it wasn't a funnier bomb cook, was it? It was slower. It looked really, like, dangerous and ridiculous, but it was slower. And it wasn't nearly as hilarious as hitting the NPC with the bomb. So I'm pretty happy with how this is turning out from an aesthetic standpoint. Alright, so let's find out how many frames we have to do this for. Not even close. So hold jump for one more frame. Yeah, I did think that was going to give it to us either. One more frame. I'm going to hydrate. I think I missed Adrian's hydrate like an hour ago. I'm going to do that now. No idea if the mic is picking that up or not, but I am sufficiently hydrated now. Alright, let's see. Let's see if this one works out. Not quite. Alright, one more frame. I'm surprised that didn't do it. Alright, 2 frames will almost certainly be enough height. There it is. Alright, there's our snap. When do we wind up on the platform? It's exactly the same, but we're further to the right by the look of things. Okay, so that does mean that we can jump here. I'm just gonna hold up. I don't really care if the inputs are clean. Hold on, that doesn't seem right. Oh good, you're still here. You didn't get scammed, I promise. That doesn't seem right at all. Hold on. Yeah, did that save a frame? I didn't think it... Hold on. Okay, let me pay attention here. I'm holding up, or I'm holding right and jump. So we go back into the jumping state. I guess we're further to the right. It's hard to tell what's going on with these, unfortunately. Let me zoom in a little bit. Yeah, I think we're at the same height. We're just further to the right this time because of the way that our jump arc worked. I think it's going to be the same, isn't it? So I'm going to hold up, right, and jump this whole time. It's this. It looks like it's identical. Or wait, no, we're closer. No, I'm a dumbass. We're closer. Hold on. Am I not thinking about this the right way? Yeah, we saved a frame. We grabbed it 1 frame sooner. Okay, hold on. I need to understand why we just saved a frame before we go on with this. So the snap occurs... The snap brings us up to this line here. Like right below where this tooltip is, that is the height that the snap pulls us up to. We get a different snap. Because it just so happens that that's when we enter the falling state. We're further to the right. I hadn't thought about this actually, since we know now that we can get a little bit more height out of this. We're actually abusing the fact that we can grab this chain from this low. in order to do it from a little bit lower. In fact, are we gonna let go? Or no, what was the number? Was it 5? I thought it was 5. Yeah, it's 575. Okay, I don't know if we can optimize this then. This is as low as we can grab this, like, barring some extremely precise, like, maybe single frame, like, saves. Yeah, I'm glad we went back to the old strat. This is actually faster by a frame. Because yeah, if I was any lower than negative 0.575 here, I would dismount the ladder. I wouldn't be able to grab it. So let's see, what else can we do here then? I feel like the trend then is that if I re-grab a little bit later, we actually get a worse setup for this. I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take this, and we're going to use this to make the rest of the run. I think I'm going to take this. And this is something to come back to maybe another day, or I might do it off stream and try to shave like a single frame off of this interaction. But we're going to ledge hang here in a moment, and that's going to normalize our setup. And that would be a good opportunity for us to just move on to the last segment of the task. Yeah, I think we're going to take this for now. Could always come back to the other one later. So let's go ahead and save this. And let me clean up the inputs. We don't need to be holding up for any of these frames. And then I should be able to perform the grab on this frame right here by holding jump up, and I probably don't need to hold right, but I'm going to do it anyways. There we go. You don't think any of the current strats are relevant? Well, we'll see. Once I get into this ledge hang, I'm going to check. I'm going to check and see what the current world record does, and just see like what the timing feels like, because I don't actually know how many frames it's going to take me to get to the top anymore. I can zoom out a bit more. We don't need to see exactly what's going on. Alright, so I think the obvious next question here is how do we optimally dismount this chain? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to climb for one frame, then I'm going to jump off, and we're just going to see if we can make it. I'm probably not going to be able to make this ledge hang. No, we cannot. So we have a choice here. We can do a whip cancel to hop up a little bit and then dismount the chain and then regrab the chain and then dismount it. But I think this is a situation where it might be faster to just climb the chain. But maybe a short hop like off the top would do it. Here's what we're gonna do. Let's get a baseline figured out. So grab. I wasn't holding jump during that. Don't know if that'll matter. Let me just hold jump. Or hold on, sorry chat, my brain turned off. There we go. All right, that's what we want to use like our keyframe. All right, so from this point, what do we want to do? Let's see how many frames we need to climb and then jump off. So I'm going to just climb for 1, 2, 3 frames. And then I'm going to jump off the ladder. I keep calling it a ladder. You get the point. When do we get the ledge hang? We do not get the ledge hang at all from that setup. So one more frame. This is also another situation where hang time with low velocity is going to result in a very small change in position, but with nothing happening. We don't grab the ledge until we're falling. So this may also be a situation where I want to like jump a little bit later and then let myself start falling faster by letting go of jump to grab the ledge sooner. So I'm gonna have to try like a few permutations of this. So we climb for 4 frames, then we perform our jump. This is probably going to ledge grab. There we go. All right, so that does get us a ledge grab on frame 986. So 986 is the time we need to beat. So from this position, I want to double check something here. Yeah, 986 is the time to beat. So let's see if releasing jump any earlier will get us an earlier grab. I'm gonna release on this frame. Let me add a new frame tag for this. All right, I'm going to release on this frame. Okay, we do miss our grab, so I need to hold for one more frame. I don't need to hold left, I'll clean up those inputs later. So one more frame, release. Yep, that's that right there. That's what I was talking about. We got it on 84 because I let go of jump once I had enough height. And then I started falling and snapped up to it. So 984 was a little bit faster, and that was as early, I think, as I could have let go, because if I let go any later than that, then I just didn't grab. Or not later. If I let go any earlier than that, I just didn't get the grab at all. So I think this is optimal from this setup. My question is, would it be faster to climb for a little bit longer and then do that? So I could recreate these inputs if I need to. I'm going to go ahead and make a ghost out of this one. Then let's go back down to this point here. And let's climb for one additional frame and then do all that again and see if we can beat 984. So I'm going to climb for one more frame. Actually, this is the one that I want to use for that. Alright, so let's climb for one more frame and then see how we can do this jump. So jump. So first I'm testing the worst case scenario, which is I just hold jump the whole time. Yeah, you can see this is really bad. We are wasting a ton of our jump arc above the ledge, but not falling. And we grab on, looks like it was 87 or 88. It doesn't matter, so let's see if we can do a better one. Alright, so I'm going to hold jump. And I'm really just winging it on these. At some point in the future, I might make a tool that can predict the outcome of jumps like this. But that's way down the road if I ever decide to do that. So for now, you just kind of had to do trial and error for these jumps. But I mean, I could probably make a tool that could, with a reasonable degree of accuracy, predict how a ledge grab like this would play out if you held like certain buttons down and optimize it. But brute forcing is something that's way down the road. We're not going to be doing that anytime soon. So I'm going to let go of jump here and see what happens. We do not get the grab, so let's jump for one frame longer. Don't get it. I think we're going to get the grab on the next frame. And we do get the grab on 83. So we have a new best. We can grab on 83 by doing this, and that lends some credence to the idea that I have here. To keep climbing the chain just a little bit to see if we can get a better time. Yeah, so 83 is better. And I think, well, why do I think that's the case? I think that's the case because we sacrificed a little bit of time with the marginal speed of 0.07 or 0 like 32 or something, or no, it was 0.72 because we've spent a few frames climbing. So we spent another frame at 0.072, and it allowed us to just cut off a little bit of our jump here. I think this is going to be getting pretty close to optimized. But yeah, the ability to let go of your jump key and fall faster means that we spent a lot of time jumping quickly here. Then we let go of the button, didn't spend a lot of time in the jump arc, and that allowed us to get the grab a little sooner because we were 0.072 units higher up. So this is our new best. I don't see any reason to keep the previous one. So I'm going to go ahead and save over that. I'm going to make this one the ghost, and then we're going to go back and we're going to try to do better. Let's climb for one additional frame. So back to this. We're going to climb up for one more frame. Like so. And then we're going to jump off and do the same thing again. So again, worst case scenario is I just hold jump like a dumbass the whole time. I just like to see like when I get the grab. Yeah, so that was 88, I think, was when I grabbed it. I skipped an extra frame. That's pretty damn terrible. Let's see now how we can do it. Stopping, let's stop our jump like right there. Let's stop our jump there and see what that gets us. Don't make it at all. So hold jumper, I'm gonna guess 2 more frames. Alright, good. I wanted that to undershoot. And now I think the next one might be enough to do it. I think if I hold jump for 1 more frame, I'm probably gonna get it. Ooh, not quite. Alright, 2 frames. There we go. We got it on 84, so it looks like we're getting time lost now. Alright, so I don't have like a mathematical proof for this, but my guess is the solution to this combination of inputs, like time spent climbing chain, time spent jumping, time spent falling, I think 83 is going to be the optimal one. That's another like potential frame you could save maybe if you found a faster route for this. But we're gonna go with my instinct here and try to do that. So this is what we got. Let me see if I can clean up any of these inputs though. So let's see, when did we stop jumping? 77. Let's just go to this frame. I don't need to hold left, so I'm just gonna let go of the button. Falling, hanging, and this is, you cannot jump out of a hang on the frame that you do it. I'm pretty sure. I think you could buffer a jump input for 1 frame, which is not relevant for a task because it doesn't help. But you can't jump out on this frame, and to prove that, I'm going to try it. So let's go to this frame right here. We know we're going to ledge grab on the next frame. I'm going to hold jump. And you see nothing happens if I hold jump, but on the next frame, if I was still holding jump, I would have gotten off the ledge. So we do have our optimal ledge hanging. This is as far as I could tell. Now we need to start worrying about the bomb, but the thing I'm going to do with this, what I always do, is we're going to climb up to the top first, and then we're going to figure out where to weasel the bomb input into this. So this is like one of my least favorite things to do, which is just optimal ledge hanging all the way up. We don't have a rope, so we're going to have to use these ledges, but the task can get up these ledges really fast. Let's do it. So let's see, what frame are we on? We are going to get the ledge hang on this frame. That's our key frame. That's it. We've normalized ourselves. Let's go ahead and save it. I'm going to make another backup. I think we're up to 4. And let's do it. So we want to be on this ledge as fast as possible. Let me check my notes and see if I have one of these for heavy state, because we can use our whip for this. So jump up, 1 tall ledge, whip heavier state. No, that's not what we're doing. We are jumping up from ledge hang. Quick standing on whip heavy state. Again, if I had a better way to like distribute this information, I would do it. Like at some point, if we make like if somebody makes like a task page or something on like the Moss guides or whatever, we could conceivably like write down like canned input sequences for very common problems. The problem that we're trying to solve here is I'm hanging on a ledge and I want my feet to be on this tile as soon as possible from this ledge hang. That's the only thing I care about, is I want to be on this as soon as possible. How do we do that? And that's something that you could just like brute force. Somebody could figure out a more or less optimal sequence for various problems. Like I want to be moving left, or I want to be able to re-jump again. Right now, the one I'm interested in is I want to be standing on it as soon as possible. I do not care about my horizontal position, and I think I can use whip heavy state to do that. So checking my notes here. I need to jump for 3 frames. Then I need to jump whip on the last one to enter heavy state. And then I had to free fall for a frame. So let me go ahead and do this. So we're going to jump for 3 frames. 1, 2, 3. Nothing's happening. I keep having this happen for some reason. I don't think it's Task Wizard. I think it's Spelunky dropping my inputs because I clicked back into the window but not into the game itself. So let me play back to this frame real quick. Okay, it should work now. 1, 2, 3. Attack. I need to free fall. I need to clip into the ledge a little bit. Very hard to tell, but supposedly I'm in this ledge. Let's see what my position is. It's not working. Okay, hold on. Let me make sure I did this right. Oh, I was supposed to free fall for 2 frames. I didn't read my notes correctly. Back to this. 1, 2, 3. Attack. Free fall for 2 frames. Now we step up onto the ledge. Let's see. I snapped up to it. So now I need to not hold horizontal. Again, I pretty much brute forced these. So I need to not hold an input. And now I can jump again on the next frame. And there we go. We're back in the jumping state with full velocity. So we were able to climb up this in like... How many frames was that from our jump over here? Yeah, it took like 8 frames. So we jumped here and then... Yeah, 8 frames later we jumped again. So you can get up this in 8 frames if you use the whip heavy state. Otherwise, I think this takes 11 frames to do this. So let's see, I think... Am I going to be whipping when I need to get this ledge hang? Because that would be a problem if I'm still whipping when I get this ledge hang here. I think I will be out of the whip state by then, but let's see. I have notes for this one too because it's such a common situation. Jumping up to a too tall ledge requires you to hold jump for 8 frames and then free fall for 6 frames to do it optimally. That should be enough, or it'll be very close. And if it doesn't work, then I'll have to give up the whip state here, or I'll have to like lose a frame. So let's see, we need to jump for 8 frames. So I already jumped for 1. Did it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ooh, I don't know if my whip state's gonna actually end in time. I'm not facing the right way, actually. Oh, yeah, that's a problem. I don't think we can use whip heavy state for this one because I'm gonna be facing the wrong way and my whip doesn't make it. Okay, that's not a big deal. We lose 3 frames on this jump because I can't use whip heavy state to do that. That's not a big deal. So let me go back to my ledge hang. I think we'll get to utilize that later. If I spend 1 more frame jumping but still whip, does that save time? Dang, we can try it, I guess. Alright, we're going off the grid here. We're trying new tech. So let's get the notes back up. So you're saying whip 1 frame later. Or actually, hold on a sec. What are you saying to do? Spend 1 more frame jumping, but still whip, rather. I see what you mean. Okay, so let me do this all again. So I need to... This one I don't have to use this one often, so I don't have it memorized very well. 1, 2, 3. I'm getting really tired of that. I don't know why that's happening when I click back into the game. 1, 2, 3. Jump and whip. Free fall for 2 frames. Horizontal. Nothing. We're standing on the tile. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You are suggesting a 9th frame, right? That's what you want to do here to see if that'll stall out the whip just long enough. So we're gonna do it for 1 more frame. 9th frame. Why the fuck is it eating inputs? All right, hold on. I think it's because I'm clicking on this bar to tab back into the game. Hold on. Let's test. Let's figure this out right now. So I'm tabbed out of the game. I click back on the bar, I perform an input, and it gets eaten. click out of the game, I click back on the entity window, perform an input, and it gets eaten. So I play back the entire task, click out of the game, I click back into just some dead space on like this window. Wait a minute, I didn't do that right. Click out of the game, click back into just some dead space here, still eats my input. It's only jump inputs that are getting eaten, like spacebar inputs. What the hell's going on here? I swear it didn't used to do this. I'm gonna make a note and look into this later. This could be a task wizard bug involving the new pause system. I don't know if that's what it is. I'm gonna write this one down and come back to this. This will be an issue for me, so let's see. So let's see, recording. Play back to some frame. Tab out. Click back into any GUI window. Game eats next jumped input from frame advance. Okay, that's all I need to know. I think I can reproduce this later because this keeps happening. It seems very consistent. Okay, I don't know what's going on with that. All right, so let's figure out what's actually wrong here. So if I click here a few times, it didn't need my input anymore. All right, so I just have to like click on a few things and stop tabbing out. All right, so one more input. I don't know how many frames we need to free fall after this, so let's just see. That's not too bad. Yeah, you might be right. So normally the way this would play out is I would be, for these 6 frames, this would have been the frame that I get the ledge hang. Yeah, so we lost 1 frame to this, but we gained 3 from this. So it's a net gain of 2 frames by just waiting out the ledge grabs. All right, so that was good to do that. So I'm redoing it with slightly cleaner inputs. So I just need to hold jump, hold right into the wall, and we're going to get the ledge grab on this frame. Yeah, so we just lost 1 frame to this. It's a net gain of 2. Excellent. We have a new keyframe here. I just used keyframe to refer to like what I'm going to build my next jump off of. So this one here, what do we want to do? We want to probably be moving horizontally as fast as possible. So I know what this input sequence is. It is jump, left, stall, right, do nothing, and then hold right. This one gets us moving horizontally as fast as possible, like around this corner. And then I want to immediately jump here. All right, so we got our jump. How many? I don't know how many frames it takes to step up onto a semi-solid. It might be 1 fewer. Jumping up a 1-tile ledge is usually 5 frames of jumping. So let's see if 4 gets us on the semi-solid. 2. I did it again. I tabbed out to my notes. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're not at the peak of our jump when we get to it. Yeah, so horizontal speed appears to be the limiting factor here. So that means we can just jump higher and just land on the corner. Or actually, no, hold on. No, that doesn't... Am I stupid? I might be stupid. Hold on. No, I think, yeah, horizontal speed is fine. We need to jump from here. Yeah, okay, I know what we need to do. So I don't actually need to jump yet. I can just wait a few frames. This jump is going to be the limiting factor. Two, 3, 4. As long as I'm falling when I get to this semi-solid, yeah, like that. Let's try to do that from a little bit earlier. Right there. Let's try jumping from there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Also, it's good to know you can use 4 frames of jumping to snap up onto the platform. So the next frame, I should be standing on it. It's not the best alignment, but I don't think that's going to end up mattering because jumping is going to be the limiting factor here anyways. We just needed to land on this as soon as possible. And I do believe this is the soonest we can possibly land on it because it's going to be the next frame. Let's see, for normal tiles, I want to check my notes here again. So for normal tiles, if you're doing this jump, you jump for not 5 frames. Oh, you can use whip heavier state, actually. We have our whip. Hey, hold on, we do have our whip in this situation. I wonder if we can use that to get up onto this thing faster. So what I can do in this situation is jump for 5 frames, or jump for 4 frames. 1, 2, 3, 4. Whip. We do not get a snap from there, but if I move the peak of my jump to the right just a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4. Whip. No, we still don't get it. Honestly, if it's 4 frames of jumping, I'm not sure how much it'll matter. Right for 1 more frame. 1, 2, 3, 4. Whip. Yeah, we do get a snap. It's so ridiculous looking, like how far you could snap to those. I think that might be optimal because I think that's when I start falling. I'm gonna run that back 1 more time and pay attention to my velocity. You can't land on these until you are falling for 1 frame. 1, 2, 3, 4. Whip. Goes negative, and on the next frame, we get snapped up onto it. Am I missing anything here, or is this the fastest we could probably do this? I don't know if we'll be able to use our whip since we don't know when the bomb is going to happen. That is a valid point. So let's think about this then. Yeah, that is a good call. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna leave this whip in. I'm going to half-ass the rest of this just to see how long it takes us to get up here. Yeah, I'm gonna half-ass the rest of this, so let's just wing it. So we're going to jump for, I think it'll take 4 frames for this one. 1. Let me make sure the game's clicked in properly. All right, we should be clicked in now. 1. It still ate my jump input even after I interacted with something. The first jump input gets consumed after I tab out. Yeah, I'm gonna have to fix that at some point. All right, so anyways, let's do this without a whip and just half-ass it. 1, 2, 3, 4. We know this will eventually snap. It might actually be the same speed as with the jump input because I don't know if it ends up mattering. 1, 2, 3, 4. I know I'm losing a frame on each of these platform landings, but I just need to get a ballpark estimate of when the bomb needs to come out. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Grab. It's probably faster to just jump directly to this ledge hang instead of climbing up and then jumping across. Actually, it might not matter. Now, hold on a second. Okay, so we have a few options. We can jump up to here, 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 or here, either one of these. And I could probably use whip ejection actually from this one. But that would mean I'd have to throw the bomb. So I could like jump up here, chuck the bomb, grab the ledge. This is gonna be definitely, I don't think it's gonna matter that much. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to just do this version. So we're gonna jump up just for like 5 frames. A little bit slow, that's okay. We're gonna jump. Am I gonna be able to get out of this? I need to use a walking speed cancel here, so let's do that. If you don't know, if you hold your walk button down while you're pressing a directional input, your speed is just instantly capped to walking speed in the direction you're currently moving in, so you can use that to turn around really fast in a TAS. Not fast enough apparently though, because I still bonked the ceiling, so let's add another frame tag. And we're gonna need to slow down a little bit here. So if I hold right for like 2 frames, then do a walk input to the left, jump. This doesn't have to be super optimized, but I mean, I need to not bonk the ceiling while I'm doing this jump. This is actually a really gross jump. Just because I have to turn around so fast after I get onto this ledge. It almost makes me wonder if it would actually be faster to jump up onto this ledge and then go for this hang here, but I don't know which side I'm going to go for. Whatever, I don't need to hyper optimize this. Oh, Ted Cuddy. Welcome. Alright, so instead of being a dumbass and hyper optimizing this, I'm just going to do this and then jump. Should be ledge hang. Alright, this one we want a fast horizontal, so we're going to jump, away, neutral, towards, do nothing, hold right. Right here is about the latest that we could have a bomb explosion go off. Because the bomb would be right there. That's it right there. The bomb has to go off at this point. Should we see how the human does it? Yeah, we didn't see the human. Hold on, I forgot to do that. I don't think we're going to learn much from it because there's a rope, but let's just look at it anyways. Just do it anyways. This open. All right, so what does human do in this situation? Let's go back a little bit here. So first rope usage is here, just as a way to re-jump. Did that save time? Probably a little bit. I think that probably did save a little time because you skipped a ledge hang. Okay, so you throw the bomb right about here. You have to actually wait a second to grab it because it's bouncing around. The TAS might be able to manipulate that bomb throw to slide on this corner here and lose a ton of speed. It'll be a little bit difficult to do that, but if I throw the bomb as I'm in the process of this jump, which means I won't be able to use the whip here, I think we're going to not be able to use this jump because I need to throw the bomb while I'm down here. But I could probably scoot the bomb here so that it lands immediately and I could grab it around this area. Assuming I don't need it sooner, it's possible that I'll actually need to grab the bomb here, depending on when I have to throw it. But let's see what else we do here. Let's just watch it. I wish it. YouTube, why are you like this? Whatever, we're just gonna do this. So you throw a rope, you go up for that ledge hang. I hadn't actually thought about that. Yeah, you could also go for this semi-solid to this ledge hang, to this one, up and around. I actually don't know. I'm gonna need to think about what's faster in that situation. Ledge hanging or landing on solid tiles. Then you just climb the rope slowly, it looks like. You didn't even do any rope jumps. Oh my god, that was close to holy shit, that was close to killing you. You were like a couple frames from dying to that bomb explosion, I'm pretty sure. YouTube, why are you spinning? The video is fine, look! Look, YouTube, it's completely fine. Why are you spinning? Who made this website? Yeah, you slowed down on the rope. Whatever. This is why I block ads on YouTube. Maybe if I didn't block ads, they'd have enough money to fix their player. That's a grounded down throw. And we'll figure out what kind of down throws, if any, we need to do in this situation. That's why you slow down on the rope. Okay, hold on, I need to understand this. Why did you slow down on the rope? What you could have done here was get to this spot a little sooner, throw the bomb, and then just wait a little bit. I mean, either way, it looks like the tempo worked out for your run because that's when the bomb blew up, but like, you didn't need to slow down on the rope, right? You could have waited here for just a few frames and thrown the bomb, and then you would have had the same outcome, right? Okay, I just wanted to make sure there wasn't like a strategy I was missing there. That is an extremely clean explosion though, because it's like as far to the right as you can. So that is worth noting then. You do stall here. I think I'm gonna probably have to deploy the bomb onto this platform at the bottom. That's what it's looking like. See, it's important to review this because we can get an estimate of the timing for this. So I'm probably not going to be able to use any of this input sequence. But that's the human run. Oh, my voice. Okay, that's the human run. Let's go see if we can figure out where to deploy the bomb. So we are at frame 1127. Math is hard, so we're going to do this. We need to deploy the bomb at frame 977. When does that happen? These are all going to be gone anyways, I'm pretty sure. I'm going to delete all these frames. This is the latest that I can have this bomb spawn into existence without it murdering me. With a little bit of leeway, because this is not entirely optimal. I lost a few frames during this climbing ascent, but it's pretty close. Well done, human. Look, we're learning things from the human runs. That's why I don't want to discredit like any ideas here, because anything can help for these TASes. So 977, we're set to stay in playback mode. Oh fuck, yep, that's down here. All right. Let's see. How can we do this? We can do the funny. What's the funny? You're getting really excited. What is the funny? Are we gonna do like a weird like off the backboard throw with the bomb here? Can I even ledge grab while I'm in the throwing state? Let me go to replay mode. Don't know if that'll work. Yeah, me neither. Okay, you can ledge hang while you do the bomb throw, so we have that in our arsenal. Yeah, I said arse. Let's see what this is. No, don't open that in this window. Damn it. Crumb, you're killing me right now. All right, what's the funny? It's the exact thing I just did before I looked at the video. You throw the bomb like as you're climbing up from this. It was not quite exactly the same. I think I threw mine before I jumped up from the ledge. Oh, you're on a rope though. Yeah, it's pretty much the exact same thing. So let's see, how does the funny play out? Yeah, I think we're doing the funny, if that's what you call this. I think we're doing the funny here because that's when I need to throw the damn bomb. You've never gotten this to work. Well, let's see what happens. Don't spoil it for us. YouTube, I swear to God, I'm just gonna mash the play button because it works better. Yeah, I'm almost positive the task could get up there in time because we just did it with like a half-assed route that lost at least like 10 frames. That's actually valid though to think about. I don't need the bomb to be over here. Well, no, I do want the bomb over here because I want to be as far to the right as possible when that bomb goes off. So yeah, ideally the bomb blows up right here. That is what we're trying to do with the timing. So yeah, we're gonna do the funny here. Excellent. This is what I was gonna do anyways, but I'm glad that you've at least tried to attempt this. So we are able to weasel in a bomb throw here. Let's go back to this frame. So what are we doing right now? All right, we're waiting to grab the ledge. So what happens if I just insert a bomb throw, like just right here? Let's just chuck a bomb during this particular frame and then let the rest of the task play out. What happens? Where does it wind up? That is looking good. I could probably do that from earlier. So I do all this. That means I can actually do my whip maneuver there too because I don't have the bomb in my hands. So the bomb bounces here. Is that going to be an issue? Okay, that's a problem. So this is when I want to jump. The bomb is not on the ground. So I think I want to do this earlier. Throw it earlier, or yeah, or later to catch it on the first bounce. What I would like the limiting factor in this to be how long it takes me to get up here. Because I can just change when I throw the bomb to get it to blow up differently. I want to get here as the limiting factor, because we can change when the bomb goes off. We cannot change how long it takes me to get up here. Earlier is probably better. Let's try earlier. Yeah, I'm gonna try the earlier bomb throw. So let's see here. We're jumping. Could potentially weasel a bomb throw in, like, on one of these frames. Where am I during these frames? Let's try over here. I don't know how generous this bomb throw is going to be. You know, there's only one way to find out. Let's just throw it on frame 970. That's not going to work, is it? That's just going to land on this platform here. All right, so we cannot do it there. Just one frame later. Bomb throw. Nope, that doesn't do it either. That's getting really close, so maybe try earlier. Well, let's see. The bomb is going to, here's the deal, the bomb is going to come out diagonally, plus whatever, like, velocity I have right now. So from this position, I only have vertical velocity if I throw that bomb. So it's going to come out at, like, a sharp angle and miss this corner if I throw it from over here, I'm pretty sure. Oh, you're right. Yeah, it doesn't inherit. Good thinking. I forgot that. So let's see. Yeah, so you're right. It's going to come out in a fixed arc, no matter what. I even said that earlier in my own damn stream and I forgot. Yeah, let's do it earlier then, and then we'll come back and try to do it later. So let's see. This is when we dismount. Well, let's just throw it from here. Am I facing... I need to be facing left then, so we're gonna have to add a left input to that. Alright, so let's go ahead and try this one out. Oh, well, that'll happen. Why did I just click? Oh, because I didn't delete the other bomb input. That didn't actually affect anything. That's too early, because the bomb is not going to make it up this ledge. Wait a minute. No, hold on, I scuffed something. Did that change anything about how I dismounted from this? It shouldn't have. How did I do to my inputs? This doesn't even have anything to do with the bomb. I think I corrupted one of my inputs. Alright, I need to play through this again as though I was recording it. I broke one of my inputs. So we get our ledge grab. No, it did do something. I tried to jump on this frame. I missed my ledge grab by like one frame. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. Instead of tempting this with our sinful ways, what we're going to do instead is we're going to try this frame and just see if this works, because it looks like whatever the case is, the bomb is in the wrong spot, so it might not even matter. Let's try to do it from here. Yeah, that's following the ghost now. Throwing the bomb, I think the state change from the bomb means that I didn't do my jump in the same way as I would have normally, because funny state shenanigans. I think you like can't jump and bomb on the same frame or something. There's some dumb shit related to that, so I'm not even surprised by this. Why am I wasting a frame hanging, man? It didn't work either way. I'm not paying attention. Okay, what happened? We climb. We jump, climb. And then we throw the bomb. Then we get the ledge hang. How the fuck am I getting the ledge hang early? Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Is this another funny state cancel thing? Oh my god. We got it early. We got the ledge hang early because I think we're in the throwing state. So we didn't have to switch to the falling state first. The game must be checking some combination of jumping and falling to get this ledge hang. This fucking game. We actually got it early, which is tragic because the bomb doesn't make it. Huh. And we can't like conveniently back whip it up there or anything either because we're using our whip for this particular ascent. And for this one here, yeah, we would have to get all the way up here first. Then we would be able to whip and knock the bomb over here. Nice whip. Let me switch to free play. I'm curious how this is going to play out. I can't. I got fucking whip ejected there. This looks like maybe there's like some super cursed like bomb, like whip ejection tech we could use to hit the bomb onto the platform, but then it's just going to bounce around more, which we really don't want. Because we could do a front back whip, and what I mean by that is I think if we hit the bomb with the front edge of the back whip, it might just go forward. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Check that. No, it still fucking goes backwards. I don't know how this game works. You can do like front back arrow whips. I don't understand this video game. Yeah, the whip really wants to knock the bomb in the opposite direction anyway, so I don't even know. Maybe I could like jump off the ledge and turn around and then whip it. Yeah, front back whipping is a thing, but it didn't work on the bomb for some reason. Could try it again. Yeah, you see it just still goes backwards. You know what it is? It's probably relative to the player, not the whip hitbox. And UFOs are wider than the player. The bomb, I don't think you can front back whip a bomb. Because if you see here, the bomb is not in the right spot. If I were to like spawn a power bomb, I could most likely do this. So yeah, how do I spawn a power bomb? I don't actually know. Whatever, I'll just fucking use a power pack for it. I don't remember how to spawn a power bomb. I think it's a flag on the regular bomb when it spawns in. What did I just do? I clicked on something I didn't mean to. Whatever, I'm sure I'll find out later. Anyways. Alright, so I can probably front back whip this. These are the names we come up with for this shit. Oh, I accidentally clicked on that. That's what I did. I don't want those right now. They're in the way. Yeah, you could fucking front back whip a power bomb, but not a regular one. Yeah, it has. I think it's the player's origin, so we can't do that anyways. We cannot front back whip the bomb, which means I would have to actually be facing in the correct direction and knock it up on this platform. Okay, well that was a little bit of a non sequitur, but that's not quite what I wanted to test here. Let's see if we can throw this in such a way that we don't have to deal with any of this nonsense, because I really don't want to have to deal with that if I can avoid it. So here's our throw. God damn it. So we either miss this corner, or the bomb deflects off of this, but then also hits this. Yeah, this is not looking like it's gonna work. So let's see, what was plan B? I wanted to do it all the way over here, because that seemed like a good idea, but it results in the bomb bouncing off of this every single time if it hits this. Otherwise, it just misses this entirely. And if I just let the rest of it play out, yeah, we just get the ledge hang a frame early. It's so cursed. It makes sense in retrospect with state canceling like nonsense. Yeah, the bomb, it's not even close. We can't use the bomb if we miss this corner at all. So I guess what was the other idea? The other idea was try to get to the bomb by throwing it later. Let's try that and then do like a low effort like jump up to the top. Yeah, let's throw the bomb later. That's what we're gonna do. Let's see, I don't really care about most of these inputs. So let's see. So we don't throw the bomb here. I'm trying to think how this is going to play out. It depends on when I throw it. I think as long as I throw the bomb before I get the ledge hang. So let's do it on this frame right here. Actually, I want to do it on this frame. I want to see if I can get that one frame earlier ledge hang, because that'd be kind of sick if that actually is consistent. Alright, so we throw the bomb on that frame. That state cancel jank allows us to grab the ledge one frame earlier. Thank you, Spelunky. Very cool. I'm going to let it play out slowly this time. I'm going to delete this frame from the TAS in a moment here, if that ends up working out. But how fast can I get up here now? That's like as late as I could throw it before the ledge hang happens. I don't quite make it. I need like 3 more frames on the bomb to actually get that to work. With the 1 frame deleted, does it work? Well, it wouldn't. I wouldn't have gotten to it fast enough anyways. I need like 3 frames to get to it, not just 1. So that's not going to cut it. It is a shame, but we could potentially make this work. And I'm doing the ledge climbing lineup that gets me horizontal speed as fast as I'm aware is possible to get to this bomb. So the later we throw the bomb, let's just take the L on that for a moment. We're not going to throw the bomb on this particular frame. Let's see, can you ledge hang on the frame that you throw the bomb? Let's actually try that. I'm curious. No, I actually grab it afterward. It stalls my ledge hang for 1 frame in order to throw the bomb, if I do that. It still allows me to do this same sequence of inputs, so we don't really lose anything to that. So throwing the bomb later means that it's going to start off a little higher, it's going to hit the ceiling a little bit higher, and land a little bit sooner. We're still 1 frame away from grabbing it, I think. It also has slightly different velocity. Or not velocity, it has the same velocity, it has slightly different, initial height. Because let's see, I threw it from the ledge hang position instead of a little bit below it. So yeah, I threw it from higher, it hit the ceiling sooner, it hit the ground. Why would that be better though? Hold on, that doesn't make any sense. I feel like that would make it worse. The higher up I am when I throw this bomb, the more speed it has when it hits the ceiling. So it gets to the ground sooner. But I mean, I guess I'm just throwing it from later. Maybe my player movement just is a more important factor than the bomb's movement. Does it hit the ceiling as it... I'm almost certain it hits the ceiling. I'm pretty sure my player being further along the route is the reason why this works. Yeah, it bonks the ceiling. Not by much, but it does look like it hits the ceiling. Doesn't seem to matter that much anyways. I mean, that's not really what we're trying to optimize for, so I'm not too concerned about that. Alright, so my question now is, can I grab this thing on this frame? I highly doubt that I can, but there's a chance that I can. Alright, so what do we got here? I want to take over, like, here. Alright, so I'm gonna switch it to free play. If I can't grab it on this frame, I think there's no hope for that. Oh my god, I can actually grab it. I think... You know what it is? It's entity ID jank. My character entity gets to the bomb before the bomb's physics engine moves it. So I'm actually able to grab this bomb before it bounces because of that. We actually get to the damn bomb because they finally, fucking for once, this works in the player's favor. Spawning an entity after the player here was actually beneficial because I'm able to pick up the bomb before it bounces. I'm almost certain that's what's going on here. So let me go back and do that a little more cleanly. Bomb throw. I want to go to this frame here. So it looks like I advance one frame, and then on the next frame, I would have been in the bomb's hitbox while it was on the ground. So I can grab it with my player entity before the bomb ticks, as in like updates its own state. And that actually works in my favor. Incredible. This is like the first time this has ever happened. This is almost always you're fighting against entity ID order. So back item dupe and whatnot like only works if you bring the item in a certain ID order, because otherwise the player doesn't get favored for the glitch. Let's go. Something's actually good. There we go. We grabbed the damn bomb. So I think I can actually just play through the rest of the route like this. So let me see if anything goes wrong. And we could definitely shave frames off of this ascent here. Let's pretend that we can shave like 10 frames off of this ascent, because it's definitely not optimal. This bomb is going to go off in 28 frames. All right. That's actually really good. I mean, this is going to kill me, but I mean, this is really good. I could have thrown it when I was over here. I think it would have made it over here. Or is that good? As sick as that bomb grab was, the problem that I'm seeing with this is that if we get up here faster, which I think we're probably going to be able to get up here a little bit faster, we're going to be waiting on the bomb. I think that's what's going to happen here. We're going to be waiting on the bomb. Pretend we got here 10 frames sooner. I only need to move like 4 or 5 frames right now. So I'm going to be waiting for a little bit for this damn bomb to go off if I do that. Well, I'm not concerned about the bomb throw. I'm pretty positive I can get the bomb to go off up against this push block. But my player is not going to be as far right as they could be when this bomb goes off, because I want my player to be right about here when the bomb goes off, which means I want to throw the bomb sooner. The initial throw, trying to get it out earlier. Yeah, that bomb throw, the spawn, the creation of the bomb is the thing we want to do earlier, but we tried to do that. Could not get the damn thing to bounce correctly. Let's see. Do we have any normalization that I could play with here? I'm thinking I should optimize this ascent, but I wonder if the bomb is going to change anything about that. Zoom out a little bit. So here's the deal. We're going to be climbing up. We cannot throw the bomb here because it's going to go God knows where. If we throw it like from down here, it hits this. It hits this, it lands over on the wood. Try to do, there's a lot to try. Sometimes you have to just accept that it's good enough. I'm trying to think if there's anything obvious that we have not tried yet. Because otherwise I think I will just accept something like this as good enough and just roll with it. Because I don't want to do this like forever here. Maybe we can do a little science or something else after this. I do want to like have a functional task. What time are we gonna beat this in? Yeah, we're gonna beat this in sub 20, it looks like. Because this bomb would go off. Let's actually see what time we would beat the run in by doing this. So I'm gonna turn on God mode because I think it still blew up. Just want to see how long it would take me to get to the right. Actually pretty tight. Now I know we're gonna shave frames off of it. Oh, it's actually really close. We technically don't know either. Yeah, this route is sub 20. So whatever happens here, this is definitely a sub 20 route. We don't know that this is faster than ropeless, which is frustrating because I feel like I should try it at some point. I need to I would have to redo the whole thing, getting the damn ropes to see if it's any faster or not with the rope climbs. And I feel like I should do diligence and try that. I'm not going to do that today. Like, whatever the case is, I think we might try the rope strat later. It's probably faster ropeless. I think saving the 2 seconds, not getting the ropes, is probably a time save. What is the world record? Hold on, I already forgot. You said it was like 21 or something. Let me check on it. It's like 21.8 or something like that, I think. Yeah, 21.8. So what we have here is only a 2-second time save. I mean, maybe a little bit more if we can shave a bit more off of this. I don't know, this almost doesn't feel as fast as it should be, is what I'm getting at here. Not going down to get those ropes saved about 2 seconds by my estimates. But then how did I not save any fucking time with like optimal like ledge jumps all the way up here to be only 2 seconds faster than the world record by saving 2 seconds doing one thing? How did I not gain any time from optimal task precision? Makes me wonder if there is something to the ropes that would make it faster. So I think what I'm going to do today is I think we finish the ropeless strat, but I'm going to have to come back to this in the future, probably another stream, and do it with the ropes and find out which one is faster. I think the rope route might actually be deceptively fast. It may be saving time in ways that weren't immediately obvious at the expense of having to go down here and get them, because I feel like this should have been way faster than what we got here. Because, like, what else are you doing in this run? Like, you're not doing this ledge hang because you go down here instead to get the ropes. And then you use a rope here, and this, we know this right here, this clusterfuck is definitely a time loss. You even do, like, a whip cancel to climb the rope faster. We know this is a time loss, like, right here. And then right here, we have to do a couple of ledge jumps. Ledge jumps they're slow. Like, ledge jumps are fucking slow. I may have underestimated, like, how much time the rope here was also saving. It doesn't look like much until you see how agonizingly slow. Like, you have to just jump, wait until you stop falling, land on the platform, jump again, and we have to do that like 5 times to get up here. So given that that's the case, I think I'm going to stop wasting my time optimizing the bomb throw. Let's optimize the ledge climb, take the L on whatever frames we lose up here, and just see what our final time is, and then call it on the task for now. This is not going to be the final product. I think I should do another one with the ropes and see if that's any better. As sick as this is, I think the ropes actually save time in the long run, unless we could find a better way to do this with bombs. Which I thought about, like, alternate cheese routes that you could do with the bombs, but you can't really... The only one really is this here. The only save I could think of is bombing out this wall here. Like, you can't even save anything by doing this, because the bomb will be able to destroy these tiles here. So you can't, like, get up through this or anything either with a bomb. So you could potentially go through this wall instead of the one here to save time, but that would require you to use a rope. So you would rope here, you would rope here. Hold on, let me reset the music. There we go. So you would use a rope down here, another one right about here. Actually, is this floor? There's a hole here, right? Hold on, let me... I think there's a hole there when the level generates. Let me go to... All right, continue playback. Let's go ahead and just start the run. Yeah, that's right. That's what you're supposed to do. So you could potentially come up here, jump onto this, rope up. You would have a bomb cooked, throw it at the wall over here, and that would mean you don't have to do this segment. You could go straight to this chain. It comes at the expense, however, of using a rope here, which is always slow. So yeah, one rope, two ropes, second bomb gets used here. You climb this crap. Third rope gets used here along with third bomb. That's another potential like rope path that you could take through this. But without ropes, there's no universe where it's going to be faster to go up here and through this wall. So we can probably say that's not going to work. So we have to use one bomb here, one here, climb all this crap, and then this push block is extremely slow. I don't see how you could possibly save time anywhere else that would be better than this push block. Like, this is, I think, the most high-value bomb, and then this is the second best one. This bomb is mandatory. There's no way to finish it otherwise. See, I don't see any, like, good alternate routes to go through this without ropes, but with ropes, I wonder if over the top would be faster. Because the thing about this is you could throw the rope the instant you get to this semi-solid, and then you can climb this ledge while you wait for the rope to deploy, which will save you a little bit of time. And then climb over the top of this, and you would presumably have a bomb in your hand, so you would not be able to do state canceling with the whip. You would chuck the bomb, like, from over here, blow up this wall, and then from there it would kind of converge. You would have to get this ledge hang, it would normalize with the rest of the route. That, I feel, has the potential to save time, because otherwise we have to run the same distance horizontally, and instead of climbing a rope, we have to use this ladder and this platform to get back over here. It'd be a bit of a wash. Yeah, it would be a little bit of a wash to say which one is faster. I think they could both be competitive because this segment might take the same amount of time as climbing this rope. Tough to say. Something to think about for the future. Let's finish what we have here. So back to this. Let's go to frame. I not the bomb throw. Let's just go here. All right, so this is where we grab the bomb. This is the spot, I think, where we're going to... Let's just optimize from here. Pretend this was the best we could do with the bomb throw. Let's optimize from here. I'm going to make a note that maybe the bomb throw could be optimal if we did it sooner. In the ropeless route. Alright. Actually, the camera's going to get bumped over here anyways. So this is where we're going to leave off with this. And we're not going to worry about anything that we did before that, because we know that this is at least pretty damn fast from this point. Let me go ahead and make the camera catch up for a second here. There we go. Alright. We'll zoom out to, like, I want to do 2 or something. Whatever. I'll figure out the camera problems as we go along. Alright, so we know that we only need 4 frames to snap up onto these semi-solids. And then from here, this is something I want to think about. What is the fastest way to climb this? We have 2 options for this first jump. We can go onto this semi-solid and then go for the second one, like the second platform here, or we can go for a ledge hang. I feel like snapping up on top of semi-solids is very fast because you get like a little bit of extra just from the snapping mechanic. But you can also get a snap from ledge hangs as well, is the thing. They feel slower. I want to like definitively understand what I'm talking about before I just assume that one of these things is better than the other. We could test it. There is a very straightforward test, I think, that we can use to figure out what would be faster, and that would be to just do it. But there are a lot of permutations that we have here. We have 2 semi-solids, 4 ledges, and 3 floors that we could combine together in various ways. We could go for this, then we could go here, and then either to here, or from here to here, or from here to here to here to here to up to the top. I would like to know the answer for each of these. So let's think about this. We know that we have to jump to this one. There's nothing to be done here. We have to do this jump. There's no saving time here. Why am I not inputting a jump on this frame? 0 ledges first. I'm trying not to just do all of the permutations. I'm trying to think, how can I break this apart, measure how long each operation takes, and go from there? Because I really don't want to task like several different permutations. So let me think about this. First of all, I think I scuffed something with my inputs here. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. I should be inputting a jump. I guess this is where I stopped hyper optimizing everything. So let's do it from this frame. Yeah, we do need to optimize this properly. So what have we got going on here with the player's velocity? So we're not falling yet. On the next frame, it looks like we're going to get set to 0. We actually get snapped up onto it on the falling frame. I guess that's how that works. It sets us to the falling state, and then we get snapped up onto it. And we can cancel that state. So that's probably optimal. I don't think we could get onto this thing any faster than this if I had to take a guess here. So I'm going to start recording now. The rest of these inputs are honestly trash, so we're just going to get rid of them. We don't need the rest of those inputs. Let's start from here. Alright, so we know that we're going to land on this on the next frame, so let's input a jump. Oh, it actually doesn't give us the jump on that frame. We do have to wait. There's no consistency in this video game, is there? That's weird. It snaps and then it puts you on the semi-solid. So now we could jump. Now we're in the jumping state. So never mind. That was actually optimal, what I had originally. Previous unoptimized route, the top was reached. 10 frames left on the fuse. Yeah, it was something like that. And that's my estimate, is I could probably shave about 10 frames off of that. Alright, so anyways, to get onto this ledge, this takes, from the frame that I jump, I have to jump for 8 frames, I have to fall for 6 frames, and then the ledge hang is frame 15. We can't do anything after that. It takes 15 frames to get into the ledge hanging state when we're here. Which isn't exactly comparable to jumping onto this semi-solid either. We do, however, have the ability to go from ledge hang to ledge hang to ledge hang, which is kind of comparable to going from this semi-solid to here, to here, to here. Each of these are 1-tile jumps. So those are kind of analogous to each other, and I feel like they will be exactly the same if I had to guess, honestly. You don't have to jump back and forth, do you? Well, yeah, you can only go on the right side as well. I'm just trying to think where the time loss is. The problem here is the ledge hangs are not really comparable to standing on tiles, because you get a slightly different offset. However, I'm pretty sure the jump arc is the same once you're on them. You know what? Okay, we're going to try a few things. Hello again, Captain. We're going to try a few things here. We're going to try ledge hang, ledge hang, ledge hang. And we're going to see how many frames that whole, like, assortment takes to do. So ledge hang, ledge hang, ledge hang. Because again, landing on the top of the tile and then jumping takes extra time. And then for this last one, we will have to jump onto this and then normalize our run by hitting this ledge right here. That's what we're going to do first. Let's just see if we learn anything interesting from this. So, and I could actually keep holding right while I do this. So we're going to jump 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 frames. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We are going to ledge hang on this frame. I don't actually know how many frames it is to jump from one ledge hang to the other, so we're going to find out. So make a new frame tag. I don't remember what this one was, let's just delete it. Alright, so let's find out what we can do from here. So I forget if holding left does anything on this. Yeah, the first frame, holding a directional input doesn't do anything on its own. If you jump and hold the button, you don't get the velocity and your position doesn't change. So there's no reason to actually hold a directional input during your first jump. 1, 2, 3. All right, so let's just try 5 and see what we get out of that. We do fall short, so 5 is not enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not good. This is already looking bad because I know you only have to jump for like 5 frames from the ground in order to step up a tile, and we're not getting that from the ledge hang, which I wonder why. You know something I've never tested? Do you get the same jump velocity from a ledge hang versus the ground? If you jump off the ground, you get 0.18. And then from there, as long as you're holding jump, it's the same gravity as usual. Get rid of this. You even get the same jump from this. Because honestly, that might answer our question. Oh my god, you don't. You get less velocity from the ledge jump. I never knew this. You get 0.16 from doing the ledge jump. That might mean that we don't want to do ledge jumps because they're slow. That's what it's looking like. It looks like jumping off the ground is just going to be better because it'll get us up to where we need to be faster. Because for this ledge jump, I just jumped for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 frames. 7 frames is enough to get a ledge hang. Okay, here's what we're going to do. So I'm going to do 1 ledge jump from ledge to ledge. Let's see how long that takes. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 doesn't make it. It's possible that it still gives us a better ledge hang, like as far as how long we have to spend stalling in the air. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 frames of jumping will get us to the ledge. And we land on this frame. So from our previous ledge jump, all right, so we were on a ledge on frame 52 here. And then we got on another ledge on 66. So the difference there is 14 frames from ledge to ledge. So the next question then would be from ground jump to ground jump. What is the difference going to be? Because this was our ledge hanging state. 52 to 66. 14 frames is the time that we need to beat here. Get rid of that bomb. So I'm just gonna make some scuffed TAS inputs here. So from jump to jump, we need to be 14 frames. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see, so that was 5 frames of jumping. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 13. I think it's going to be faster then, yeah. It looks like because I should be able to re-jump on this frame here. Yeah, so we have 14. Let's go back to With the semi-solids. I'm going to make some scuffed inputs here. I don't think we want this input sequence, so let's go back to this frame. So we know we need to jump for 4 frames to get snapped up onto this. Alright, this will be our test. So from jump input to jump input. It should be, let me count this out, but I think we're going to save 2 frames. So ledge hangs are going to be slower. Jumping up a one tall ledge, according to my notes, is either 12 or 13, depending on how you round this off. It should be 5 frames of jumping. 1, 2, 3. Oh, damn it. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. I think I'm not close enough to the edge, actually, to land on it. Oh, I am. 2, 3. Hold on. What am I reading here? Jump up one tall ledge. No whip. 5 frames of jumping. 3 frames of free fall. And I guess I'm not close enough to the edge to clip up onto it at that point, so I'm losing time. I need to actually be closer to the edge. So let's do this a little bit better. There we go. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. So I would have stepped up onto the ledge. I guess there's always free fall frames. So 1, 2. Now we're falling. And I think I could jump on this frame. Yeah, I can jump on this frame. So from jump to jump, what was the timing on that? That was from 53 to 65. Yeah, 12 frames. So it looks like this is a time save. We do not want a ledge hang. It is faster to jump back and forth if I can control my speed properly and not bonk the ceiling constantly, which is going to suck, but we might be able to do it. Alright, so ledge hang's bad. Jumping, good. I mean, they're both jumps, but you get the point. Alright, so I want to clean up my inputs a little bit here. We don't need to be holding right for all of this, and I would prefer to be a little bit further to the left so I don't have to turn around. I'm surprised I'm still landing on that. Okay, that one looks pretty good. Our speed is getting pretty low there. Alright, so if I were to just jump here, 1, 2, 3, 4, we are going to... Oh, it was 5. Hold on. 1, 2, 3. There's our snap. And I forget if I could jump on this frame or not. Let's just try it. I cannot jump on that frame. I can, however, buffer the input. But I'm not going to, because as a task, we do not need to buffer inputs. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, I actually might want to, like, just barely get up on this edge, because I have full running speed right now. So that was 5. So I think this is the frame where I land on it. I actually couldn't input a jump on that frame. I thought the gap was 12. Why was I not able to jump there? From 49, I tried to jump on... Oh, I tried to jump on 60s. Yeah, 61 would be the frame that I could jump on. The problem is going to be not bonking the ceiling here. So I wonder then, if I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... I think I want to actually press my face up into this. 2, 3... So I have notes for this particular situation, but I don't think it matters if I'm pressing into the ledge or not. Yeah, I jump. I free fall for 3 frames. And then I can hold right. And I think I should. Yeah, I hold right for 2 frames. Actually, no, I don't. Why is this not working the same way? I was supposed to clip up onto the ledge there. Yeah, 3 frames of jumping. 3 free fall. 3 free falls. That's a tongue twister. I was supposed to clip up onto the ledge. Okay, hold on. One, two, three, four, 5. 1, 2, 3. Oh, there we go. I don't know what I did wrong the first time. Alright, so now we've clipped up onto the ledge. Then we're going to step up onto the ledge. We're going to fall for 3 frames. And then I can jump on the next frame. That's how this is going to play out. And that's going to be our 12 frames. And now I'm in a good spot because I shouldn't need to worry about bonking the ceiling here. And this one doesn't have a ceiling, so it's not as precise. So let's do it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I want to be able to jump on this frame here. Can I turn around and jump on this frame? Indeed I can. This one's going to be rough though. We're going to have to like kill our speed to be able to actually do this one. I suppose a stupid jump isn't out of the question, but that requires a run-up. I don't think that's going to work. Now let's just see how this plays out. So I think I want to go back a frame and see if I can use a walk input to cut my speed during this jump. So if I hold right and walk and jump, I fucking missed the ledge. I was afraid that would happen. Alright, well the best we can do is this then. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I suppose I could do the walk input afterward. So let's see, 1. Then we're going to do a walk cancel for a speed. 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get up onto this ledge. I might have had too much speed coming into it. But I barely made it to this ledge in the first place, like the one down here. Am I going to be able to make this in a 5-frame jump? Or do I need to just lose a frame? If we're going to be waiting for the bomb, I think we could probably afford to just lose a frame on this. This is one of the advantages that these ledge hang jumps would have, is that it stops you immediately, so you don't have to worry about not being able to elegantly jump across this gap. Let's see how this works out. No, we don't make it. That's what I was afraid was going to happen. We have just too much speed coming into this one because we jumped off this one pretty damn close to the edge. And then I needed to be moving at max speed to make it up here, and then I just have too much speed to turn around and get back to this one. My instinct tells me that this maneuver is not possible to do without losing a frame after a couple of these jumps. Let's jump for one more and see if that gives us enough. Yeah, that looks like it'll give us enough to jump. Alright, let's just lose one frame on this strategy. I'm gonna make a note about this. Okay, I got a note about that. Alright, so we know that this works. Once again, it ate an input. I've got to fix that, but that's a problem for another day. Alright, so on this frame, I should land on it. Let's see if we can do a walk cancel. God damn it, walk canceling just fucks everything up. Alright, so we'll just do a normal one then. Oh, this is... Am I going to be able to make it out from under this ledge? Oh, this is going to be rough. Let's see. We're definitely going to have to do a cancel, or walk speed cancel, or whatever there. I don't have a good name for that. Oh, I think we're bonking. Oh, we're bonking for sure. There's no way we're not. Okay, that's a problem. How are we gonna do this? Like, efficiently? Like, I badly need to lose all of my speed before I get to that spot. Eat the extra ledge grab. I'm wondering. I'm not thinking about ledge grabs. What I'm actually wondering is if I can, like, sacrifice a couple coyote frames to perform this jump in such a way that I skim this edge and lose all of my speed. And then I land on this at 0 velocity, and then just do the same thing in the other direction. Skim this ledge so I lose all my horizontal speed, and then just gently land on the top. Like, can I slow these jumps down, like, just by, like, 1 frame? And have that work? Otherwise, then we might just want to do the ledge grabs. And we can switch to ledge grabs whenever we need to, is the thing. So, like, I could potentially turn this into a ledge grab, but at that point, that's a time loss. Honestly, maybe I should just ledge grab here, jump up, and ledge grab again, and jump up. That's starting to feel like the better way to do this. So, either go for this ledge grab, or here to ledge grab. One of those two. So we know that jumping out of the ledge grab state is slow. So I think we should go from here to ledge grab to here to ledge grab. That's what I'm like feeling like we should do, because otherwise we wiggle around too much going back and forth. I'm gonna go for that. Yeah, up the right side essentially is what I think we should do here. Let's not worry about optimizing the climb too much. Let's go back to, what frame is this? I'm trying to figure out what that is. Okay, so we landed here and then we jump. Yeah, okay, this is where we're gonna pick up. We should be able to jump on the next frame by holding left. There we go. All right. So instead, we're gonna go for a ledge grab. That requires 8 frames and then 6 frames of falling. So let's see here. So there's our 8 frames. Just turn around now, it doesn't really matter. Then we fall, grab the ledge. And then we need to do a fast standing like maneuver. So let me go check how to do that. Because we can't do heavier state, we need to, not heavier state, but actually it is heavier state. Jump up from ledge hang. Standing on, no whip. Alright, let's try that input. So I need to hold jump for 3 frames. 1, 2, 3. Once again, it ate my inputs. Back to 75. I think 6 is when I grabbed. Ledge hang. 1, 2, 3. Let's see. That doesn't seem right. Free fall. Okay, this one involves clipping onto the ledge. I think that's why this one works better. Yeah, so we free fall, 1, 2, 3. Hold into the ledge. I should snap up on the next frame. I did not snap up. Why am I having so much trouble with this? What am I counting wrong here? It's making this not work correctly. Oh, never mind. No, I can clip onto it. But I was supposed to clip up onto the ledge earlier than this. Oh my god, I'm losing my mind, chat. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, 4. There we go. That's what it was. I'm an idiot. And then we clip up onto the ledge. I need to learn how to count. It's all those cosmic ocean runs. I can't count to 3. It does damage to you. It does things to your head. Alright, so then this layer is... I think I can't jump on this next frame here. Let me try it anyways. Yeah, I can't jump on this frame. Even though I'm standing on the floor, corner snaps are weird. They'll put you on the floor in the falling state because I think it's something to do with the collision engine of the floor, like making you snap up to the top of it. So your player entity doesn't seem to update their state until the next frame. So I can't turn this into a jump on this particular frame. It just won't work. I unfortunately have to wait one more frame, and now I can jump on the next frame, because that's when my player entity is going to realize it's standing on something. At some point I want to look into that in more detail and see if I can understand how it works. Now I'm jumping for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So here's where I actually could go for the other wall instead, and that would allow me to just jump across instead of having to do a weird turnaround. And I think it'll take the same amount of time to do either of those. But we can test them both. It's not too difficult. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Grab. Game traumatizes all of us. Yeah, that it does. Alright, so my jump input is going to get eaten, I think, here. What if I just, like, press spacebar a bunch and then try to do the input? Now, it still fucking gets eaten. I don't understand. It's only spacebar that's doing that. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. It's only jump. I think it's something with either Task Wizard or maybe the pause API changes that I'm testing right now. I don't think Dragu's merged that yet. I'll have to look into that soon and see if I can figure out like what's actually causing it. But anyways, so we want to jump away, up, right, do nothing, hold right. Right, so I don't really care about the bomb. The baseline I'm going to use to measure the efficiency of this is going to be how fast I get to this push block. We hit the push block on frame 1136. That's our first waypoint, 1136. Let's do the other strat and see if it's any faster. I'm just going to overwrite the task. We don't have anything else going on there. Alright, so let's go back down to here. Again, I can easily reproduce this if I need to anyways. Right here, 87. Okay. So 1136. Looks like we got it in chat. Thank you. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We should get the ledge hang. I don't believe we can do any... No, we can't do any whip ejection nonsense in this spot because we're holding a bomb. So... It doesn't really matter how many frames I jump for here. I think I'll just do 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. How close is that to not working? That's actually pretty clean. Yeah, the other one is slightly faster. Because this is where we got on 1136, and this one would have been... Yeah, 1142. Alright, 6 frames saved. So actually jumping across that would maybe be faster with like a whip ejection. To show what the hell I'm talking about. If you press jump and whip on the same frame, it's a feature that nobody wants, but it does have applications for task tech. I press jump and whip on the same frame. My velocity, my X velocity right now is stupid. It is way higher than you could normally get right now. It's like 75% or something like higher than you would normally be able to get your velocity to be. But let's invert that. There we go. So it's 1.7 times the amount that you would normally be able to get for your speed. And that can give you a lot of distance really fast if you abuse this. Normally, it just results in you not whipping a bat that's behind you because it's a shitty feature, but we're making a task right now. We are going to abuse every single feature that's in this game, even if they're terrible. Unfortunately, I don't think we can utilize this here. Again, it's not that I don't think. We can't utilize this here because we're holding a bomb, but this tech is useful in other situations in the task. If I hold neutral, as in I'm not holding left or right, my character will just get slowly dragged down. Right until here, and then I need to start holding a directional input. And that distance that I just cleared right here is almost certainly faster than if I had done this ledge hang here, but we have a bomb in our hands. The only optimization I could see in that situation is if I could throw the bomb. But the problem is I have to be facing right to throw the bomb over here, and then I can't do this ledge hang during the throwing animation, and the throwing animation takes like 4 hours, so it's probably not viable to save any time by doing that. But out of curiosity, I want to know how much time I would have saved if I had done that. Like if I could have done that. So right up to this frame here. Actually, no, not that frame. Where was the first one that I did? Right here, 1102. Yeah, something like this. Alright, so if I didn't have the bomb in my hands, ledge hang, whip eject, wait for my velocity to drop below that, then I start holding right. It's actually still 2 frames slower. That's actually good to know then. This is never faster. So this was a little bit faster than the other strat, but it still wasn't enough to cover the distance. Interesting. Good to know indeed. We don't have to... There's just not a thing you need to do. That's never going to be faster than just doing a fast, like... Just a fast, like, ledge climb on the right side. I thought it would be faster, honestly. It did save 4 frames. It just wasn't enough. But it's always good to have different tech, just in case it comes up later. Whip ejection is useful in TASs and not useful in the base game. I wish it wasn't in this game at all, but what are you gonna do? So let's make sure I don't erase any frames here. Oh yeah, I had the bomb in my hands when I did this. But it looks like this worked. It got us all the way up here. Yeah, it's good for lineups. Like, just... it has applications for it, but boy, we had to try hard to find those applications. So anyways, we need to throw this damn bomb because it's going to blow up in our hands. So, yeah, you don't have to do the frame perfect version. You get the same velocity whether or not you whip. I think you just get vertical height from the jumping version of it. In CO, you don't need to jump. I think jumping may or may not actually make it not work if you do it like that. The lineup being the thing where you will get a perfect ledge hang below you. Jumping and whipping at the same frame may or may not ruin it. I don't know. Maybe I'll test that another time, but you don't need to do that, and you shouldn't do it anyways. You just press whip without jump, and you'll get the same outcome, and it seems to be consistent. But jumping will give you extra height. It could misalign you, or you could get lucky. As we discovered, it's an like, I did show a little bit of this on a stream, and it's extremely precise. And it just so happens that your vertical position works out if you do it without jumping. I just don't know if it works with jumping. Anyways, let's finish this off. When do we throw this damn bomb? So the bomb has a 21 frame fuse, and I think what's going to happen here is I'm just going to have to just wait a moment after I throw it. So let's go ahead and wait, like, preferably like as soon as I can. So maybe over here. Right there. Okay, let's do it right there. I'm going to throw the bomb and let's just see what happens. So it bounces. Yeah, this is what I was afraid of. We have like an eternity before that bomb blows up. So is there any situation where I don't have to stall? Maybe I'll tuck it in the corner with a down throw. Let's see. I'm going to try a few things. I'll keep that particular thing in mind. So if I just run to the right, when does this bomb go off? Like right before I get to the wall. Yeah, so I'm going to lose, I think, like about 10 frames to this bomb by the look of things. So I'm trying to think what matters here. Yeah, what matters is that the bomb goes off in the corner, which a down throw could potentially line it up, or I could just time my throw precisely. I think either of those things would work. And then I want to have maximum running speed into the bomb when it goes off. That's like the best way that we can salvage this. So let's see. Well, let's try the down throw and see what happens. So the down throw is literally just down and whip on the same frame. Let's see where that puts the bomb. Nah, it bounces pretty violently if I do that. I mean, I'm still holding right when I do that, so it does gain some speed. What I could do is I could stop moving and then do the down throw. Yeah, that's a little bit better. It does bounce slightly, but what that does allow me to do is time the explosion so it's a little bit closer to the wall here. If I do that down throw, like just a tiny bit later, that might get me a better setup. Because things lose a lot of speed while they're sliding on the ground. So let's see, I'm gonna go here. So I'm gonna wait 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 frames. Actually, let's see, I need to wait for my velocity to get set to 0. Okay, let's perform the down throw now and just see where it winds up. So perform the down throw and then start running to the right. Where does everything line up? That is the frame I would like the bomb to blow up on. But we need to do it a little bit later. So I'm gonna wait 1, 2 frames. I think I need to wait 3, but let's test both the edges here. So down throw, start running. Yeah, it bounces a little bit. I would have also liked, wasn't that one good? Well, no, it bounced off a little bit. Now I don't get there as fast. Well, there's a couple things I could change here. I think I need to stand further to the right so that I can get to the bomb explosion sooner. I want the bomb to blow up in this corner, and I want to be right here. All at the same frame. Like, I want this to be the situation that I'm looking at right now. I need to be at running speed here, and I want the bomb as far to the right as possible so that I can be as far to the right as possible when it blows up. That's what I'm trying to do here. So what I think I want to do is actually move a little bit further to the right because, well, look, I can show what's going on here. So if I wait 1, 2, 3 frames. Oh, that was the camera moving. Perform the down throw and then start running to the right. The bomb goes off in the perfect spot, but I don't get there in time. So what I'm going to do is try to perform the down throw from closer to where I want my character to be. That might or might not be what you're telling me to do here, but I know what I want to do in this situation. So let's move a little bit further to the right, like 3 frames. Now let's wait. I'm just kind of winging it with these like time estimates. So let's just perform the down throw. How long have we got? And let's try it now. That's actually really good, but I think I'm gonna hit this. Oh, just barely. That's actually really good if I stall for just a smidge, like just a tiny little bit of time after I perform the down throw. I think I won't die to that bomb. Try walking. I'm just actually going to not move for 1 frame right before the bomb explosion. I think that'll nudge me over by like 0.15 or 0.015 or something. What we're gonna have to find out here is how this lineup works with the referee over on the right, because that'll determine whether or not we can shave like a 1 frame off of it by changing our alignment here. We have another alignment check with the position of that referee over on the right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run with what I've got, and then we'll see if we can optimize it later. So let's do this. We're going to perform the throw, then we're going to run to the right. Once I'm at max speed, I'm going to stall for 1 frame. That frame right there still kills me, interestingly enough. It's so close. Honestly, I think jumping might actually get me clear the bomb, because the explosion is down on the bottom right. Yeah, good. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I promise I thought of it before I saw it in chat. What if we jump right at the very end? So when do I need to perform that jump? Let's just hold right. I'm gonna jump, I'm gonna jump on this frame. I think I need to jump 1 frame earlier. Yeah, we're fucking dead. Alright, so we need to jump 1 frame earlier. Jump. We only need 1 frame of jumping. It won't matter. We'll bonk in the same way anyways, I'm pretty sure. Well, actually, getting up a little faster. Did I bonk on this frame? I can't tell. The bomb already changed my velocity. Perhaps I do need to hold jump. Hold on. Alright, jump, jump. Oh my god, how fucking close is this? It's so close. Yeah, it just, yep, that's my hitbox. Yep, that's me. Probably wondering how I got in this situation. I'm not sure how much we stand to save from jumping here. It's, given the height, the ridiculous height of the character in this spot, I think we would be really hard pressed to save a frame on a jump. This is an optimization I think that we can make by checking and seeing if we need to like get a tiny lead to get to the ending 1 frame sooner. So we're going to go back to not jumping is what we're going to do. Zoom out as well. Yeah, we're going to go back to not jumping, and I'm going to just like lose a little bit more speed. So we're going to run, do nothing. So if I run here, I die. Yeah, we're going to do nothing for a couple of frames instead. So I'm going to do nothing, nothing, and then I'm going to hold right. That actually put us back a long distance though. Hold on. Nothing, nothing. I mean, that's pretty good. Let's see. We just have to hold right for the rest of the run, so let's see how this worked out. And the paths have met. So what we're trying to do is get past this guy's origin point, which I believe is just 34. Jumping to accelerate faster. Yeah, but like we're not, the problem here isn't getting to max speed. We have plenty of run up to get to max speed. It's just a matter of like manipulating our alignment so that we don't run into the bomb, but are really close to it. So I could do that if I need to like stall out time. I could do an air jump at the start. Yeah, I could jump at that point to get to running speed faster and then have a few more frames to play with. But what I first want to see is if that even matters before we waste any time. Oh, fuck, we gotta do it. Alright, yep, so here's the deal. We are 0.031 units away from crossing this guy, which is this little micro penis text box that you could see right here for 1 frame. That is the thing that means we finished the tutorial race. And it is indeed sub 20, like I thought, but not by as much as I wanted. I'm pretty sure ropeless is going to be, or ropeful is going to be faster, I'm pretty sure. I don't want to ever call it that again. But we're finishing this one off because I just want to see it through. This is a pretty high quality run. We know that there are potential frame saves for like some of these ledge hang jumps and maybe like ladder tech. But let's shave this one frame off because it's right here. Like, it's right in our faces. We can absolutely save this frame if we do this right. So let's do it. So what I want to do here was, again, the suggestion of the air jump. Because we accelerate faster, we'll get up to running speed just a little bit quicker if we do the air jump. So I'm going to do just that. We're going to perform the jump. We go right and hold jump. And then from there, we are going to accelerate more quickly. And then I have more frames to play with where I could slow down like just a tiny bit and hopefully not die. And if it really comes down to it, we can try to optimize jumping over the bomb as well. So I slowed down for a bit. I could do that too, I guess. Let's see. When am I up to max speed? Which frame was it? I need to know when I can start dropping my velocity. So yeah, we're still at 145. I thought oh my god, it is way faster. Okay, there we go. There we go, that's our fastest frame. So now I'm going to do nothing. I'm gonna run. You know, this might have changed our alignment actually. Let me just do the whole thing by holding run and let's see where that goes. I feel like this would have killed me if I got here one frame earlier. I mean, it's definitely gonna kill me now. But what we can do to change this is we can start our air jump one frame later. Alright, so now we're gonna do our air jump, and let's just hold right. God, it's so fucking close. This one's even worse. This one, like, just doesn't... You can almost not even see it touching the hitbox, but it's just not quite there. I'm gonna do a micro adjustment. Okay, hold on. I know an input sequence that can move the character by like 2/100ths of a tile. Let me go check what it is. I think it's an airborne sequence, but I could probably do it during an air jump. Where is this? Where did I put these? Hopefully I have time to do it in this tight corridor. There it is. Yeah, okay, you gotta do it in the air. Oh boy. Yep, okay. Well, this will be a doozy. So I can probably... Oh my god, zoom out, please. I probably should do this before... Yeah, I should do this before this throw. So we do the down throw on 11:23. And the way that the bomb throw works... The bomb just explodes against the wall, so moving left 0.02 units is extremely unlikely to have any negative effect. But I don't... Yeah, I think I'm going to be airborne long enough to do this. Yeah, so I'm going to reproduce that throw on this frame. Let's record a little bit earlier. Just do it on, like... Actually, ah, fuck, I need to not be moving, though. So let's see. Let's go back to this frame. Okay, we stopped here. This is where I would perform that. We do have time before the... No, we have to do the down... Oh, fuck, we have to do the throw now. I don't have time to do the micro adjustment. God damn it. Okay, so we need to just adjust our position instead. We have all of this dead space here to do it, so here's what we need to figure out. How close am I to actually dying to this goddamn bomb explosion? That's what we need to figure out right now. So let's do the down throw. What the hell did I just do? I don't like that. I don't know where my character went. I don't like that one bit. Perform the down throw. And let's see, I was waiting a frame and then doing an air jump. How close is this to killing me so I can figure out what adjustment to make? So that's to the right side of the player's hitbox. The bomb is at... See, the FX explosion is at 25.3 exactly. Now the question, of course, is what is the range of an explosion? I'm trying to remember if I wrote this down anywhere. I think I knew what this number was at some point. Actually, I don't know what the range of the explosion is exactly. We could try to figure it out. It could just be like 1.6. I think the way we test this is we move the player slightly during this last frame and we see if that like lets us survive. We just kind of brute force it through from there. I'm guessing it's 1.6. That's not a down throw. You mean it's not a down throw? What am I? Do I not know what a down throw is? Looks like a down throw. Do we have two different definitions of down throw? I held down and whip on the same frame and I chucked the bomb downward without jumping. I thought that's what a down throw is. Like it was this frame right here. Oh, when I deleted my character. All right, there was a delay on that. I didn't see that. I don't know how I deleted my character. That is in fact not a down throw. Alright, anyways, what do we want to do here? We need to move our character back just a little bit. We know that the bomb explosion is actually in a like really well-aligned position, so this should be pretty easy to test. So we go to this frame. Alright, so the next frame kills us. That fucking killed me and I wasn't even moving. Okay, it's further out. It's further out than this visual aid, apparently. Oh, okay. So let's figure it out. I'm gonna be holding right for all of these. Let's find out when this explosion is actually going to kill me. So let's just move back to, I don't know, this distance right here. Yeah, we're suffering from third bomb for a completely different reason. That doesn't kill us. So we moved back 0.031 and it didn't kill us. So let's move back, let's just move back like 0.01. Let's see if this kills us. It does kill us. So we're actually pretty close to the threshold already. Let's move back, I don't know, just that much. So 1/1000th of a tile. That kills us. And 6/1000ths of a tile. That still kills us. We're pretty close to the right number. 7/1000ths. Kills us. 8/1000ths. Still kills us. This is definitely at the threshold where being up in the air a little bit could potentially save us. So I wonder if I should stop air jumping here and instead like plan to bonk the ceiling where the bomb explosion is, because that'll give us a little bit more leeway to get that one extra frame that we need. So actually I'm going to redo these calculations, but we're going to not do the running jump this time. Because that was just a different alignment. It didn't actually help us in any other way. It was just a slightly different setup that could potentially work better. Yeah, so let's see, just the control test. If I hold right, I fucking die. So then the question is, if I were to perform a jump in this situation and also manipulate my position just a teensy-weensy bit, would that not kill me? So we're gonna jump on this frame. We're gonna bonk on our ceiling on the next one. There we go. So we bonk. It looks like we're too low, so I want to jump a little bit later. So we're gonna go one extra frame. We're gonna jump. the ceiling on this frame. I would ideally like to bonk on the next frame, so we're gonna go one more frame, and then we're gonna jump. Interesting, we actually don't get to the ceiling. It's hard to tell with the bomb distortion. I think... yeah, we wouldn't have bonked. Maybe I do need to bonk on the next frame. Hold on. Why was that one slower than the others? About a 2-frame jump. I don't know how much of a difference that makes. Let's see. So if I hold right and jump, 1, 2. If I hold it the whole time, I just hit the ceiling right there because my velocity got cleared. I held jump for 3 frames. If I hold jump for 1 frame, 1, 2, 3. Oh, we bonk 1 frame later. Okay, so I do need to hold jump for 2 frames. It does make a difference. 1, 2. I'm pretty sure the 3rd frame doesn't matter. Yeah, we bonk on the 3rd frame no matter what, if we're holding jump or not. Okay. And then what would have happened there was we fell a tiny little bit. Alright, so hold right. 1, 2. Alright, so that was the bonk frame. This is the frame that we need to adjust to the left, just a little bit, to see how far back I need to be to survive this explosion. Alright, perfect. That is what we want to test. This is like the absolute best case scenario. We are as far away from this bomb as possible, but as far to the right as possible. We need to survive this. So, time to start adjusting. 7 thousandths. Still kills us. I think I could probably do small adjustments like this. 17 thousandths. Still kills us. 27 thousandths. Still kills us. You know, these explosion ranges are crusty. I mean, it might just be kind of like visually hard to depict this accurately. So I'm not going to blame Spelunky for this one. Alright, 37 thousandths. Oh yeah, Valley's kind of looking a little fucked up right now. Okay, we survived that. We have something going here for us. Yeah, basically how much are we subtracting? Let's keep track of that. So we subtracted 37. That put us here. Let's just add 5 though. Let's do 32 and see what happens. We do survive that. Alright, so yeah, that was my brain's right. Yeah, that's the 32 test right there. So let's try 33. Or 31, rather. We're reducing it. 31, we survive. What was that value before? Alright, 30. Let's try 30. We survive 30. $29. I'm surprised we're getting these. I guess I'm not surprised. We're homing in on the value that we want. Alright, 28. That's not 28. I know how to count. Try to promise. 28. That kills us. Okay, so we have our threshold here. So 29 was the best that we could do with that. And double checking it so we make sure we're not being stupid here. 268 was the number that worked. Yeah, alright, we survived 268. Or minus 0.029. So let's continue the run and see if that would get us 1 frame earlier, which I'm pretty sure it will. Alright, photo finish. Did we shave 1 frame off the run? No, dude! No! What is even the difference here? Look at this shit. It's so close. 2/1000ths of a unit. That's how close we are to saving 1 frame on this goddamn run. 2/1000ths of a unit. But we can't get that close to the bomb. We just measured it. We cannot get any closer to that goddamn bomb without getting killed by it. And it is all the way to the right. Go back to the original solution. I can, but you want to see some? I mean, I don't have it. I have to recreate it again. What about it was special? Explain it to me, please. I don't have it anymore. I deleted it. I can recreate it again, but first I want to, like, prove to myself that this is not possible. Because I feel like we're doing everything that we possibly can to get as far to the right as possible with the bomb as far to the right as possible. And it's not working. It's not fast enough. Which is just the saddest thing that you've ever seen. Slowed down so I could do a head hitter to accelerate after the bomb exploded. Well, I did that before the bomb exploded. Like, all of that happened before the bomb exploded, and the bomb is completely tucked into the corner, like, as far as it can get, at least from what I could tell. But let's double check that this bomb is actually literally as far as it can get. There is one more idea that I have that's terrible, and that's maybe if I can, like, get under the explosion, but I don't even know if that would help is the thing. No, I mean, that would be the same problem just with the top of my hitbox, and I can't crouch down because that'll kill all my speed instantly. Yeah, the bomb is literally perfect. It is absolutely 100% as far to the right as it can get. And we have our character in that other setup as far to the right as we could get, down to like 1/1000th precision. And we needed 2/1000ths of a unit to actually, like, get there in time. I don't think it's possible to save this frame unless we could figure out a way to, like, get closer to the bomb or a way to move just a tiny bit faster on our way to the right. If there was some, like, weird ledge nudging tech, is all I could think of is if we could, like, get nudged by a ledge, like over here, and get pushed a teensy bit to the right, that would potentially save that frame. Or an earlier bomb throw. Well, that's the thing. No matter when we get this bomb throw off, we're going to run into the same problem. The final lineup for this run, whether or not we're using ropes, is going to boil down to this bomb going off right here. So, like, we may save frames elsewhere in the run, but this is one frame that I really want to save. I mean, an earlier bomb spawn. Well, I mean, yeah, we know that getting an earlier bomb spawn will save time because we have to wait for the bomb to blow up. What I'm saying is we will eventually optimize the run and then come back to this exact scenario of bomb is going off on some frame and I want to save a frame. Does heavier state help? It doesn't affect horizontal speed. Nothing. I'm not aware of anything whatsoever in this game that can increase your horizontal speed in the middle of a run, other than clipping a ledge at an insanely precise, like, high vertical velocity and getting nudged to the right while you're moving. And even I don't know how that works is the thing. I do not know how that interaction actually works. Ledge grabbing and whipping is, I guarantee it's slower. Like, you have to lose all of your speed and grab the ledge and then whip eject. I can't imagine that it's faster. Like, it would be sick if you could just grab ledges and propel yourself backwards, but there's no way. Rip last frame. Well, that's the thing. We're not giving up just yet. I'm thinking here. Let me cook. What else? What else could we possibly do in this situation to get this to work? We gotta get past this fucker. You can't move this guy either. If you whip him, the whole tutorial race is called off. So you can't like whip the NPC or anything when you start the race. That will not work. That'll just cancel it. The only thing I could think of is clipping these ledges, is snagging them. So let's see, I needed to lose point, what, 29? That was the number we went with. Yeah, I need to lose point 29. So like this. Let's see. So that results in that working. Let's be a little generous here. I'm gonna test the ledge grabbing theory. Let's pretend I killed my speed instantly like that. I'm gonna test it because I do not like to say no to any chat suggestion that could conceivably be useful. So let's be ambitious with it and say that we got into this situation right here. Like that is like an incredible best case scenario that I managed to get this ledge whip like this. Then what we need to do is probably just the whip version. We don't need the running one, so we're just gonna use the whip. That's gonna give us a high velocity. We're gonna pick up running on this frame. Yeah, we already lost time, right? The time we had was 19.666, wasn't it? I think that's the time that we had, so stopping for that ledge whip, even in a ridiculously idealized scenario, cost us several frames. So, good to check. Absolutely not the solution to the problem here. If we were somehow able to save this frame, let's see how long this would have taken. What was our final time? I think I know what the answer is, but I want to double check it anyways. So in our best case scenario, if we somehow fucking make this work, yeah, that's our time. We get the 666. That is the best time that we have ever seen for this, and that is using what seems to be the best that we can do. But we could shave one frame off of this if we could just somehow get a little bit closer to that bomb or gain a little bit more distance after the bomb goes off. It's just, I don't know, it just does not look possible based on the tech that we have available other than corner clipping, and corner clipping is witchcraft, and I don't know how it works. Let me just see like what the corner alignment could potentially be in this situation. I'm really not sure how much this is worth looking into, but the thing is, again, even with the rope strat, this tech is going to be relevant. If we can shave this frame off of the run, this is relevant even for the rope tech. So here's our survival situation. We're going to land on this on the next frame. But I, of course, well, that's the thing though. No, I don't know if we can corner clip. This is pretty firmly on the block. We have to jump here to get even a remotely usable amount of distance on the bomb. Yeah, the other corner is what I'm thinking here. We have no control over this corner. What does our alignment look like for the other corner is the question. We have the option of either jumping to land on this corner or just dropping onto it. I think we have to jump. Yeah, if we just run across this, we're just going to land on it, right? Could use heavy state. Yeah, we do have the whip available, but that only affects our jump velocity. Not our falling speed. So we have a few things we can play with to change how we land on this corner, but not a lot. So let's see, we land on this. I'm gonna just run off the edge as a control test and see where this puts us. Yeah, it puts us pretty firmly on the block. unfortunately, I'm gonna have to make this change every single time we do this, but it's not gonna be too bad, I think. Alright, so like, what if I like hopped here or something? Jump and then do like heavier state or some shit. I mean, that's like as close as we could possibly get to doing a corner clip. How far over am I on this edge? What do we need to gain horizontal position? Yeah, we need to gain 2 thousandths to actually be able to do this. This is pretty close, but it's... I don't know if we're going to hit this ledge or not. I'm not sure how the physics engine's going to handle this. On the next frame, we're not on the ledge anymore. Does corner clip get... Well, we don't know. We don't understand corner clip. We just know that if you skim an edge, you can get moved a little bit by the tile. Just a smidge. But that's not... This is not looking good. I don't think we have a way to do this because I landed on the tile there. Which means I didn't get a corner clip. The corner clip would be if I just barely skimmed this and my character just isn't in the right position for that to happen. Might as well double check. I mean, what do you mean double check what? We don't know. It's cutting edge stuff, the irony. See if it's, I mean, it is, right? We just did this a moment ago. This is what it is if we don't get that extra 2 thousandths. But it doesn't look like we can do a corner clip. I don't see any setup that I can perform without losing any of my existing speed. Because the character is just nowhere near performing a corner clip. Like, no matter what. There's no... It's just not even close. It was really just kind of like grasping at straws to see if we'd be able to do that. And get bumped just ever so slightly further forward. But the character's alignment is just not correct, and if we change our alignment, we're even further away from our 2 thousandths. So I can't think of a way that this would be possible. It's infuriating, but I think for now, we need to just give up this frame and just accept it for what it is. What I would like to do, however, is optimize this final sequence to be as close as possible, just for the hell of it. To say that I was 2 thousandths off from saving a frame, so we are still going to optimize the run. So we know the value that I need to move to the left. Let's do it. Let's assume, oh, we can do that. Oh, I guarantee we can get those units. We're doing it. We're getting that 0.029 or like a 0.03 or something. I suspect that it would really be the same thing, but let's try to get the 2 thousandths because we know that that's what we need for this. So we're doing it. So when can we start setting that up? Now I need to perform my jump. You want to write something down. 11:31 is when we need to perform our jump. We just need to be further to the left while we do it. So 11:31 is our jump frame. Let's go all the way back to here. And then 11:23 was when we throw the bomb. So let's see, what do I have to work with in my toolbox? How can I adjust my position by this tiny little amount? Getting odd numbered movements is difficult. Let's see. I don't want to brute force it if I don't have to, but that might be what it comes to. I mean, it's not that difficult. Okay, that one gives me an odd number, but it does require falling. I didn't write down a bunch of these on the ground because you almost never need to do this while you're standing on the ground. Let's see, when do I ever stand still during this input sequence? Let's see. So I need to throw the bomb on that frame. Actually, I fucked up the sequence a little bit there. I can rediscover when I was throwing the bomb. There's 1123, but I don't remember where I threw it from. I think we need to rediscover that for a second here. I need to know where to throw this thing from. So let's see here. Yeah, I don't remember. I can always look back at the VOD if I actually need to find out what my inputs were here. But let's just see where I was doing it. Honestly, I could just look at the VOD. Now hold on, I'm gonna actually open the VOD. Give me a second. This will be easier than what I was thinking of doing. Now let's watch this dumb idiot who just immediately overrode a part of the task. I think this will be faster than brute forcing the bomb throw. Cosine, shut up. Here, we can, you know, chat, we can watch it together. That'll be fun. Watch a stream. God, I love live streams. Videos. Okay, there it is. Okay, what were we doing here? We were testing all of this. I just want to see what the inputs were that we were testing this with. Yeah, 1123 was when we did the down throw. A little bit, let's go a little earlier than that. I love this bomb noise. You enjoying this riveting bomb noise that we're listening to here? Unfortunately, I was doing fast playback to this point for a while here. You guys can't read this. I can't move the thing out of the way of the chat, so whatever. It'll be fine. You don't need to see the chat right now. We're just gonna have chat on top of chat. Say hello to your past selves. Try to overlay your text onto each other. A fun, engaging challenge. I wonder if I could catch it during that, but I don't think Twitch even has frame advance. I just need to find a spot in this run where I was dicking around over here. Oh my god, Cosine, please show the inputs. Hold on. Oh, we got something. Okay, so we know... Okay, we know we were standing about here. This is... Okay, so we touched the ground and we slid for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 6 frames after touching the ground there. I might be able to just visually discover this lineup again. Based on this. Let's see, what was I doing a second earlier? I was back to dicking around with the thousandths. Okay, I think I can discern it from this. When I touched the ground, I was already decelerating. It looks like I stopped around this point, so we can just check all of those and then do the down throw. Yeah, 1116 had no inputs, and then we do the down throw. I think we have all the information I need to do this, so let's go back to this. And this time I'm gonna save it before I start dicking around again. Alright, so let's see here. So what did you say? 1116 had no inputs. Hold on, chat's not open. Alright, so what I think happened is I probably... Oh my god, it's eating my inputs again. I think I probably let go on this frame. So let's just see where that gets us. And then I would have stood still, and then I would have performed the down throw. Yeah, alright, got it. First try. Easy every time. Alright, so let's capture that. And let's save it, so we don't lose it this time. Alright, so now that we have that back, let's see here. Alright, what was I trying to do? I was trying to change my alignment by a point, what, 0.029 was what we were trying to do, right? And I think, honestly, I might just kind of like brute force it. So here's what we need to know. Here's more numbers. I'm going to write these ones down. This is where we're standing when we perform the down throw. In fact, we do better than that. This is where we're standing when we do the down throw. It looks like it's got some floating point crust on it, but it's because we were normalized from this ledge hang. But that is where we were standing. We need to move that back to about this position. Let's see, it's at 0.426. We need to take 29 off it. So we need that. Or no, I'm an idiot. No, not that. Not that. Chat, don't look. Don't look. Stop looking at it. Subtracting this out wrong. 426. That's it, right? I'm not. No, I'm still stupid. Oh my god. Fine, game, you win. Washed up cosine. There we go. That's the number. I was completely fucking doing this wrong. That's the number that we're aiming for. We need to be there. No, wait. Nope. Nope. Alright, got it. Easy, first try. That is what we need. We need to be standing there when we throw the bomb. Do not scroll up. I will ban you. I can't prove it, but I'll know. I'll find a way. I'll figure it out. Do not scroll up anymore. I'm deleting the VOD. Anyways, that's our number. That's what we need to be at when we do the down throw. So we're just gonna brute force this with like micro adjustments and see if we can get ourselves like sort of kind of close-ish to that. Let's see. So we know that we stopped moving here. Let's just start playing with it and see what happens. Mods ban anybody who scrolls up. So let's see, if I just like... Do I need to keep holding right? If I stopped moving for a frame here and then held right for a few... Where does that get us? I just want to get a baseline. Don't look. Do not look. That actually moved us to the right by like a tiny little quantity, which is not terribly helpful. Let's see, if I flick left and right, like this, and then this, that moved me like... How much did that move me? Get this bomb out of here. Let's see, how much is this going to move me? I'm just curious, like, walking. So if I hold right and then left, we move 0.17 units if we do that. So that's one of the numbers that we can play with. We got a just 17. Just call it 17. We move 17 like thousandths, so just 17 units if we hold right and then left. But I would have to turn around to do the down throw. So it would have to be a left and then a right movement in order to make this work. We have to end on a right movement because the down throw is done from a standstill, and I would rather not have to also recalculate that, though I'm sure I could get the down throw to work. And then left and right would cancel that out again. So that'll get us to that number. So what about, like, let's say left, right, right. That gets us 0.34. It's not terribly useful. I could also do some airborne adjustments. So there might be a mix of like trial and error and then actually measuring things out. So left, right, left, right. Yeah, those just always cancel out, it looks like. Which is interesting because in the air they don't. You actually move a tiny little bit if you do that. So left, nothing, right, nothing. Oh, there we go. That's a small adjustment. We can move 0.0s. We can move 4. We move 4 units if we do that. So spacing them out a little bit. That'll move us 4 units. We'll try walking. That does not work because I think you accelerate at the same speed while walking. I'll check that. I think it should be exactly the same. So if I walk left and then right, yeah, it was still 17. So it's the same because all the walking does is cap your movement speed, but you accelerate at the same speed. So walking's not useful unless you're moving at a higher speed. And that's not the situation we're in right now. So let's see. So you got right, nothing, left, right. There's a few like different numbers. Yeah, we're doing some math right now, but bad math. This is where you just guess what the answer is and then check it. Not good math, and I'm about to stop doing this because I have a slightly different idea for how we can mix these two things together. We now know a few different like intervals that we can move in, and then I could just like shimmy my starting position while I'm in the air, and then from there we could see if we could find anything else. Because these aren't going to work out the way that we want them to. So what I'm going to go ahead and do here is we're going to go back to this frame. I'm going to hold right. I would like to be holding right on that frame. So let's see, if I just like stall for a frame, and then hold right for 3 frames, where does that put us? Use that as our baseline. Okay, that puts us at actually a pretty rounded off number. But we need to add 97 to that. I don't know if I like that. Let's try a little more. Alright, so I'm gonna do nothing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that overshoots a little bit, but that's okay. We can make that work. If I were to like go back a couple, forward a bit, I'm just kind of like feeling out like whether or not I could get this to work. Now what do we need? And now we need 34. Didn't we have a 34? We had 17. Yeah, we had a 17 earlier. So let's see. And we need to be facing right. But we're gonna be facing the wrong way. Okay, hold on. Let me think about this. We need to do it in the rightward direction. Then I could do one left, and that would correct me. So let's see here. Wait a minute. Chad, I forgot something. We don't have time. We got to do it earlier. We do not have time to shimmy while we're doing this. We got to throw that damn bomb at frame 23. So yeah, we don't have time to actually wait for that. We have to figure something out earlier, like while we're over here. How unfortunate. So let's see. So if I were to like just flick like that. Yeah, this is gonna suck. Oh my god, this is so precise and we have so little time to screw around and find it. I mean, I suppose I could find a different spot to do the down throw from, but I pretty much had to get going like immediately after the down throw in order to get this to work. Oh my god, is it worth it? I mean, again, this is the input sequence that we're going to use for the rope run, like later on when I do this on another stream. Doesn't it change where the bomb ends up? Not enough to matter. Based on the way the bomb tucks into the corner when it blows up, changing my position by a tiny amount should not ruin the bomb lineup. So I don't think it will. I mean, you know what? Honestly, let's check. Let's find out. Let's check on it. Let's go ahead and load this. Go back to this frame. Should go back to one frame earlier. Let's check on that to make sure, just in case there's something here we don't fully understand. So what if we perform the down throw from the position that we want to be at, which was about 397. So if we were there somehow, and then we perform the down throw, then I think, I don't remember when I jump. I mean, I don't really care. Let's just see where the bomb goes. Yeah, it blows up in the right spot. So that doesn't matter. It's a good call to check on that, but that does not matter. The bomb blows up tucked into the wall anyways. It's exactly the same as before. I can even check that. Yeah, it's the same. All right, so the bomb will be in the correct position. We just need to get in the correct position in order to get this to work. So how do we do that? And the answer is brute force, because it's so difficult to like kind of predict where your character is going to end up when you're doing this. So let's go all the way back to this frame here. This is the first frame that we can actually start playing with. And we just kind of gotta throw shit at the wall and see what sticks, I think. So I just need to pay attention to my input sequences. If I find one that's like a good multiple of what I want. So my velocity going into this is going to be maxed out. Let's see, right here. All right, so we have maximum velocity. Can we do it from this point? I have notes for how airborne velocity changes work, and we are still in the air for a few frames, so do I have enough time to do anything with this? So if I were to just, let's just stall for one frame. I'm just gonna say 15. We lose 15 off of our velocity for that frame. And what happens is the velocity gets dragged and then added to the player's position. So that means we just lost 15 frames by just not pressing any inputs for a frame. And then if I go back up to speed, then that would realign us. So we can lose 15 by doing that. And then I'm gonna hold right for just, I don't know, a couple frames. And let's see where that puts me. Let's see, what was the number that I needed? We way overshot it. Yeah, we way overshot the position that we needed for that. And I needed to throw the bomb 2 frames ago. But let's continue going off of that one. So stall for a frame. And then let's just hold right for like 2 frames. I think that's exactly what I just did a moment ago. Stall, let's hold right for 1 frame. We still overshoot. We do have a few frames where I could turn around though. So let's just turn around, wait a frame, and then turn back. I just want to see if we get like in the ballpark of what we're looking for here. Okay, we still overshoot if we do that. So we're gonna turn around for 2 frames, then turn back and then just wait. We need to throw the bomb there. But let's see if we can make any more micro adjustments to this. This is really just human brute force is what we're doing here. So if I were to like just inch myself forward a little bit more, I way overshoot it. Oh my god, I don't know. I'm wondering if this is actually worth doing during the stream. Let's see, wait a couple frames, move forward. It's so floaty and weird. I wait like 3 frames and move forward. Wait, am I just already overshooting it? Let's see if I just wait like 1, 2, 3, 4 frames forward. Let's see, that's going to, I suppose I could be a little more methodical about this. That's going to add 0.25. We're going to overshoot with that, right? Yeah, we're definitely going to overshoot with that. Yeah, this one's actually a little bit short, and I needed to down throw. I can always down throw the bomb from a different spot. It's not the end of the world if we can't do that. This would be so much easier if I had time while standing still to actually do it. If anybody could think of a better way to do this, by the way, feel free to shoot. I don't have any code set up that can like brute force these inputs to find like, well, not even the inputs, I would just brute force the numbers. But I don't have any like code set up that could run like the equation to figure out how to do this input sequence, to adjust my position by some tiny, oh god. Oh Mindy, thank you for the raid. This is quite possibly the most boring part of this stream that you could have raided here. So you know what, I'm gonna ask chat a question. Do you wanna watch me spend another half an hour trying to adjust my position by like 29 thousandths of a unit, or should we move on and do something different? I'm thinking we move on and do something a little bit different here because I'm getting tired of doing this. And there's definitely more that we could get done with. Do what I gotta do. I think what I gotta do is stop obsessing over this. We are in a situation where we could save a frame if we could shave off like 2/1000ths of a unit, and for some reason, even though this doesn't work, I really want to get as close to that number as possible. And I think I'm being stupid and I need to stop doing this, and so I'm going to stop doing that now. We're going to just accept the task for what it is and finish it off, and then we're going to show all the raiders the nice tasks I built, and we're not going to worry about the fact that 2/1000ths of a unit is the difference between saving 1 frame and saving 0 frames. Tragic. The 1 frame. I have spent like the last have we been here for like an hour? Chad, have we been here for like an hour trying to do this? I don't think we're doing it. I don't think we can't even save the frame, and we just wanted to get really close to it. This is pointless. This is stupid. I need to stop. Let's go. Let's finish the task. Wait, that didn't look right. Hold on. So let me, no, right, I messed up my input sequence. So let's go all the way, actually we can just reload this. Go back to here. All right, here we are. This is the untainted version. We run forward, we die to the bomb. What I needed to do here was stall for just a tiny little bit and just accept the fact that we are not saving this goddamn frame. It's just not happening. We can't save it. There's no hope for that frame. So when, let's see, I did 2 neutral frames. Yeah, okay. So let's see here. We hold neutral for a while here. We do the down throw. I failed to do the down throw. That was the one thing I had to do. We do the down throw. We get up to maximum speed. We do 2 neutral frames to not die to the explosion, and then we just hold right. And we get the world record. In a task. I'm not playing the video game right now. Right there. That little rectangle you could see there. That's the end of the task. We just got the number. You thought it was legit? Yeah, sorry. If anybody thought this was a legit installation of the game, I apologize for deceiving you. But this is not vanilla Spelunky. This is actually not allowed on Moss ranking, if you can believe it. They got these like cringe rules about like not being able to use script or something. So apologies to everyone. Hello, Sphinx. Thank you for the raid. Hello, viewers. We were just about to watch the task that I finished. That I definitely didn't just spend an hour trying to shave 1 frame off of it. Yeah, the HUD is a little bit sus, but this is I just down patched. There was an older patch of the game that definitely looked like this for sure. I'm memeing. I'm trolling. I'm sorry. All right, we're gonna see the swag in a moment here. Let me save this before I screw this up. So yeah, this is our tutorial no skips task, and that's the last frame of input there. So let me just set it to free play at the end here. So we're gonna switch to free play on pause, and that's the time that we get sub 20, the current human world record for this speed run. I keep forgetting. It's like 21.816. Yeah, in chat there, by a lovely chat member that we have right now. I am convinced that I could take at least another half a second off of this run by using a different route, but we tried something new, which is we tried to do this without ropes. It seemed faster on the surface to do a ropeless run of the tutorial, but I think it might be slower than just getting the damn ropes because they save time later. That, however, is an issue for another day. For now, go ahead and look at what I made here. So let me change the presentation settings, and let's see what I created today. And apologies to the raiders. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be streaming. No, I'm not quitting immediately, but we're mostly done with the task that I was working on here. So I'm not sure where we're going with this. So activate on playback. And I think we just leave all this on. All right, so here's the run. No, we don't need the hitboxes. So yeah, we skipped that. That NPC was just a happy accident that it happened to be there. Oh my god, that bomb throw looks way sicker in real time than I thought it would. Oh, let's run that back. Yeah, that bomb throw looks so much cooler in real time. And the climb as well. It's so fast. Oh my god, why am I lagging? That was weird. Why the hell did that happen? Yeah, whatever. Probably the wind. Alright, so here it is again. Then I'll run it in slow motion after this. But here's another real-time pass. Hippie Dangles, thank you for the follow. Should have whipped the dog. God, that's so sick looking, that bomb throw. Alright, let's watch it in slow-mo. Alright, so is it gonna wig out again when I reactivate this? What was it doing that was causing that? It's playing back the whole run a second time, I think. I need to make a note about that. Hold on. Okay, there we go. I think I know what's going on there, but I gotta fix that. Yeah, it's a bonus, too, that the fucking... the hired hand, or the NPC or whatever, just gets, like, yeeted backwards into the ropes. Like, I did not set that up. That was just a happy accident that happened. And it cracked me up when I noticed it. Like, I just heard the crate, like, explode while we were, like, TASing the frames after the explosion. And I just looked back over there, and there's just like a fiery, like, body flying into the crate. It was very amusing, but it doesn't help. It doesn't save any time, but it's funny, so it's still worth it. Pigo, thank you for the follow. All right, so let's watch it in slow motion now. That's not slow motion. Hold on. Oh god damn it! I ruined it. I soiled it. Let me restart it. I pressed the wrong hotkey. There we go. Alright, let's go. Slow-mo. Alright, so I'll explain the whole thing for anybody who has literally never seen this before. So this is pretty typical. We are using a whip here to do a weird state cancel that lets me drop 8 tiles. It is frame perfect, and I don't take fall damage from falling 8 tiles because state jank. Just take my word for it. The real runners also use that trick. Is it 2 frames? I'm pretty sure it's 1. If it's 2 frames, I don't know what the other frame is that you can do it on. I'm pretty sure it was your last Coyote frame that you had to, like, get the state cancel to happen on. But I don't know, maybe there's some weird edge case. I think it's 2. Okay, well maybe I'm a big dumb. Alright, so that bomb bag is RNG manipulated to drop to the right. Because, I mean, why wouldn't it be? We just have to wait here for a second for the bomb to prime. We pretty much throw this bomb as early as we possibly can because we just have to wait for it. We drop a second bomb. Here's where we skip the ropes, which again, I don't think is faster. We do a really precise coyote jump there. Just barely get this ledge hang. Somehow get a really sick, like, crate opening. And that just all works out. You don't end up needing the ropes for the rest of the run. But again, I think this run is actually faster with the ropes. Then we're just doing really precise, like, ledge hangs and whips. We pick up this bomb, like, right as it touches the ground, and then just more, like, really precise movement. And then this is the thing I was trying to save 1 frame on, and it just doesn't seem to be possible to do it. Because the falling state initializes late, so I can actually explain this, because why not? Doesn't even turn around when moving left. Yeah, I think I'm in like a throwing animation or landing on something. I don't know. There's always a lot of weird animations that you can see when you slow stuff down like this. Let me explain the state drop thing real quick and maybe even find out if I'm wrong and it's actually a 2-frame window. So let's go back, show all this. Yeah, I need to patch that. I need to figure out why it's doing that. It shouldn't be lagging, but it's playing back the entire run when I show the window again. And that's probably pretty easy to fix. I just have to figure out what's causing it. Alright, so let's see here. We are going to continue playback. And let's just go to like frame, I think 120 or so. Let's see what's going on here. Because even I'm starting to wonder, chat's gaslighting me into thinking that like it's always been 2 frames. So here's what we do in this situation. We go ahead and we perform a whip. Let me get my character entity back up as well. We go ahead and perform a whip. It's like I'm writing a fucking essay with a word count on it. Why would I even say that? Like, nobody talks like that. Alright, so here we are. We're whipping, we're running off this edge. And let me show you this. So this game has a thing called a coyote timer, which is essentially you can jump while you're in the air. The coyote timer has some weird effects on the jump physics of this game, and what we want to do here is we want to get to the ground before the fall damage counter ticks up too far. And in this game, I think it's like 38 or more frames of falling or something, I think, and you take fall damage. And this drop would have you fall for like 38 frames if you didn't do this tech. So what we want to do here is we need to move down faster, but we don't want our falling timer to increase. And the way that you do that is with this tech here. So we have our coyote frames active now, but we're whipping instead of falling. We're in the attacking state. And what that's going, I'll show what this looks like when you don't do this afterward. But what that's going to do is it's going to set the falling timer to 1. And then it's not going to pause the falling timer during your coyote frames. Normally, it would pause it. And you know what? I'm starting to think this would make more sense if I explain it the other way around. So forget everything I just said. Instead, I'm going to show what it looks like without doing that. And we'll go from there. So here's what it looks like if you don't whip. You run off this edge. I am now off of the edge. So the game is going to let me fall for 1 frame. I'm in the standing state. It just noticed that I'm falling. It sets my falling timer. It sets my velocity to start falling a little bit. And then then what it's going to do in the next frame is it's going to start consuming coyote frames. So on the next frame, I do not fall any faster, but I still have the downward velocity. And my coyote timer went down to 3. It's this down here. Also, let me get this out of the way of the chat box in case anybody wants to see that. And that's a problem, because we're not falling fast enough to be able to take this drop right now. So the coyote timer is going to go down to 2, 1, and then the coyote timer hits 0 and I start accelerating downward and the falling timer starts incrementing again. And if you just take a fall like this, falling timer is 37. Right here, the game has said you are going to take fall damage if you touch the ground. And we take the fall damage. We do not want that. That is bad. So how do we fix that? We use state jank to fall a little bit further downward and then get a falling timer reset. So that whole time I was in the falling state, and what the TAS is doing, and this is viable for real-time runners as well, is the TAS is whipping on a very specific frame. It's whipping on this next frame right here. So if I whip on this frame, what's going to happen is I'm going to exit the whip state at a very specific time during my drop. So if I do this and I run off the edge, I'm no longer on the edge on the next frame, and it's going to start using coyote frames. So it falls down, falling timer increments to 1. The game knows that I'm falling, but I'm still in the attacking state. So the thing that differs here is that on this next frame, I'm going to still accelerate downwards, which doesn't normally happen if you're in the falling state, but they didn't check for that for some reason. So what happens here instead is I now have a higher velocity downward, or lower velocity, however you want to phrase that. And my falling timer started counting up earlier, which you might think is a bad thing, but there's 2 parts to this state cancel. We're using our coyote frames. We're still falling. 1 more frame. And now we just switch to the falling state right here. So on our last coyote frame, we switched to the falling state and the falling timer reset to, it was 0. I didn't mean to click on that. The falling timer reset to 0 on the last coyote frame because we still have 1 left during this frame. And that's the secret. We just fell a few extra units and then got a falling timer reset because our whip state ended and we switched to the falling state. And that allows you to fall down like this. And we land on what would have been falling timer frame 37. Why is that frame perfect? Well, it turns out it might be 2 frames, but I will show you why it's frame perfect. So let's say that I were to whip 1 frame later than this. We might discover the frame that allows this to work. So I would have whipped on this frame. Let's whip on this one instead and show what happens. So we're going to run off the edge. It's the same thing as before, but our whip is going to end 1 frame later. So we start falling. Our coyote timer is at 2. We're in the attacking state. Our coyote timer is at 1. Our falling timer is still increasing. Our whip ended. Our falling timer did not reset. That is why whipping 1 frame late does not work. Our falling timer didn't reset because we were out of coyote frames when the whip state ended. And the coyote timer is the thing that's responsible for setting the falling timer back to 0. So what this means is we've essentially just guaranteed that we take the fall even harder. Because now we're going to get 39 and then hit on 40 and take the fall damage. Try earlier. That is exactly what I'm about to do. So let's try it 1 frame earlier and see if there's leeway to this. It could be that there's 2 frames and I just never noticed that you could do it 1 frame earlier, and that is why we're trying it now. So we're going to perform the whip 1 frame earlier than what the TAS does. So there we go. Alright, we are in the air. Falling timer increments. Keeps going. It just reset back to 0 because our whipping state ended, and then the game checked our coyote timer and said, oh, you're falling with coyote frames. We'll reset your falling timer back to 0. So essentially what happened here is our falling timer got reset 1 frame earlier, and the question is, are we close enough to the ground and not tank the fall damage? And that might be why this is a 2 frame window, and I just never checked it because it didn't really matter for the purposes of a TAS. And Chad is right again. Alright, so it is a 2 frame window. The one that I'm using in this TAS is actually the second of the 2 frames. It's the one that gives you a little bit more, like, it's essentially the second one is better in the sense that you get a little bit more downward speed. So the second frame is the superior one, but you can do this 1 frame earlier and you will still be able to take the 8 tile fall. My question now is actually, when do you hit the ground during each of these 2? I'm just curious about this one. I think you fall a little faster, so the second one is technically a little bit better, and for my purposes, I did need to tuck under this corner. So I wanted the second frame to be the one that I use. But let me just see out of curiosity when I hit the ground here. So we hit the ground on that frame. On frame 178 is when we hit the ground if we do the tech like this. So let's see here. 178. Let's go back to this here. And let's perform the whip 1 frame earlier. I don't think this is going to break the rest of the inputs. So if we do it 1 frame earlier, when do we hit the ground? I'm going to delete this tile because I think I'll bonk it otherwise. Like, that probably doesn't matter. $179. Yeah, okay, so the second, for the purposes of a TAS, the second, like, frame is probably the better one because you get to the ground faster. And in this case, you could see with my path here, I would have had trouble tucking under this tile. And I would have essentially been 1 frame slower because I would have had to wait longer before I could move under this tile that was right there. So I picked the correct frame, I just didn't know that the first one existed. I picked the latest one possible because that's what I thought was the correct thing to optimize for. That is good to know though. In an RTA run, you probably aren't going to be skimming this tile by like 1,000th of a unit like I am, so it ends up not mattering. Because this little shimmy I do in the air here is adjusting my character's position to just barely get past that tile without bumping into it. Alright, so anyways, let me reset and clean up this task, and then I don't know what I'm gonna do after that, but let's one thing at a time here. Let me clean the task up a little bit. So let's see, it was this frame right here. So we want to do the second frame. There we go. Oh, we don't need the ghost task either. Get rid of that. Spooky. Alright, so we got rid of that. I think I can play through the whole thing now. I'm going to play it back one more time, and then I'm going to save it. Just to make sure that I don't lose this. I'll make a backup of it as well. So let's play back the whole thing. Just whatever. Leave the UI on the screen for a moment. You can see the inputs whizzing by on the left side if you got a keen eye. I mean, the human eye can only see at like 2 frames per second or whatever bullshit they say in the media, so surely that is incomprehensible to everyone here. I don't know what the meme is at this point. Alright, so our run looks clean, except am I recording? Wait, why the fuck do I have so many extra frames on the end of the task? Hold on. Oh, that must be why the playback was acting really weird. At some point, I was just sitting here doing nothing, and I recorded a bunch of extra frames. We need to clean that up. Use fast playback. Alright, let's see here. You thought sub 24 was barely possible. Nope, sub 20 is possible, and I think there is a chance that sub 19 is possible. Alright, so when do we win? This is the last frame. The one where I win. That one right there. Alright, that's the last frame. Let's delete the rest of them. I don't know when I recorded these. I'm gonna actually add that to my notes here. Might have accidentally recorded some more frames. Okay, so I may not even be able to reproduce that. That might have just been user error. Alright, delete it. We want to get rid of these. I just want to get rid of all of them. There we go. Alright, so yeah, that looks good. So delete all those. Let's play it back one more time. And this time we're going to switch to free play at the end of the sequence. Or actually, I can leave it on playback. That should work fine. Playback one more time. And then I'm going to save this and make a backup of it so I stop ruining it. Super interesting. I'm very happy to hear that. Very niche content, so it's great that people are interested in this kind of stuff. Alright, there we go. It stopped when it was supposed to. Perfect. We are going to save that. How many backups do we have? Yeah, it's at a 5th one. The Slim is Shady, thank you for the follow. Glad you're enjoying this. Backup number 5, because I don't have an efficient way to do this. Tutorial was your entire shtick. Yeah, you evolved into challenge runs, didn't you? You had a question about fall speed. Yeah, go for it. We might do a little science or something after this. I think I'm going to show a couple more tasks for anybody who's new here that just hasn't seen these yet, and then I think we'll maybe look into like a little bit of like generic like Spelunky science related stuff. I'm definitely not doing speed runs, not after like 7 hours of streaming, but I don't want to end it quite yet. Anyways, while you're writing up your question or whatever, let's see, we're done with this one, so I think I can close it. Is it faster to touch the wall for a couple frames than to fall along with the first block on the right wall? Oh, you're talking about this fall. Okay, hold on, let me see if I understand what you're talking about here. The block bounces you up and pushes you for a bit. Wait, are you talking about the push block? I assume you're... Oh god, ow. I assume you're talking about the push block. Let me go... I think I can just warp to this. Let me turn on God mode as well. Okay, so God mode on. This push block, is this what we're talking about here? Yeah, this thing's just called a push block in this game. So I'm trying to understand your question though. Is it faster to touch the wall for a couple frames than to fall along with the push block on the right wall? I'm curious what you're suggesting. I've had a lot of suggestions about how to save time on this push block, and the short answer was I couldn't figure out how to do it. Okay, so when you push it and it falls. Alright, it's falling now. If you follow it. So in the task, I actually like double back and then do a little jump to get like above the push block. You can't write it down if that's what you're asking. You have to fall after it. Like I've tried. There's no way to ride the push block down. The closest you can get is like about here, I think. Maybe like right here-ish. It's setting my velocity to 0, so it's hard to show this. I can play the task back. But yeah, it bounces right here. You can't fit through this gap if that's what you're asking. The task sits on the wall and then starts running at just like the right time to get through this gap when it opens up again. You actually die if you try to go through this gap too quickly because the block bounces up high enough to just crush you to death. So that's why the task is on the right wall, because if you're holding onto the left wall, there's acceleration in this game. Like if you're accelerating from a standstill, like if I'm standing here, for instance, and I start holding left, get this back up. If I'm standing here and I start holding left, I don't immediately have max velocity. My velocity here is 0.032. And then 49, 66, 83, 100, 117, 134, and then 145 is the max, which is about 1/7 of a tile in this game. So the thing is, if I'm standing here and I hold left the instant the gap opens up, I'm not moving at full speed. But if I'm standing over here and the gap opens up, I can hit this spot already moving at nearly my maximum velocity. And that's a time save. I essentially I hit the ground running in a sense because I started further back and then I run through the gap right as the opening becomes available. So I think I answered the question there. That's just a general like technique you'll see in these tasks is you want to already have as much speed as possible when you're waiting for something to happen so that you're moving at max speed right when you're able to like pass through an opening or something. But that's just general tech. The same thing applies to falling as well. There's situations in a task where you'll actually do a running jump to fall down a pit because you want to be falling as fast as possible when you clear the corner and start dropping down the pit. Yeah, it doesn't make sense not to live for fun. That's relevant, I think. So let's see, you want to say the push block section in your run looks faster than the task, but that could be wrong. I think you're crazy, but you know what? I've been wrong before. Let's go watch the push block again. God, I love push blocks. All right, back to this. All right, so let's go through the agonizing YouTube experience of frame advance, because for some reason it's really laggy. Like, why is it doing that on every single frame? I have to press the button really slowly. Let's look at your push block. Okay, well, not this part. Okay, so what do you do here? We're watching the world record, by the way. This is an actual, real person doing this run and not a tool-assisted speed run. Okay, so you actually don't even do the double back thing. You're just holding right. That's a time loss. Just shave a couple frames doing that. That was a jump, right? Or did you even jump off the edge there to follow the block down? I'm not sure what you did. Well, let's see what you're doing here. That wasn't a jump? Okay, so you just run off the edge. Yeah, you get to the block. It looks like you actually did time this correctly to run through this gap right as it opened up. Which almost makes me wonder if the task is even saving any time by getting onto the push block. YouTube's generally been running like shit. Okay, well, I'm not the only one. That looks super precise. Did you hold down or anything? This is the first bounce. So the push block hits the ground. Running, whatever. Yeah, that's the first bounce, and then you tuck under it like right as it's going by, which, I mean, it looks insane that your collision model would even fit through that. But I mean, I think this is not really saving much time over the task. I'm noticing you also are up against the wall, and then you just hold left. I think you got a frame perfect. I think you literally did the same frame perfect input that the task does. So if we go back to the task here and actually play through this, we can see what's going on. So here's what the task does in this situation. The task honestly might not be saving very much time because you just can't get out past the block any earlier than that. So the task does some sick like tech to follow it down, but then has to just stop and wait anyway. So that might be why the task looks slower, is because I have to wait at the bottom so I don't get crushed by the push block. So the frame on which we do that is like about, let's see, I want to get close to it. It's like frame 360 or something, I think, is where this starts. Alright, we're set to continue playback, so let's watch what the task does. It's on the right side of the screen, so just give it a moment. Small indie company. Well, I mean, apparently they're fucking losing money, but I'm sure that's partially their fault. How do you frame advance on YouTube? Comment period. It's hidden. Like, they don't tell you very readily how to do that, but that tech exists. Or less than greater than, but I mean... Wait, did that look fucked up in Twitch chat, or was that just my overlay? Oh my god. Who made this overlay? This is the Streamlabs overlay. Really, guys? Fucking HTML encoding? Like, how long did any of you go to school when you wrote this? Like, did anybody learn how to actually fucking program things? God damn it. Whatever. Like, weird shit. I wonder what a non-breaking space looks like. Hold on. See if I can get one. Okay, I think Wikipedia has one here. I wonder if this is going to show up all weird. I'm distracted now. Here's a non-breaking space. I can't even press enter. I'm going to put one after this. Let's see what that shows up as. No, it doesn't even draw it. I don't know. Maybe they coded it for certain ones, but not others. Maybe it's specifically, like, does ampersand look weird? God, I am so easily distracted by dumb shit like this. No, ampersand's fine. It's just less than and greater than. Well, you know what, chat? If you want, you could abuse my chat overlay by looking for other characters that do this. I'm going to go back to showing what I was talking about. So, push block. So I just pushed the block down. Calm down. No. No, this is interesting to me, and I will not calm down. I will not be silenced. Yeah, the reason I think why the task looks slow is this right here. I'm tucked up against the wall right now. I adjust my position a little bit because it ends up not mattering for the acceleration. And then I just wait for a few frames, and then I start going. And you can see me do the exact same thing that you did in the world record run, where you just kind of like tuck under the ceiling as the block is falling back down. Because HTML uses a lot of characters. There's a lot of meta characters in HTML, and I just don't know why those two in particular are causing... Oh, and wait, you got an ampersand to do it as well. What the hell? Wait, how did... Loose Chalk just got an ampersand to get, like, HTML encoded for some reason. Why is chat speaking an alien language? We're trying to break things, alright? Just let it happen. I'm pretty sure I'm not... Oh, fuck, I am hosting this on my computer. Well, don't inject anything into my computer, alright, chat? Don't make it weird. I think technically I'm running the script locally to display this text in OBS, so don't make it weird, chat, alright? Be nice. You need to spam your brackets or whatever, though. I mean, there's probably not anything you could actually do, but I don't want to... Better safe than sorry. I don't want those to be my famous last words before I get hacked. Definitely gonna blame Streamlabs for it if it happens. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that. Any other questions about the push block, though? I think we answered the question. I think, well, Lise has a really fucking big head, so that might be part of it. Get this character up. This is a mess. Switch to free play, spawn that. Robot has a really big head, so I feel like that right there is probably the reason why it looked so weird. Is because it's just a larger like model to fill the hitbox. Like Valerie is just smaller in general. Like Lise just protrudes further in every direction. So I don't think there was anything actually weird going on here. It's the Ethereum miner you installed already. Oh my god, is that why my performance sucks? You did this? Can I have at least like a cut of the money you made from that miner? You're gonna just ruin my computer with it. It only happens when they're like this, but does not matter how many characters are between. The other one works fine. Oh, is that what it is? Why do they need to encode that? Only if I can get a cut of the subs. You probably didn't make that much money from the miner anyways. I'm keeping my sub money. Not like anybody's buying crypto anymore. I mean, some people are. That works fine sometimes. This makes no sense. This isn't even a Spelunky stream anymore. We're just trying to figure out why the Streamlabs chat overlay is programmed like weird. I have no idea why it would be doing that. Like, why they saw the need to do that, because you shouldn't be able to do that anyways. There's like, it should, the JavaScript that is displaying this text on my screen, like in OBS, should be fucking HTML encoding every character that goes through it. Meaning you could type literally any text, and as long as you run it through HTML encoding before you display it on the screen, it should be fine. There's literally a function to do this, like built into every single fucking browser that exists. Why is it doing that? Why do they need to, like, escape the brackets? Quote is fucked up? Alright, where'd you type a quote? Or do you just mean the symbol? It looks fine now. Oh, I see that. Yeah, quote got messed up as well. I think if you put it between the brackets, that's triggering it to like HTML encode all of the meta characters that are inside of it. Hold on, let me type in some meta characters and see what happens. Let's just do that. Is that going to be an ampersand? Or is that going to get encoded? That got encoded. But if we do it outside of them, it won't get encoded. That's what it is. I think if you put an HTML meta character inside of the... Oh, no, it's just if there are brackets and there is a meta character in the text that you write, it encodes it for some reason. Console log broke. I'm pretty sure that's not actually executing. Yeah, just having angle brackets in the text causes it to encode any character in the string. If you have a closed set of angle brackets. Why? I don't understand. What were they trying to fix? Oh god. This is always a fun thing that happens. Like if you're in the software development industry like I am and you understand this stuff, there's this kind of like looming existential dread that comes over you when you realize that you are at the mercy of everybody who programs like every website and service that you use in your daily life. There is nothing you could fucking do if somebody just doesn't know how to write proper code and just adds like a vulnerability to it that can just like get you hacked or get some bullshit put on your computer. Like, I don't know if there are any exploits. Like, I'm worried now because I'm like, what were they trying to fix in the Streamlabs JavaScript to like have this change in there? Because this looks like they're just doing a regular expression that's just checking for an open close bracket, and then that triggers HTML encoding to happen. Why the fuck aren't they just doing that to all the text and then displaying it properly? Oh god. I'm gonna stop ranting about that now. Just another thing to keep me up at night. It's probably fine, but I mean, I didn't look at the JavaScript. Who knows? Any questions about the tutorial tasks? And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to show a couple other tasks, because again, I think there's people here who are interested in the tasks but haven't actually seen them. So I'm going to show a couple other tasks that I've made as well. And then I'm going to show something that nobody has ever seen before that is also task related, but it's not like a run or anything. It's just like, it's just tech that I think is really cool and ludicrously stupid looking. Right around chat overlay. Honestly, do it yourself is sometimes the correct answer when you just cannot trust the software that other people are writing, but a chat overlay is probably not trivial to write. That is not very high on my to-do list, so I just have to hope that if somebody's going to get hacked, it's going to be just, it'll be discovered before anybody in my chat tries to do it. the bots just try to sell me follows right now, so hopefully none of them are going to start like crafting payloads to inject into my OBS because there's a vulnerability in Streamlabs. You've seen it. Oh, have you? Okay. What is it? Sylvia, what is the super secret task that I'm going to show? After I show the tutorial and the low percent ones, what is the super secret one that I'm going to show? I'll give you a little while to answer that question. Meanwhile, let me go open up the task, the one that I wanted to show now. It's not zero stroke D-pad golf. Oh, you know what? Okay, yeah, you're right. That makes sense. That's fair. Yeah, I'm not even going to challenge you on that anymore. Alright, so let's turn this on. We don't need this anymore. And let's see what we've got here. Oh my god, it's all fucking backups. Let's see here. Don't need that one or that one or that. I'm going to have to clean all this up later. This isn't deleting them, by the way. This is just removing them from my history. This is the only one we really care about. And I need to get back the other one. I think it's just tutorial 1. Yeah, it is. Alright. Oh wait, I didn't rename this. Oh fuck, I've had the wrong name on this the whole time. Hold on. I just had the wrong descriptor. This is tutorial without skips. There we go, that's the stuff. Okay, that was confusing me. I love this song. Fucking Tim Fallon music. Can't believe they never released this game. This is a banger. Alright, anyways, I need to save this now. There we go, that's a whole lot less confusing. Alright, so it must be tutorial 2 then. Go ahead and load that. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so here's the tutorial with skips. Let's give a little... You know what? No, context is cringe. So I'm going to show it without context, and then I'm going to show it again with context, explaining what I'm doing in this run. So what we just saw was tutorial without skips, and that's because there are skips in the tutorial. You might have been able to infer that. Here's what they look like. We're not going over the left, we're actually going back this way. And we did it. That's the tutorial. And that is also, like, that one is way faster than, like, the world record for the, like, small amount of time that's in it and how little there is to optimize in that run. And here's how it works. So, the only check for finishing the tutorial is, did you open the bomb crate? And are you to the right and above this character here, the referee? So what that means is that I just need to get to this tile right here, and I am technically above and to the right of the referee. And if I broke the bomb crate, then I finished the tutorial. That's it. That's all you have to do. You can do this at home too. Like, you can get the bomb crate, finagle your way back over here. Actually, never mind. What you do is you get the bomb crate, you blow up the ceiling here, you go over, get the ropes, climb back up, and go up this way with 2 more ropes, and then jump. And you can get the... If you need that achievement, folks, that like 25-second tutorial achievement, blow up these tiles with the bomb right here, get the ropes, come back, go up this way, and you will finish the tutorial and get the achievement. You don't have to go through all this nonsense over here. Just watch a run. Like, watch a run of... Like, go to Moss Ranking and watch one of, like, the slower no skips. Or one of the slower runs with skips, and you'll probably see somebody doing that. You can probably link it if you want. If anyone here links bullshit, I'll just ban you. So I kind of trust people to post Moss Ranking links if you want to. Don't violate that trust. But anyways, that's how you do this. Let's watch it again in slow motion. So scripts, task, deactivate, turn off the grid, zoom in, play back again. Yeah, it looks like a legit link. That's a legit link. It probably won't give you a virus. So here it is in slow motion, 20% speed. And this is the exact same intro to the run that I used for the no skips variation because it just doesn't matter. Like going all the way up to this, it's just the exact same sequence of inputs. I only need to start differing it once I move to the left to do the no skips variant. So for the skips variant, we do the exact same thing. So here we go. Just push the block. We have to wait a little bit because physics. That is a very precise, like, rock throw, by the way. And then this bomb throw is even more precise. But I somehow found, like, a weird down throw that made the bomb stop right there before I performed this jump. We throw a second bomb. We're going to drop a third one in a moment here. So we throw the first bomb. There goes the third bomb. The second one's in my hands. We chuck it up there. And now our third bomb is almost ready to go. And the camera is being stupid because my game is paused, but that's the gist of it. The whip is the whip is for stage jank. It's essentially allowing me to not have to take a ledge grab when I go across that gap. It's honestly very similar to the weird drop that I take over here, but for a different reason. Like, it allows me to fall a little faster, like I said before, while you're in that weird whipping state. But in that case, I still jump out of it while I have coyote frames left, so I have fallen further. I have coyote frames, I could jump in the air, and that allows me to clear that 3-tile jump without bonking my head on the ceiling too early. State manipulation is usually the answer if you see a speed run, like, just randomly whipping for no reason, especially a TAS. What's that weird symbol on my input display in the upper left? I mean, these are all text. Like, this one says, like, jump, whip, run, bomb, rope, and door. Full speed again? Yeah, you got it. I mean, it might be hard to see if you're not watching the stream at 1080p. It should be readable. I mean, it's not perfect, but I also didn't want it to block anything. Oh, the Overlunky inputs. That's sprint. Run, aka run. I just have the button labeled as run because I don't think S. I mean, it's probably S because R was rope, if I had to guess. This is, I don't know actually I know what's going on in here. This is UTF encoding. I'm using a local build of Overlunky right now. And for whatever reason, my build doesn't like the arrow keys that are supposed to display here, and I don't know why. But that's UTF encoding, if that's what you were talking about. So that doesn't happen in the live version of Overlunky, and I just have not been bothered to figure out why my local environment is doing that. Just blame Windows. It's probably Windows. It's always Windows. Just blame that. I bet if you build this on Linux, you won't have any problems. There's an environment variable I probably have to change somewhere. I'm gonna make a note about that actually, just in case that ever comes up later. UTF encoding on a local Overlunky build. And the reason I'm using a local build of Overlunky is because I need a pause API that they were working on. This stream has doubled as a test stream for making a task with the new pause API, and it looks like everything has been working except maybe the jump input problem that I'm having. So there may or may not be bugs with it. That could be on my end. It has been a useful test. So here's the run again for whoever asked for that. Do this. I need to really just make a replay button that shows up in this menu. But this is good enough. So here it is at full speed. And you'll see me do the whip here after I throw the rock. That is to clear this jump right there. I have to do some weird jank. And that's it. Any questions? I can show the whip again in slow motion, actually. That looks a little weird to me. Hold on. Let me play back to that spot. It looks really sick. Let me see, make sure I'm answering the question correctly. Oh, you know what it might be, actually? Hold on, let's see. No, okay. Yeah, that is what it is. The whip is not to do the weird fastball, it is to get it into a heavier state. There's a bug in this game where your velocity will get bogged down twice, if you are whipping and jumping at the same time, you fall faster while you're still moving upwards. It's a little bit confusing to explain that, but your velocity gets pulled down even faster than it's supposed to because of a bug where they apply a multiplier to it twice. So instead of getting a 0.8 multiplier for not holding jump, you get a 0.64 multiplier to your speed on every frame. I am using that to not bonk the ceiling here until I can just barely land on this tile right here. That is why that whip exists. The combination of the coyote jump and that heavier state whip to not bonk the ceiling too early allowed me to get across this gap. That is the reason why I was doing that. So it's slightly different from the situation up there. But yeah, that's that run. So yeah, anybody who wants to see more TASes, here's the low percent TAS. So let's go ahead and open this up. I think it's low percent 2B. I have a immaculate naming scheme for all of these. Never mind, it's not that. Let me go check the files. I need to see what I called it. I renamed this one, and I don't remember what I renamed it to. So this is going to take me a second. Go to my mods folder. Data, Task Wizard. It is, I renamed it to low percent 1 because low percent 1 no longer exists, and this is the new low percent 1. Let me see, this should be the latest version. Yeah, this looks like it. It should go all the way to Tiamat. Yeah, okay, I think this is it. Yeah, this is an extremely precise jump. I think you have to press jump for 1 frame here. If you press jump for 2 frames, you don't make the jump anymore. Like you end up in a ledge hang, which, I mean, the whole point of this is to not take the ledge hang. This is like TAS only. I mean, it's not strictly speaking TAS only, but you have to do a frame perfect coyote jump followed by a frame perfect single jump input. And then a whip immediately. I think the whip is also frame perfect, so it's actually 3 frame perfect inputs, like almost back to back, in order to do this trick. So, good luck with that. I'm sure somebody has done it before, but it's very, 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 very hard to press a button for exactly a 60th of a second. Not impossible, but very, very difficult to do. And then you got to do that like at least like a couple times, really. Only one of them has to be held for a 60th of a second. The other 2 are just timing. So, low percent. Now, load the TAS. Let's just play it back and just see how it goes. Have to hit boxes again. So what we're looking at here is the seed that world record runners use, like actual human people. And I didn't have a better seed, so I just used the one that they use. There is probably a better seed for low percent than this. We just don't know what it is yet. I can get rid of the UI as well. There we go. So yeah, sit back and relax. And I will do it in slow motion and explain what's going on afterward. And I apologize for anyone who has seen this before, but I always like showing this, and there's always somebody new who hasn't seen this yet, so why not? Why not show it again? It's really neat. I'm quite proud of it as well. These levels are on average like 5, maybe 10 seconds tops. Like, it depends. Like, I have to wait for a falling platform here, so I lose a bit of time, but these levels are just ridiculously fast. How do I decide if a seed is good or bad? Mostly, for low percent, it's mostly stuff like doors, falling platforms, really long, winding levels. That's the kind of thing you don't want in a seed. I don't know who found this seed or how they found it, but it's pretty good as far as seeds go. I just think that there are probably better ones out there we haven't discovered yet. Also, there's no way to save time on Olmec without using my bombs, so I just fight Olmec. It's the same. It's always the same. It's just fucking Olmec. Not the most riveting part of this video game. Like, Olmec is challenging if you've like never played this game before, but once you've dealt with Olmec like fucking 100 times, 1,000 times, it's just tedious. Luckily, the TAS is going to do it for me, so I don't have to play it every single damn time. Thank you, Olmec. And ice caves. We're going to use that mine later. It does save time. I have dark levels disabled right now. Hold on. Let's get the authentic experience of what this is supposed to look like. I didn't even notice this earlier. Oh, light. There we go. This one. No fall damage. Oh, I did a ledge hang. You'll see everything that's going on in slow motion later. Get this text out of the way. Yeah, I love how that landmine juggle turned out. Doing a door entry far from the center costs a ludicrous amount of time. Every single door entry in this task is frame perfect. It is insanely slow to walk into a door far from the center. You lose so much time. So I'm doing every single door entry as close to the center as I can get so that I enter the door as soon as possible and actually like go into the door walking animation. And I still lose like 20 frames per level just because you cannot like fade out when you enter the door any faster than I do normally. All right, we don't need to see this. This is cringe. So we've all seen the end of this game. Well, maybe not, but I've seen the end of this game, and we can show that later if anybody really wants to see it. But anyways, let's do it in slow motion. So go back over here. And let's play it back. All right, so here it is at 30% speed. And I will explain what's going on. So all the whipping that you see here, if I'm just whipping for seemingly no reason, it's state canceling, it's heavy state, it's like falling through stuff one frame earlier. That's what it is almost every single time that I'm whipping. The tech for that is complicated, hard to explain, even I forget what it is sometimes, just take my word for it. That's why I'm whipping randomly. It's not actually random, there's a good reason for it. For the most part, other than like the Olmec fight and a couple other obvious parts of the run, if I'm pressing a button in this run, it's because I needed to do it for something to happen. There are no like extraneous wasted inputs in this run other than holding the run button in situations where I don't need to, because it was just easier to do that instead of like actually optimizing the run input. Yeah, Olmec is stupid. I could have whipped one of those arrows, but there's not really any reason to. If you time your fall correctly, you just fall past them both. That is also extremely precise to do that fall. Alright, so this dung beetle here, I'm not just killing this dung beetle because I'm an asshole. This is RNG manipulation to get back layer skip. I'm not even kidding. The blood droplets that this beetle spawns on this particular frame is how I got back layer skip to happen with Quillback here. And back layer skip, if you don't know what that is, you'll see in a moment. I could not get him to do back layer skip without killing that dung beetle in order to not lose any time. It's ridiculous that that's how that worked. Yeah, this is Earthworm Jim. If anybody's ever wondering about a song I'm playing on the stream, feel free to ask. I'll give you a link to the YouTube video, or I'll tell you what the name of the song is. But back layer skip is that right there. Normally you wouldn't do it that aggressively, but it's getting Quillback to drill a hole through the floor, and it's very hard to make it happen, and it's RNG based. You could have figured that out. If you mean back layer skip, I mean, I figured out the dung beetle thing. It was trial and error to RNG manipulate that. RNG manipulation in this game is extremely tedious, and it's mostly just trial and error. Back layer skip was discovered ages ago. I had nothing to do with that. Like, other people figured that out, and they know like roughly the optimal spots to trigger it. But this is a task, and I can make it happen 100% of the time. But getting the right RNG from the bone drops on the bone blocks, like all the way where Quillback is going to hit the wall, that's what actually makes it happen. And I had to, unfortunately, kill a dung beetle to pull RNG to get the bone drops to work correctly. Just, again, like I say oftentimes, take my word for it. I could not find another way to do it. Is there a difference between having run held and... No, there's not. Auto run doesn't do anything for level entry acceleration. I mean, you want to be holding run, but auto run specifically is just functionally equivalent to holding your run button down. Or if you have it inverted, then not holding it down. Like, that's it's that's all that the game does, is like it does a pre-check where it sets your inputs based on whether or not you have auto run enabled, and then for the rest of the game, as far as it's concerned, you're always holding your run button down unless you're pressing that input, in which case it turns it off. I hope that explanation was clear. Also, that whip I just did there through all those enemies was 1 frame from that fire bug just burning my ass. Like, I barely managed to snipe it before it burns me there. Didn't people find consistent ways? The most consistent strat is partially RNG. It's still like a 60 or 70% chance, I think. Yeah, what AOK said. Like, it's still RNG based. Like, no matter what you do, you can just not get back layer skip. Again, unless you're a TAS and you can manipulate RNG like I can. So yeah, here's Olmec. Again, I cannot speed this up without using my bombs. I need them for Tiamat. So there's not really a whole lot to do here. This Olmec, I can check while the... Let me check right now. This is gonna mess up my final time because I paused in the middle of a level, but I can check what my Olmec time is. I think. Yeah, I have it here. My Olmec time is definitely... I definitely know where it is. I thought I had it. I was looking at the wrong thing. Dude, did I delete this? Where is it? There it is. Olmec time is 21.750. That is my Olmec time. 21 seconds, 750 milliseconds. That's the time for this level. I think it is perfect for low percent unless we find a way to accelerate horizontally faster. But yeah, explosionless Olmec, like just this low percent strat, I think that is like as fast as you can get it. And it's validating to see that the world record is almost but not quite that fast, because that kind of makes sense. People have been grinding this out too, I'm sure. So let's watch the rest of Olmec. This ledge whip here, well not here, give it a second. This ledge whip is like the only tech that you can really do during this fight. What's low and low percent? It just means you don't pick up like items and resources. You use only what you started with. There are a million technicalities to it, don't worry about them. It essentially just means no items except what you start with. Yeah, that ledge whip that I did right there actually boosted me backwards a little bit faster than you would normally go if you just ran off the edge. And that might be where part of the time save, probably all the time save comes from actually, based on how close that time is. Because it looks like the world record is only like, what is that, like fucking 5 frames or something? It's very close. Can I use Olmec's Extended? I need to accelerate vertically. I don't need to accelerate vertically. I need to go horizontally. That's the limiting factor in the Olmec fight. Like, I can't make Olmec jump up and down any faster, and then at the end I need to get across the level, so vertical movement speed doesn't help me at all. If you're grabbing a ledge and you press your whip button, you just move faster backwards for a split second. It's mostly terrible and nobody likes it, but it's useful in a TAS if you're on a ledge hang and you need to go backwards, because you can just press your whip button while you're hanging on the ledge and it'll just shoot you back a little bit faster than your running speed. In normal gameplay, it's usually just a misclick that results in you like whipping back into a bat and just getting hit by it instead, but again, we're doing a task. Also, I had to RNG manipulate that Zhangxi up here. This fucker here, I spent like half an hour trying to RNG manipulate this guy to not jump in my way by picking up like gold bars and stuff earlier in the level. It was awful, but I eventually managed to get him to just stay over here long enough to finish the level. For the most part, I didn't have to do any other RNG manipulation in Tide Pool. Like, these guys, I'm moving so fast, they don't even have time to get in my way in this situation. This guy had RNG manipulate, but it was fairly easy to do. To make that Zhangxi do a short hop so that I could just front whip it. This one here doesn't even move. That ledge hang there is like a couple thousandths of a tile from not working, I'm pretty sure. But I managed to make that one work as well. And not fall on the spikes and die horribly. Are they item-based or time-based? Both, if you mean the RNG manipulation. A lot of stuff, like, pulls the RNG, and essentially doing anything like will mess with it. If you're talking about low percent, then it's item based. That fall right there, that ledge hang, for whatever reason, your Spelunker has just indestructible like grip strength, but if their feet hit the ground too fast, they just fall over and die. So I just ledge hang there. I mean, they do that in the real-time run as well. It's seated, so like the runners know that that drop is there, and they aim for a ledge like that, and just fall through all of ice caves. So that was a coyote jump to make that 6x1 tile jump and get the ledge hang there. And then luckily the laser timings at spark traps were just really nice in this level, and I didn't have to RNG manipulate them because the spark traps are also RNG based for some reason. Right here, I actually stall for a couple frames that you can't really see to manipulate this spark trap to hit the UFO right there and make a hole in the floor for me. And then I just, oh fuck, I accidentally, no, get back to the player. I do some sick juggling with the landmine. And that just makes a hole in the perfect spot. It took a very long time to find that juggling strat there, but I made that work. I'll replay that level after this because I scuffed it. I accidentally pressed a button to change where the camera was. And then right here, there's a lasagna room below me, and these two fuckers right here are just so unbelievably in the way that I could not find a way to actually deal with them. And I just had to go around the entire thing instead, and it ended up being faster. Like, this was like a full second faster than going through that lasagna room with the helmet all mites in it. Oh yeah, I might have done a whip drop on 6-3. I honestly wasn't paying attention. I think I do a whip drop there as well. No, that's the lasagna room. The soup mixer is the one with the lava, right? Oh, by the way, Tiamat's over. I hope you didn't blink. No, thank fuck you do not have to do that. RNG in this game is seeded every time a level loads in. You do not have to, like, manipulate RNG earlier in the run to make things happen later. It gets reinitialized at the start of every level. So the only thing that will change it is if you have different things spawn in the level. If you have like angered shopkeepers, or if you have like a sparrow room generate, any of that stuff will change the level and thus the RNG. But otherwise you get identical RNG every time you do it, which is a godsend for making TASes, because it does mean that I could go back and optimize earlier levels and not ruin my input sequence later on. I think it's like that because for the co-op, just due to the way that they like try to sync the different players together, but it's implemented in the single player as well, so it works in our favor. Do fast backwards ledge jumps without whipping. That's just a jump and a whip input on the same frame. It's whip ejection, but if you also jump on the same frame, you don't whip, you get a jump instead, but you get the same exact ejection. So if I want some height from the whip, then I will do that strategy instead. Otherwise, I will just do it with the whip so I can stay low. Alright, so let's turn this off. I said I was going to go re-show the level that I accidentally fucked up the camera on, so let's do that. That was not this level, that was 6-2. Alright, so let's go to the beginning of it and just watch it in real time. Well, not real time, but there we go. Alright, so here's the landmine level again. How much speed do you get? 0.25, and it decays by 0.015 per frame. Off the top of my head. Yeah, so I throw the mine as early as possible to get it to arm itself earlier so that I can trigger it there and then not have to waste a ton of time just waiting for it. How does Spelunky 2 do its collision? Nobody knows. I can't answer that question. I don't know if they used like a collision engine that somebody else wrote, like a library, or if they like rolled their own, but nobody knows exactly how the collision engine works in this game. There's a lot of weird stuff that can happen in it. It mostly works well enough, but I mean, we've all seen falling platforms and how they will just like randomly crush things or shove you out of the way, or you can like have a push block shove you through a falling platform and it'll just not kill you. Like, I don't know how it works, and I don't think anybody else has figured it out either. There's all sorts of inconsistencies to it. We're not doing falling platform science today because that's like a that's like a high level boss fight, and I would have to dedicate a whole stream to that with a bunch of scripting prepared for it. Falling platforms just don't work. That's really the most concise way to describe it. It's like I don't have... No, let me turn God mode off. Now I don't have God mode on. God mode didn't break that task, by the way. The task doesn't take any damage. Unleash GG, thank you for the follow. The task doesn't take any damage, so God mode was irrelevant there. But just as a little bit of a primer for, like, just the bullshit that is falling platforms. I think it's falling. Here we are. Here's a falling platform. And here's a push block. Yep. That's it. Any questions? Because do you know why it happens, chat? I don't. I don't understand it. Like, just, I don't know who programmed these. They don't work correctly. This game is stupid. Can I do it again? Yeah, sure. It's just average falling platform interaction. Active floor, falling platform. Let's put that bad boy there. Go stand on that for a second. Go push block. Put a couple tiles here too, just for good measure. No God mode. Oh, that one actually killed me. I guess it's because the sides were covered up, so it wants to squirt me out to the side, apparently. Though it completely clipped into my character model before it actually murdered me. Let's do it again with the sides open and do it in slow motion. So again, push block. That's not a push block. Push block. Sometimes, what I was trying to show there was that it sometimes shoves you down under the platform, but I don't know how to get it to do that consistently because falling platforms are horrendous. So I didn't do it in that particular one, so let me try it again. Falling platform. And here it is in slow motion without any crap on the sides. Yep, we're just over there now. Entity collision and level collision. Well, the thing is, like, if I do this with a push block, it'll kill me. If I do that exact same thing with a crush block, I die. But the falling platform, it just doesn't kill me. The platform hasn't even started moving yet. Like, this is the thing. I'm not gonna do this for this stream because I don't know. I have absolutely no idea how this shit works, and nobody has figured it out yet. It's super ludicrously inconsistent. The only other one that I want to show, actually, is this one. Let me just go to, like, Volcano or something. This one I want to show because this one's kind of funny. So let's go into the challenge. Steal, just acquire the bow. Ton, quit being such a baby. Alright, I need to find a falling platform that's at a good spot. If not, I think I could spawn one in and it'll still happen. That one wasn't a good spot. I think this one will work. Alright, so let's see here. I think this is the setup that you can use. You just have your bow, you just kind of center it under the platform like this. And I think you need a ledge hang. Let's see if it happens. Nope, that one actually broke on the bow. Let me try it in the next level. It might be an entity ID thing. Okay, what is the ID of the bow? Okay, let's pretend that this is the next level now and see if it does it. No, it's not actually doing it this time. Ledge hang or stand on it. It's actually not doing it now. Now let's see, what is the ordering that would cause this to happen? Falling platform has a different sized hitbox. I have no idea if that's the cause or not. I'm actually surprised I'm not able to do this. I'm obviously trying to crush the bow here, but the platform usually will just not collide with the bow is what typically happens. But for some reason it's actually doing that now. Let me go to the next level. Or just any volcano level. Let's see if I can get it to happen there. Shouldn't have tried to show this. Again, this is why I haven't done a stream on falling platforms. It's because even I don't understand how they work. Like, why is this not working this time? You can crush the bow by doing this sometimes. But this time it's just breaking on the bow every single time I do it. If I spawn one in, I can get it to happen. Oh, there we go. Okay, that caused something to happen here. Let's try that again. Yep, okay, that one crushed the bow. Why did that one crush the bow and not the others? Again, I don't know. I have no idea. This game is weird. We're gonna stop looking at falling platforms now. Maybe it's something to do with the momentum. It's a combination of a lot of things, but falling platform jank is just a bottomless, like, rabbit hole or iceberg of absurdity. Yeah, I haven't deleted Percy. No, I got agitated and deleted Percy. It took me a moment here. This pet's just constantly making noise. I don't think speed is the issue, though. I think there's something else that causes it to happen, but it's complicated. Again, like, why did it work the first few times? And then I did one from right here, and that crushed the bow. But then the one that was up here didn't crush the bow. Like, I have no idea. So anyways... secret task thing. Let's look at the secret task thing. God damn it. I need to see the file names. Hold on, give me a moment. Oh yeah, here it is. Alright, let's see. I'm trying to remember which of these is my favorite. We'll show that one last. Alright, let's start with this one. Alright, chat. Anybody who could figure out what this stands for before I do it gets extra credit. So, anybody want to take a guess at what this task is? Can't see it behind chat. Excellent observation, chat member. Can you read it now? All these pesky chat messages getting in the way. If everybody would just stop typing in chat for like a minute so we can read the name of the task file. Plasma cannon, keel and skip rope. Yeah, you got it. So... This is pointless. There is no reason to do this in a run, but we're going to do it anyways. It is absolutely pointless. If you have these items, you would not do this skip, but it's really silly looking, and I love dumb, silly shit. So let's just show it in real time. So do that, play it back. Oh, did Spencer actually do this? That's wild, then. Oh, but with a power pack. Interesting. So I didn't know that he had done that. I haven't watched that video yet. Did he do it with a rope, bomb, or health? Because there are 3 ways that you can perform this skip. So that's the first one. That's using a rope. He did it with a rope. Alright, you can do it with a bomb and health as well. Oh yeah, so good. I still have something I could show then. I'm good. I need to watch that video. That's on my like to watch list. I just haven't seen that. Alright, so here's the next one. It's roughly the same setup here, so I'm gonna speed this part up a little bit. Because this is the same setup until I get to the top, so I'm just fast forwarding right now. Yeah, stream didn't freeze, it paused. That ledge hang right there, that fucking ledge hang that I just did is another like 1,000th of a tile precision ledge hang. Like, you saw me doing that weird shimmy on the wall there to get into that position. The precision required to perform this jump is absolutely absurd. I had to have the perfect height to get under this corner and still be able to grab the ledge afterward. I just shoved the plasma cannon up here because the laser won't actually destroy it. I can just store it there. It's very ridiculous looking. So here comes the last one. I'll show all these again in slow motion afterward for anyone who's curious about it, but I will again fast forward through the part that's not interesting at all. So we go ahead and load that. So same as before, we're just doing some casual plasma cannon jumps. Just nothing challenging here. I'm sure anybody here could do this. Player skin doesn't change anything for this particular one. And here's what it looks like for health. You can use one resource to get up there. I could not find a way to do this without using any resources, but you could use exactly one of each resource to do this ridiculous skip. And I get to keep the plasma cannon is the best part of that. I found just the right position to land there and keep the plasma cannon. It's absolutely beautiful. So anyway, selected player skin. Player skin affects the tutorial because the little the little homunculi that walk around in the top area of the tutorial will pull RNG. And that will mess with like the bomb drops, for instance, which is really important to not have that be inconsistent. So the character you play matters. Like once you pick a character and pick a seed that has the correct RNG, and the seed is hidden in the tutorial, but it still has a seed. Once you get the right seed, you basically can't change it unless you find another one that gives you the right bomb drop RNG, because changing your character will manipulate the RNG in a way that's probably not useful to you. It's the same thing with the referee character. So that does matter. But in any other run, the character I have for this task is literally irrelevant, does not affect anything whatsoever. So I could swap this out for any other character and it would work just fine. Let's see here. I'm catching up on chat here, just give me a moment. And if I missed a question, feel free to ask it again. I'm not sure what we're talking about death percent for. I don't have a death percent task. The death percent task, I think, is, yeah, just to jump into spikes next to the door. It's very well possible that the human time for death percent is the same as the task time. It might be literally frame perfect. But there's not a whole lot to do. You literally just need spikes to generate next to the door. And I think take damage percent has also been optimized. Like, take damage percent, you just whip a pot with like a cobra or something in it, or a snake, like something with a wide hitbox. In HD, I don't know about HD. I'm thinking about Spelunky 2. In HD, I guess maybe the spikes aren't close enough and a crush block might be better. I'm not sure like what it is that you have to do in HD. Or a teleporter, I hadn't thought of that. In Spelunky 2, it probably takes longer to get to a crate than it would to just fall on spikes. Yeah, but anyways, I haven't bothered making a task of any of those things. It would be amusing, but not terribly interesting. So anyways, let me go ahead and show this in slow motion now for anybody who wants to see like a little bit more of the precision of like just how the final part of the run looks. Because I mean, you could figure out what's going on pretty easily for the rest of it. But let me show what the final layout looks like for each one. So let's see here. Alright, I think about that frame. I can play it back and then switch to slow motion when we get to that point. And Sphinx, thank you for the follow. So let's go ahead and play it all back again. And I will pause it and slow it down when we get to that part. Alright, so here we go. So the health lineup wasn't like unreasonably difficult to get or anything, so I'm just sitting here waiting for the plasma cannon to charge up or whatever. I'm waiting for a laser timing now, and I need to just kind of get clipped up by the laser. And I just barely managed to get around that corner, and then just as a bonus, the plasma cannon gets knocked back over to where I am, and neither of us touch the laser next to us. So we can just rest on this little ledge. The ledge is a quarter of a tile in size, and you just do that. The people have actually survived like scuffed Keelan skips with this tiny little ledge here. Like I've seen clips of this happening where people get like hit by the last laser and they wind up on that little spot right there, and that's all it takes. It would be funny if the plasma cannon hit me. It presumably wouldn't even kill me in that situation. It would just spank me a second time. But that's what that one looks like. And let's go back to the... Let's look at the one with the bomb. I think the rope one, it's fairly obvious what's going on there. So let me show you the bomb one in slow motion as well. So you can just see the insane precision that it required to do that. Have I made a low percent cosmic test? Nobody has made one as far as I'm aware. I don't know if anybody's even working on one. I would almost like to know if anyone in the community is working on that so that I don't just like start also working on one. But I have not heard of any such thing so far. So I don't think anybody's working on one. Alright, so again, in slow motion, I just hop up here, drop the plasma cannon because I need to cook a bomb. Honestly, if I start working on one, I will probably post it in the community Discord. And, like, if anybody else is working on one, they could tell me. Like, I would ask about it, but I don't have any plans to do it in the near future. I've got plenty of other things to do with my time. So that bomb cook wasn't terribly precise. This, however, what you see me doing here is just a ton of, like, tiny little micro-precise adjustments to get my character's position to be, again, within about 1,000th of a unit. Look how fucking close I am to falling off that ledge. That is what I had to do to be able to get under this corner and grab onto that. It was absolutely wild that it was even possible to do it, but I found just the bare pixel at the bottom there was enough to actually get under this corner with a plasma cannon jump. Your cat just dug her claw into your fingertips super deep. I am sorry to hear that. I can't help with that though. I hope you'll be okay. Hope you'll forgive your little kitty. And I do have Lads, Climbers, Springs, Keel and Skip with... Okay, hold on. Let me restart that. Lads, Climbers, Springs, Keel and Skip with 1 health or bomb instead of 1 rope. I mean, I'm not sure what you mean. You do that with no resources. Like, the thing is, I have spring shoes right now. Like, I need spring shoes to do these jumps. If you have spring shoes and a plasma cannon, you just do bubble skip. Like, you don't do what I'm doing here. You do bubble skip if you have those items. So, like, there's no reason to do this. It's not optimal in any way. It's not, like... Yeah, I don't think it's even faster. So, like, I'm not sure, like, what Keel and Skip you're really, like, implying here. Because, like, if you have Lads, Cape, and Climbers, you do Lads, Cape, Keel and Skip off the right side. And if you only have spring shoes, you do bubble skip. You do it to save ropes, but the ropes you place in this, you don't need any ropes to do Vlad's Cape, Keel and Skip if you have spring shoes. You actually, I don't think you need ropes even if you don't have spring shoes, but it's insanely hard. But Vlad's and climbing gloves with spring shoes, you can make this jump here with just Vlad's Cape. It's very precise. Like, I think I've done it once and it wasn't in a real run. And I'm almost certain that it's possible to do it without spring shoes as well, but I've definitely never done that. Somebody in chat might, like, be able to confirm or deny. You've never seen a resourceless variation. You know, it's just, we could probably try to whip one up now. Hold on. Maybe it just warped to Tiamat or something. Why is this button not doing anything? Regu, help! Why do my warp buttons not work? What did I do? Okay, there we go. It was just paused. I don't know what I clicked on, but apparently my game paused itself. There we go. All right, we're good. No, we're good. We're fine. Don't panic. Nobody panic. Alright, so let's see here. We're going to turn God mode on while I set all this up. I'm just going to show this real quick. I'll use Super Keel and Skip Turbo if I have to, but I'd rather not. I don't want to have to load more mods. We don't need the water hitboxes anymore. Alright, so, Vlad's. Climbing gloves. And springs. Alright, so there's a pretty good chance I'm not going to be able to do this first try, but I'm pretty sure this is quite doable. I do need to be able to get up there, though. I could have had it there. I have God mode turned on, but you'll know if I get hit by anything because I will make like a noise. Like my character will get hit by it. Alright, there we go. So we're in position for this now. So that's how you would get up here without using any ropes. It's not terribly hard. You can pick your poison for how you want to get over to this wall. I usually prefer to do the floor strat, and if you don't have ropes, you're gonna do the floor strat. This is me doing this, by the way, chat. I'm not completely washed up. Like, I'm actually playing the video game here. Let's go to the hitboxes. Like, I'm capable of doing this, but I mean, I might mess this last part up. This is really, really fucking precise, this last bit here. I'm trying to think what I need to do. You want to jump high, get all the way over here, and then do a second jump. Grab this ledge, and then jump off of the ledge straight up. There we go. First try. Easy every time. So that's how you would do that with spring shoes. The one that's really hard, though, is doing it without spring shoes because you have way, way less time to pull that off. I'm honestly surprised I got that first try. Like, genuinely surprised. That looked really fucking clean. I didn't even have to do the third jump. I don't know how lucky I got here or if I'm just actually not washed up and I just saw myself short. So let's do it without the spring shoes. I think it's remove power up. Remove power up. And I don't trust the UI because every time I have tried to remove like a power up using this UI, my game crashes. So I'm just gonna do it like this. Maybe it's patched, but we don't have to find out if it's patched. All right, so now we have normal baby jumps again. So if we teleport back down here, can I blow up the side lasers? No, they're indestructible. You fire a plasma cannon shot at them, it will not destroy them. So let's see here. These spark traps, oh my god. Come on, let me over. Alright, so we're up here. That's how you would get up here without spring shoes. That's not the hard part. So far, so good. This jump is a little bit tight, but not that bad. So this jump here, I will be astonished if I do this first try. I will be absolutely astonished. Because you have so much less height from your Vlad's cape while you're doing this. I think for this one, you gotta start a little bit higher up. I'm probably aiming for performing my second jump like... Well, let's see. It's going to be an air jump. It's about the height of a normal one. I need to be like right here, I think. Like roughly here when I perform my second jump. Yeah, see, that was way too low. So I would have gotten hit there. Yeah, there was no shot I was doing that in one try. That time I jumped too early because I don't have much time for this either. Ah, God, it's so precise. You can see what I'm trying to do here. Like, this is possible to do, I'm almost certain. I will do it with frame advance if I can't get it in a moment here. That's not good. You don't want that. That outcome is not good. That's death if that happens. Oh my god. That one was pretty close. I think this is roughly the height I would need. I would never, like, depend on this for a run. You probably need to do coyote, like, ledge jumps as well. You get, like, 6 coyote frames when you detach from a ledge where you can still jump. You probably also have to do that. Can I ledge whip? I think that consumes my first jump. Yeah, that consumes your first jump. So, no, you don't want to do that. It's also really hard to do that because you have to hold into the wall, which immediately kills your ledge whip speed. So yeah, that's not good. Yeah, you would just do bubble skip for this. Like, this is another, like, just do bubble skip situation. If you had no ropes for some reason, you would bubble skip. I'm not even sure what the timing is for this. Okay, let's try to do it with frame advance. So let's see here. Alright, so we're going to want to hold away from the wall for our coyote frames. We got 3, 2, we need to jump on this frame. I'm going to show my character. I just want to prove that this is possible to do. Just absurd. Alright, so let's see. We want probably max height jump here. That looks like it's going to be too early. Let's see, we're going to bonk there. We definitely have enough height, so I think if I jump from a little bit lower, I will be able to clear this. So let's try it from over here. So again, we're going to hold away from the wall. And you can see I have a coyote timer. I need to jump on this frame because I won't be able to do it later. Then right about, like, here, maybe. Let's try to jump here. If I had timed that better with the laser, I would have gotten the ledge hang there. So let's see if we can do it. That's definitely the setup. Like, the idea is there. It's definitely possible to do this. I'm waiting for, like, the frame that this laser goes away. I could check the timer on it, but I don't remember what the variable is called. And these lasers are on, like, a 122 frame cycle, I think. Yeah, okay, we can go now. So, let's pull away from the wall. Why is my coyote timer already out? Okay, hold on, never mind. God damn it. We can just count the frames, so let's do it like that instead. I don't know why my coyote timer ran out immediately when I pulled away from the wall there. I probably pressed another button or something. Alright, so 1. So that's frame 1. Spark trap is in the way. Let me just get rid of that. Let's try to pull away from the wall now. I said get rid of the spark trap. Where are my keybinds? There we go. Okay, we need to jump on this frame. The laser should be out of the way as I go up there. There it goes. And I think we want to jump like somewhere here. Yeah, it is better to start moving before it turns off. I was just being lazy and didn't want to find the timer for that. Oh, it's just not enough height. Okay, so we do need to be a little bit higher up when we perform that jump, so let's try right here. I would rather not have to make this super precise if I don't need to. I just wanted to show that this is theoretically possible to do. And somebody has probably done this in a real run. I'm probably too low, actually. I think that jump was bad. Yeah, okay, that's too low. I need to do this with my origin point, like, right about there, I think. I think this will be the one here if I just time the second jump better. It's not like super insanely frame perfect, but there's still a lot of timing and finesse to doing this correctly. We're gonna jump here. You maybe want to jump from a bit higher. We need to fall. Okay, we grab. And then we need to re-jump before the laser turns on. Yeah, that is a very tight window of time to be able to do that. But yeah, you can do it. It is technically possible, like I thought it was. I have never done this one in a run, but as you can see, I did the one with spring shoes first try. So the spring shoes one it's precise, but not like ludicrously unreasonable. Like if I could do this You could probably do this if you're familiar with just keel and skipping in general. You could figure out how to do that one. This one, however, without the spring shoes, good luck. I'll be impressed. Again, I'm sure somebody has done it in a real run without spring shoes, but just do bubble skip. Like, just do bubble skip. If you have bombs and no ropes, just do bubble skip instead. Because this is stupid. Any other questions about that? Been streaming for 8 hours. I think we're gonna call it pretty soon here. So any other thoughts or questions about any of this? I guess I could show one more task. I never published this one, but I could show my like crusty, like I think it's Abzu, or was it Duo? I don't remember what it was. I could show my telepack like task that I made. So let me do that. Let's bubble skip. Okay, how do I want to go? But we could end the stream with bubble skip, I suppose. Or maybe we can end it with a task. God, I don't know anymore. It was Abzu. Yeah, well, you know, let's just talk about bubble skip. We can do the task at the end if I remember to. Bubble skip. All right, so let's open up a really cool mod made by a really cool guy named Cosine256 called Super Keel and Skip Turbo. I don't remember what I did in my local build, so let's just run that one. All right, so. Do I have it set to skip fades? What the hell is going on with that? Oh yeah, I probably have that turned on. Alright, so anyway, Super Keel and Skip Turbo. You go search for it on Spelunky.fyi or something, I don't know. There's a command for it in my chat, and I don't remember what it's called because I'm a bad streamer. Let's show you what bubble skip is. So, first thing that we want to do here. Actually, we could probably leave the ropes here, but I just want to demonstrate this a little bit, just to show this concept to people. And we don't want to start near the lasers. I'm going to get rid of the setup ropes. Don't want the bubbles. I do want that. And where's the button to kill Tiamat? And we don't want to start with any back item. Let's go. It's this song again. I probably scrolled past it. Yeah, here it is. Okay, Tiamat is... We want Tiamat to be killed here, and we want to create a bubble pit. But I guess I can just get myself the bombs for that later. This and our health can just be... whatever. It don't matter. None of this matters. Alright, work to Tiamat. Alright, so... Here's a common predicament for all of you in chat, right? You finish your run, you murder Tiamat, and you're like, gosh darn. I would be such a scrub, and my friends would all make fun of me if I just went through this door. So you're like, oh, how do I get to Sunken City, though? I didn't do the chain, and I have no items. You do bubble skip. So bubble skip is this horrible tech that shouldn't exist in this video game that allows you to get up through the lasers that you're supposed to use Keelan for by just riding bubbles instead. There's various ways to do it. You can do it with spring shoes, you can do it with ropes. I'm going to try to show how to do it with ropes. Imagine half a bus. Do not imagine half a bus. It won't help you at all. Why are all the lasers... Why are all the bubbles red? Did I mess this up, or are they... Hold on, let me test a couple of these. So what you do is you make a hole. So, okay, this does work. You make a hole, you get a good bubble. Normally you would not have colors for this, but the mod I'm using is telling me which ones are good. And then you just do some insanely precise tech. And you mess it up immediately and have to go set it up again. I bopped that one too low, so I'm gonna get hit here. And you just die over and over and over again to do this. However, I'm gonna do the easier version of this, which is with spring shoes, because I know how to do this one semi-consistently. Just do that. And you just want to bop the bubble down just a little bit between each laser cycle. This bubble is really dangerously low right now. Yeah, you can see it popped at the end there. The mod detected it. Am I a scientist? Yes, believe it or not. This is very hard to do. I'm not terribly consistent at it. Some people are. It's way easier with spring shoes than ropes, but as you can see here, I'm still struggling to do it with the spring shoes. But it's just very precise little jumps. There we go, that one looks good. And then normally you wouldn't jump all the way up into that laser there. That would have stunned me, but that's how you would do it with like spring shoes, for instance. It's in theory, it's easier than doing it with ropes. A lot of people only ever do it with ropes. I can show that again here. Let's do the setting to spawn up near the lasers now. We don't need to do this anymore. There we go. All right, so this would be like after you got up to the top here, you would have a setup that looks like this. So if you were doing it with ropes, you're essentially doing the same thing as the double bounce, except I fell off the bubble there because I'm bad at this video game. You're essentially doing the same thing as the double bounce, but you're doing ropes. You're using ropes to do it instead of spring shoes. And I'm gonna mess this up a bunch because I'm tired and I'm washed up, but I am capable of doing this. I have done this live on stream before. I stood up too soon there, that's why that one failed. That one's too low. Rope is not bad if you practice it a lot, but I am so out of practice just in this video game in general. So like I'm struggling to do even something like this, which I made this mod. I practiced this. I used to be way better at doing this skip, but I'm just so washed up at this point. I'll be able to get it eventually here, especially with the helpers telling me what I need to stop standing up early though. I'll be able to do it with the helpers telling me which bubbles to use, but I'm just so fucking crusty at this. I just want to show this for anyone who hasn't seen it yet. And I'm not going to use frame advance for this. I know I can do this without frame advance. I just need to stop fucking standing up too early. What is wrong with my brain? That was too low. That's too high. You should definitely watch like a video by somebody who knows how to do this if you want to actually learn how to do it and not watch a streamer like fuck it up constantly. Really? That one was too high. It didn't look too high. I mean, I trust the mod. I wrote the mod. It works pretty well. I don't work very well. Too early. The rope was too early. Yeah, there's a guide on Moss Ranking as well. I'm embarrassing myself. I honestly thought I would get it sooner than this. This is very, very humiliating. Just be impressed by all the task stuff that I did early. Don't look at this. This is not good content. This is bad. Like the fact that I can't do this with the bubble colors visible is upsetting me right now. Because this should, in theory, be way easier to do. Oh, I'm just too high. I think I need to jump a little later. Okay, don't look. But if you look away, you're not going to see the one where I actually do it correctly. Yeah, I am still a human. Believe it or not, I wasn't playing all those tasks. That was a computer doing that for me. The top bubble skip authority. And there's people that are way better at this shit than I am. First try, let's go. Easy every time. So see chat, I can do it. That's the gist of bubble skip. You fuck it up like 60 times in a row and then eventually you save a run by doing this. I have saved runs by doing this. Like I have a run on Moss Ranking. I have a low percent Sunken City submission where I did rope skip. I would definitely practice up on this if I wanted to like be more consistent. Can I do it again? Watch the VOD. I'm not gonna do that again. I'm just gonna screw it up like another 30 times in a row. Exactly like bubble sort. Yeah, I mean it involves bubbles. Heavy state bubble skip. I don't know what that would even entail. I don't think that does anything. Like you can't fall like at a higher velocity by using heavy state. That just makes you. That just shortens the arc of your jump. It doesn't make you like fall faster once you're falling at all. I am not ranked 69 and I don't think I'm gonna reclaim it. I used to be ranked 69 on Moss Ranking. I'm so like out of touch and tired of speedrunning this video game. I don't know if I'm actually ever going to get it back. Like again, I'm washed up right now. My glory days are over. But you know what? I could still do things like make TASes and do science on this video game. So I'm just like retiring, like to like the rank of like just an old professor, like a coach or something, who isn't like actually capable of doing these things anymore, but still understands how they work. That's what I would consider. To be clear, I'm not retiring from streaming. Yeah, there's no bye-byes. I'm saying I'm like almost retired from Spelunky speedrunning. I'll still do it occasionally, but I just don't have the patience to grind the RNG and then make a mistake at Tiamat and fuck up Quad Cook for like the 8th time and just not just be like, yeah, cool, I have to do all that all over again. We just met. Bad timing, dude. I don't have to tell you. You caught me at a bad time. It's just how it is sometimes. I can't delay my retirement. I'm not speedrunning this game much anymore. My speedruns were never all that good. Like, honestly, there are way more entertaining people you can watch. Either people that aren't that good at the game but make better, like, speedrun stream content, or people that are just absolutely cracked at the game. Or people like Lovable that are both of those things at once. So, you can find better speedrunning content. I do science. I make TASes. I try to do things that are unique and interesting in this game that I'm actually good at, and speedrunning is not one of them. So, like, if you've, like, barely played this game and you're struggling to get out of Dwelling and you watch me play this game, you're gonna think I'm absolutely insanely good at this video game. Because I am really good at this fucking video game. I don't want to downsell myself on it. But compared to, like, the elites, compared to the people at the top of, like, the speedrunning leaderboards, I am nothing. I am absolute horseshit compared to those runners. And I've just learned to accept that and not be upset by it. There's things that I'm good at here, and I'm more than happy to contribute knowledge and like science to the community, which sometimes results in people getting world records that are actually capable of playing these runs better than I am. So there's nothing to be bothered by there. I'm not in this position where I feel like inadequate about it, so you don't have to like think I'm feeling bad or anything about it. I'm not. I'm quite happy with what I'm doing with this game now because I have like 4,000 hours in this game. Like 2,000 of which are like gameplay and 2,000 of which are the game running while I'm working on scripts, mods, things like the task tool, making TASes, making Super Kill and Skip Turbo. I have an insane amount of time in this game. And apparently I have a superior sense of humor. Have you heard my jokes? Or does my humor like more or less... Ton, go away. Does my humor more or less spawn from like my deadpan demeanor? Because I'd like to think that's probably what does it for the most part. Because my jokes are terrible and mostly just consist of noticing puns that I said accidentally like a few seconds after I said them. But you know what, if you're enjoying that, then I'm happy to hear that. Yeah, let's see, what was I gonna do now? It's the dry humor. That's excellent. That's the only kind of humor I could do, so I'm happy to hear that people enjoy that. Anyways, I showed what bubble skip was, the Kill and Skip in general. There's a mod for this, Super Kill and Skip Turbo. Wait a minute, I think I know what it is. The Kill and Skip mod. Oh, let's go, that's what it is. So if you too, chat member, want to use the mod that I just showed to learn how to do rope skip better than cosine, there it is. Yeah, we're gonna show the Abzu task and then we're going to end the stream. So unlike the other tasks that I've shown here today, this one, well, okay, the plasma cannon tasks were not optimized, but neither is this one. This is not an optimized task at all. Let me disable this mod. This is just kind of like a proof of concept I made when I was developing Task Wizard, like shortly before its release. Like I literally made this task, I think like 12 hours before I released Task Wizard. And it was just like the final proof of concept. And I whipped up this task in the span of like an hour. So it was actually really easy to use it. And that's when I was confident that this mod worked correctly. And I was just like, yeah, okay, I can release this. I could ship this. And yeah, there it is. Thank you, Soviet. There's Task Wizard for anybody who wanted to do this. And, okay, my playlist ended. You know, we could just go find a fast song. Hold on. Let me run the other one. Let's see, let me find something that doesn't have a copyright on it. Yeah, we'll just play this one. Alright, so let me load up the task first. I think I probably just called it like Abzu 1 or something. Let's see. I did not call it Abzu 1. Did I call it Abzu? I did call it Abzu. Second try. Okay, let's go. So yeah, this is not super optimized, but it's a teleporter task. So I'm going to zoom the camera out a little bit, actually a little bit more, so you can see what's going on here. There are better teleporter tasks. Somebody made a fucking Cosmic Ocean teleporter task. It's 5 minutes long. I mean, the task is way longer. The run is 5 minutes, but like you have to go through a bunch of like doors and level transitions. The level transitions are edited out of the video, so it's not too bad, but go watch that. If somebody has Spencer's low percent CO video, go ahead and link that. Spencer is the other person that has been making a lot of like value out of Task Wizard and making like wacky, interesting tasks. So you should absolutely watch that. But here's the Abzu task. So I'm going to load that up. Let me get the music playing here. Actually, how long is that one? It's too short, actually. That'll end before the task does. Hold on, let me find a longer one. Yeah, whatever, Sonic Mania. And we're off. It is a chain run, so we are going black market. Yeah, I have the camera zoomed out because otherwise you wouldn't be able to see where I am because the camera cannot keep up with the teleporter. Not much to do here except swing the sword once every 21 frames. Not like we need the tablet. We have to collect it for the category, even though we know what it is already. I mean, yeah, I gotta wait for the lava to get out of the way of the door. Yeah, by the way, you don't have to open the shop tea, so I was able to take it this far before it just took too long and it hatched in my hands. Let me pause. Hold on, I need to pause here and check on something. Just a sec. Yeah, okay, that's fine. I wanted to check what the next song on the playlist was to make sure it was a jam, and it is, so we'll continue. Yeah, I think there's actually a way to optimize that laser teleport, but I haven't come back to this task. There are probably frames I could shave off of this, but it's hella fast as it is. So I'm quite satisfied with it. This was just, again, a proof of concept teleporter task before I released the mod to the public. And then this is an auto-scroller. Like, Spencer does a way better job at making this look entertaining in his teleporter run. I just kind of didn't feel like doing anything during this, so I just kind of screw around on the spikes under Hundun, because you cannot do this any faster than about 40 seconds. So like I could telefrag this head. I just choose to fight it with the whip instead because I have to wait for the snake to spawn anyways. This fight right here is like a third of the entire run, just in the Hundun level. And then if you blinked, you missed it. I killed the snakehead on the frame that it spawned, and then I destroyed myself on a wall because I still have the Ankh. So I mean, I'm just gonna teleport to the door and leave. And that's it. And I'll let this one play out, because we're about to end stream anyway, so while this is happening, let me see if there's anybody to raid. If it's late, I'm just going to end stream. Yeah, I don't know anybody here. Alright, so we're just going to end stream without a raid. Can move all the Ankh in. Well, no, you can't. The Ankh on the Hundun level teleports you to the exit, because the entrance is underneath the moving floor. So if you have the Ankh in the Hundun level and you die, you can just use it to get to the exit faster. That's actually like the optimal strategy to use for that level. If you keep the Ankh at that point in your run, is just die on the spikes or kill yourself there or something, and then just that will take you to the exit automatically, and then you just mash door and you'll immediately leave the level.